The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 19th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Celeste Malloy to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month and to celebrate the countless contributions the Latino community has given to the United States. Whether you're an immigrant, like me, or a Hispanic American, like many others, or have been in this country for generations, the Latino community is deeply interwoven within the fabric of America. Many came to the United States and went through a long process in search of the American dream and embody the hopes and possibilities our nation has to offer. America is a unique nation where anyone, no matter their background, can climb as far as they can dream and achieve extraordinary things. My story is just one example. When I was young, my family and I immigrated to the United States in search of our American dream. We set up roots in southern Arizona and embraced the opportunities this amazing nation has to offer. My parents taught me the value of hard work and perseverance, values that drove me all the way here to the United States Congress. As the first naturalized citizen from Mexico elected to represent Arizona in any federal office, it's my honor and privilege to work to give back to the community where my family and I are living our American dream. As co-chair of the Hispanic Serving Institution Caucus, I was proud to co-lead a resolution designating the week of September 9, 2024 as National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. This week also marks another special occasion, Citizenship Day. 18 years ago, this week, I received the honor of a lifetime, becoming a United States citizen. I'll never forget the pride I felt that day when I raised my right hand and recited the oath of citizenship. It reminds me of a story where my dad talked to me right before I launched this effort, and he said, "Son, where else in the world could we have our story? We come to this country, we immerse in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long process of becoming U.S. citizens. My dad said, I drive a bus my whole life, and now my son has the opportunity to be a United States congressman. Where else in the world could we have this story?" Friends, the answer is simple. Only in America could we have that story. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Yeah.
Got carried away with that one. Very personal. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of my former middle school, Utterback Middle School in Tucson, Arizona. Utterback Middle School recently made an incredible achievement. The Arizona State Board of Education graded them as a B school, Arizona State Board of Education. Since 2018, this school has improved 2 whole letter grades, an outstanding achievement that reflects the unwavering dedication our teachers and educators have for our students. During the August work period, I had the privilege of visiting Utterback Middle School and was extremely impressed with the school's program and staff, particularly the principal, Mrs. Sanders. Rising to a B ranking is largely due to the efforts of Principal Sanders, who worked with staff and community partners to turn the school around. She even recently received the Stellar Principal Award for her incredible work. Utterback offers 9 different electives and 2 intervention classes that include drama, dance, Lego technology, and computer literacy to keep students engaged in a variety of ways. They also provide a class called AVID, Advancement via Individual Determination. a unique college and career readiness program that gives the students the opportunity to prepare for life beyond the classroom. Thanks to the outstanding work of Principal Sanders and her team, Otterbeck Middle School provides unique opportunities for students to engage in the classroom in a variety of ways. They should be an example for other schools around the country. Thank you to Otterbeck Middle School for providing an incredible learning opportunity to the students in Tucson. Thank you, Principal Sanders and your team, for all the great work. Go Unicorns. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of our nation's founding document and to recognize Constitution Week, a time to celebrate the wisdom and foresight of our founding fathers and recommit ourselves to the values that define America. I also want to recognize the Tombstone chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution for all their work promoting Constitution Week across southern Arizona. This week, 247 years ago, our Constitution was ratified, giving birth to a nation conceived in the ideals of freedom and democracy, governed by the consent of we the people, not the whims of an overseas monarch. It established the United States as a nation of laws, where institutions are respected and all citizens are afforded a presumption of innocence and the right to a fair and speedy trial. It gave a separation of powers between the different branches of government, preventing the concentration and abuse of power in any single entity. Our Constitution is our cornerstone and our roadmap. As Americans, we have a responsibility to uphold these values and ideals to ensure it continues guiding us for generations to come. On this Constitution Week, let us reflect on the principles of liberty and democracy enshrined in the Constitution and recommit ourselves to the ideals that make America truly exceptional. God bless the United States of America. And with that, I do yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are just 11 days away from a government shutdown, and let me be clear, a shutdown would be a disaster for the American people. A shutdown would disrupt vital services, halt disaster relief, and put countless federal employees out of work. We simply cannot afford to go down that path. Speaker Johnson made the deliberate choice to tie the SAVE Act, which seeks to create burdensome barriers to voting, directly to the government spending bill. He's setting himself up to fail to push a voter suppression bill. This is just another attempt to make it harder for Americans to participate in our democracy. We already have processes in place to verify citizenship during registration. Only citizens can vote in U.S. federal elections. Let me repeat that. Only citizens can vote in U.S. federal elections. Study after study shows that non-citizen voting is not affecting our elections. It's a federal crime for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. And non-citizens who violate the law and attempt to vote anyway face prison time and deportation. Here's the plain truth. At Donald Trump's orders, extreme MAGA Republicans are holding government funding hostage unless they can impose some of the most radical pieces of Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda. Instead of wasting time with political games, Republicans must stop following the former president's orders and join Democrats in a bipartisan effort to pass a short-term funding extension free of poison pills so we can keep the government open and complete a bipartisan government funding process this year. We did it last year and we can do it again. Instead of focusing on the needs of the American people, extreme MAGA Republicans are more interested in playing puppet for Donald Trump. Let's be clear, Donald Trump wants to shut down the federal government. Is this really the leadership the American people deserve, or just a chaotic circus of partisan political games? This is not how you govern. This is how you create chaos. Instead of collaborating for the good of the country, they're threatening a shutdown just to appease a former president. Are they representing their constituents or just following orders directly from Mar-a-Lago? Let's not forget, a government shutdown doesn't impact politicians. It harms everyday Americans. But for some Republicans, it's just another opportunity for partisan political theater. The American people are tired of the Trump show. They want results. I came to Congress to get things done. We are on track to be the least productive Congress in our nation's history because Trump Republicans continue to play partisan political games. Let's put people over politics and come together to pass a clean, continuing resolution that supports the needs of our constituents and keeps the government open for business. We owe it to the American people to prioritize their well-being and their best interests. I'll work with anyone and everyone to keep the government open, and a bipartisan path in a divided Congress is the only way forward. Let's stop wasting time and fund the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the importance of agriculture education. National Teach Ag Day is for anyone who wants to celebrate school-based agriculture education, share the story of agriculture education's importance and effectiveness in the United States, and encourage students to consider careers as agriculture educators. This recognition of agriculture education is more important than ever. The average American farmer is around 57 years old, a statistic that underscores the urgent need for agriculture education. Inspiring the next generation of agriculture leaders is critical for our food security, and this encouragement begins in the classroom. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I've had the privilege of meeting with agriculture educators and students in Pennsylvania and throughout the country. Programs like the Future Farmers of America and the 4-H strongly advocate advancing agriculture education and exposing our youth to the agriculture industry. In July, I met with the Pennsylvania FFA state officers here in our nation's capital. We discussed the many career opportunities in the agriculture field and the vital needs of a robust agriculture industry. We interact with agriculture at least 3 times a day, and the students must have the opportunity to learn about the industry and its career opportunities. Madam Speaker, each one of us can play a role in advocating for agriculture education. Now more than ever, we must recognize that food security is national security, and a nation that cannot feed itself is a nation in turmoil. As I mentioned earlier, we are at a critical point in our agricultural history. With the average age of our farmers hovering around 57 years old, it is essential that we develop the next generation of farmers. To support the next generation of farmers, I included provisions in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 that bolster new and beginning farmers by increasing access to credit and crop insurance, supporting research, extension, and education activities, and improving program delivery at USDA. As a senior member of the Education Workforce Committee, the co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, co-chair of the 4-H Caucus, and a proud member of the FFA Caucus, I'm passionate about achieving agricultural education in our schools. Teach Ag Day highlights the importance of agriculture education in our schools and communities. It's not just about learning how to farm, it's about understanding the science, technology, and business behind agriculture. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our agriculture educators across the country, the Commonwealth, and in the 15th Congressional District. Their dedication and hard work are the foundation of our agricultural future, and the guidance that they provide prepares the next generation of farmers, producers, and ranchers. I always enjoy my meetings with FFA and 4-H students, and our conversations give me great hope in the direction of our agriculture community. Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd like to once again thank all those involved in agricultural education and empowering our next generation of farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of former Alabama State Senator Priscilla Dunn, who passed away on Tuesday, September 17th, at the age of 80. A lifelong educator and trailblazing public servant, Senator Dunn dedicated her life to the betterment of her community and the state of Alabama. In 1961, she graduated from Abrams High School in Bessemer, where she served as cheer captain and the first Miss Abrams High. After receiving her bachelor's degree from the Alabama State University and her master's degree from the University of Montevallo, Senator Dunn's passion for education drove her to the Alabama school system, where she served as a public school teacher for more than 3 decades. Motivated by the pursuit of justice, Senator Dunn spent 24 years in the Alabama legislature, first in the House and then in the Senate. She held numerous leadership positions in organizations throughout Jefferson County, Alabama, including president of the Concerned Citizens of Bessemer Cutoff for 16 years and coordinator of the Jefferson County Democratic Conference. Senator Dunn was a true public servant. As a school teacher, as well as a Sunday school teacher, she was definitely guided by her abiding faith, and she always practiced what she preached. On a personal note, I was blessed to have known Senator Dunn and her wonderful family. As Alabama's first Black Congresswoman, I stand on the shoulders of amazing leaders like Senator Dunn, who opened the doors for me and many others. She was a grand dame whose footsteps we, as Black women elected officials in Alabama, are blessed to follow. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the extraordinary life of former Alabama Senator Priscilla Dunn. May her legacy live on the many lives that she impacted and touched. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark the one-year anniversary of Hamas's vicious and horrific attack on Israel. As we all know, in the early morning of October the 7th, Hamas invaded and brutally attacked Israel and her people, murdering over 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, including 35 Americans. These terrorists violently took hostages, including Americans. In the weeks after the attacks, I watched a 47-minute video taken on October the 7th, and I watched it along with other members of Congress. All of us who saw the images and heard the words and the language of that day were horrified. The savagery, the barbarism, and the violence and the pure hatred against Israel and the Jewish people is indescribable on that video, but yet we all know what happened. Indeed, the world changed forever on that day. And now, here we are 1 year later, Hamas still has innocent hostages captive, and we continue to see a rise in anti-Semitism across the globe and in our own nation. Now, I'm honored to serve as chairman of something called the House Knesset Parliamentary Friendship Group. I'm also proud that the group is bipartisan. In July, I traveled to Israel to meet with Speaker of the Knesset, Ohana, and also Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. When I was there, I reiterated that the United States House of Representatives continues to stand with Israel. I told the Israeli leadership that our nation will ensure that Israel will have the resources that it needs to defend itself. I also had the opportunity to visit Kfar Azar, which is a kibbutz in southern Israel, as well as the site of the tribe of the Nova Music Festival with the Israeli Defense Forces. I've got to tell you, it was deeply moving to stand where Hamas invaded, likely just murdered and butchered so many innocent Israelis. When I was there, I met and I talked with family members, and I heard the real-life stories of those who survived, those who are being held captive, and those who were brutally and viciously mutilated and murdered. Madam Speaker, I've got to tell you that I'm truly impressed by the resilience of the Israeli people, by their hope and their strong morale against the barbarism that tries to stifle the will of Israel. The United States stands unequivocally with our greatest ally in the Middle East, that being Israel. Israel fights an enemy that not only seeks the elimination of Israel, but more broadly, the elimination of Western values like freedom and liberty and democracy. Prime Minister Netanyahu told us as much when he spoke right here, giving a joint address to a joint session of Congress back in July. It is so important that we come together and ensure that Israel has the resources that it needs so that they can support and they can combat this evil. We also continue to condemn the blatant and brazen forms of anti-Semitism that have arisen here in the United States and certainly around the world. Such hatred can't be tolerated. Can't be tolerated in the halls of Congress or anywhere else in this country or in the world. It's really a matter of good versus evil and life versus death. Israel and the U.S. are committed to defeating Hamas and ensuring that all the hostages are returned home. But we can't stop there. We've got to work together to wipe terrorism off of the face of the earth. And we've got to make sure that Israel can live in peace with her neighbors. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, I want to honor a powerful community mother in our district. She's an advocate. She's been a social worker for over 40 years. Our community mother, Mary Turner, serves with so much incredible commitment to community. Mary's faith, Catholic faith, drove her to service. In Southwest Detroit, where there's 20 different ethnicities, you will find someone who has a story about Mary helping their family. She brings so much heart and humanity to everything that she does, helping families navigate our broken, inhumane immigration system that too often work against them. Her commitment to justice, equality, and compassion reminds us of essential contributions that our Latino neighbors make every day in our nation. Mary doesn't just serve our community, she empowers us. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and more than 63 million Hispanic and Latino Americans in our country, let's honor people like Mary Turner and continue to fight for a future where every person, regardless of their background, has access to opportunities they deserve. Thank you, Mary Turner, for your many years of service. You continue to inspire us all. This month, I joined Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and our Wayne County Executive Warren Evans for a town hall to discuss the impending radioactive waste shipments that are coming to Michigan from New York. This waste and thousands of other truckloads our residents never hear about comes to our community, right into our backyard, because Michigan has become the country's hazardous waste dumping ground. Wayne County, the largest county in Michigan, is home to 6 of Michigan's 8 hazardous waste dumps. Our laws must change, Madam Speaker. We must protect our residents. I don't know if folks know, but it costs about $13 to dispose a ton of waste in a landfill in Wisconsin. But it only costs 36 cents in Michigan. We've made ourselves the most attractive place in our nation to dump hazardous waste, while surrounded by 84% of our country's surface fresh water. It doesn't make sense. The truth is, our environmental protection laws aren't strong enough to protect our people. They certainly do not go far enough, again, to protect working families and communities of color. I introduced the Cumulative Impacts Act that would require the EPA and NEGL to consider cumulative impacts of pollution on our communities when it considered permit facilities like this one, and reject those permits when they would put our health at risk. We need to pass this bill and more. Our residents are getting sick every single day while we do nothing. Madam Speaker, we are witnessing the Israeli government carry out a genocide in Gaza. Recently, the Gaza Ministry of Health released a 649-page document with the name, age, ID number of 34,344 Palestinians killed in Gaza who have been identified. Most of them are women, children, and their elderly. This is just the identified individuals. Many public health experts believe the death toll will climb. Every single day, higher numbers will come out due to disease and starvation. There are thousands more who are dismembered, unrecognizable, or buried beneath the rubble. But behind these numbers are real people who have their future stolen, their lives forever changed. The first 14 pages alone are names of babies, I wish my colleagues would look at it, who were under the age of 1 when they were killed. 14 pages of babies' names. That's 710 babies that the Israeli government has murdered. This is not self-defense, this is genocide. How can anyone justify this? Madam Speaker, if I may, I would like to submit for the record, into the congressional record, the list of the children.
Without objection.
We are living through one of, again, the most documented horrific crimes against humanity in our history. Again, these are children who did not live to see their first birthday. We cannot normalize this, Madam Speaker. My colleagues continue to be silent. I wonder if it's because these babies are Palestinian. They're children. That's it, they're children. I can't believe I have to consistently remind my colleagues that Palestinians are also human beings. Our tax dollars paid for this. U.S. weapons are being used to commit war crimes in violation of our own U.S. Leahy laws and international laws. But many of my colleagues in the Biden-Harris administration continue to send bombs to kill children. This is not working tirelessly for a ceasefire. If the Biden-Harris administration wants a ceasefire, they should stop sending the bombs and the weapons. We must stop arming and funding genocide. I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a Tennessee hero who has dedicated his life to serving and protecting the members of his community, Van Buren County Sheriff Michael Brock. Sheriff Brock has shown outstanding loyalty to and performed exemplary service for his community. He should be recognized for his selfless actions, which go beyond his duties as sheriff. The people of Van Buren County, Tennessee know their sheriff to be hardworking, compassionate, and sincere. Sheriff Brock does everything he can to protect his community under any and all conditions. For example, when Sheriff Brock learned that 2 of his townspeople were in danger due to knee-deep snow and sub-zero temperatures plaguing the Tennessee area of Van Buren County last January, he immediately set out to protect and assist them in any way possible. The first was a gentleman with a medical condition who had wandered towards the woods away from his mother's home on the night of January 15th. He was reported missing on the 16th, and Sheriff Brock immediately organized a search from the residence, tracking footsteps and working late into the night, only calling off the search when it became too dangerous for the search team to continue their efforts. Sheriff Brock demonstrated kindness and empathy as he personally updated the family through every effort, working closely with the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency and the nearby state park officials. Devastatingly, the missing gentleman who was rescued from falling off a 700-foot drop in the forest later succumbed to his injuries. Even after the search, Sheriff Brock was the first to console the family, moving from protecting them physically to fortifying their hearts. As the winter storm raged on, Sheriff Brock soon learned that a citizen on the outskirts of town needed critical medication. She had just undergone numerous surgeries and spent over a month in the hospital. But icy roads and near her home and had stranded her nurse and prevented her from getting needed medications. Sheriff Brock saw that she was taken care of, driving across multiple counties to retrieve the medication. The roads were so hazardous that the trip took 4 times the normal period to make that journey. Time was not a concern to Sheriff Brock, but her safety and health certainly were. Sheriff Brock's actions and timely rescue meant she was saved from further medical complications and readmission to the hospital. Madam Speaker, Sheriff Brock is a blessing and a credit to his department, community, and people. His actions and tireless protection of his community have left people with a sincere sense of security, knowing that they have him and his department watching out for them. He expects no praise, no credit, and notice of his tireless selflessness. However, today, I rise to recognize him. His leadership and heroism serve as an example to us all. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the heroics of Kevin Wolverton Sr., who recently stepped up in harrowing circumstances to rescue a 3-year-old girl who had fallen into a quarry full of water. Mr. Wolverton, a Nashville native who works at a nearby auto dealership in Lebanon, Tennessee, found the little girl floating on her side when he pulled her onto the rocks nearby and performed CPR. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt he saved this young girl's life. She was later able to thank him for doing so after a full recovery just a few days later. A grandfather himself, Kevin Wolverton Sr., stepped up to save the day. He couldn't be prouder, or we couldn't be prouder of his life-saving actions. I hope all members will join me in recognizing and thanking Mr. Wolverton for his tremendous display of bravery. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not surprising, but I disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on a myriad of issues, but that's okay. At times, disagreement is important. Only speaking with those who agree with us insulates us from ideas that may challenge our views, instead reaffirming our own biases and avoiding new ideas. The two-party system is important. Hearing different perspectives and different stories is valuable, especially in a body tasked with making decisions for a diverse set of people. But despite our various policy or personal disagreements, we should agree on this. It is dangerous to repeat Kremlin talking points. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have only seen this disturbing trend grow. An indictment filed this month alleges that Russian state media employees funneled $10 million to a Tennessee-based media company, Tenet, for Russia-friendly content. Tenet's media influencers have a collective 7 million subscribers on YouTube and more than 7 million followers on X. While we are no stranger to Russian misinformation campaigns, they are clearly adapting and evolving in their efforts. This month, intelligence officials said that Russia's activities are more sophisticated than in previous cycles. They are using authentic U.S. voices to launder Russian government propaganda and spread socially divisive narratives through major social media. Their goal is simple: to convince millions of people that Russia's war against Ukraine is justified and influence them to support politicians who agree. It's simple, and in today's online obsessed world, it's dangerously effective. Once this type of content takes off, it's impossible to reverse its course. Russia's ability to penetrate American minds goes beyond social media. And yes, we have seen it take hold in this very body. When some across the aisle vocally opposed aid to Ukraine, Russia celebrated. The host of a Kremlin-run show said, quote, "Well done, Republicans, that's good for us." Earlier this year, a prominent Republican in leadership acknowledged this trend, saying, quote, "We see directly coming from Russia communications that are anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia messages, some of which we even hear being uttered on the House floor," end of quote. Another Republican admitted Russian propaganda has, quote, "infected a good chunk of this party's base." Despite our differences, the quoted members and I clearly see how alarming this is. As public servants, it's our duty to obtain information from reliable sources and speak on behalf of our constituents, not the Russian Federation. When American leaders parrot Russian talking points, we give Putin the upper hand. We undermine our national security, and we fail the American people. And now, as Russia's tactics evolve, we have to be more vigilant than ever. Despite what some might suggest, Vladimir Putin is a vicious tyrant, and American voices repeating his lies is an affront to our values as a nation and a threat to global democracy. I encourage common-sense leaders, especially those across the aisle, to choose truth. We may not have control of the misinformation that appears online or the influencers who unknowingly serve as Russia's, quote, "useful idiots," but we do have control over our own words. When members are spouting blatant lies from the Kremlin, you have a responsibility to your country to place the truth above all else. You have a responsibility to tell the American people why we support Ukraine and not Russia, and why democracy must win against autocracy. To those afraid of name-calling or condemnation, I say this: criticism is a small price to pay for the preservation of truth. Years from now, your party and your country will thank you for your courage to stand up for the truth in the face of tyranny. And I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my direct concern over the United States Department of Defense's lack of agility when it comes to warfare. Recently, my office hosted our annual Defense Roundtable with defense companies both in and out of my district. The theme of this year's Defense Roundtable was how to increase the readiness, engagement, agility, and delivery of lethality to the Department of Defense. It was quite telling that these companies reaffirmed the troubling RAND Defense report, which explained that the U.S. defense industrial base is not prepared to engage in all-out warfare. The modern-day axis of evil, China, Russia, and Iran, continue to work round the clock to advance their military capabilities and cause further chaos in the world, while the U.S. is woefully lagging behind. China continues to take steps that threaten the democracy of Taiwan. Russia continues its offensive in Ukraine, and Iran has sent hundreds of missiles toward Israel through its use of proxies throughout the region. Make no mistake, if America does not take monumental steps to reform, modernize, and expand our defense capabilities, and in a rapid manner, then we will be in a difficult position choosing which allies we can help around the world. During our Defense Roundtable discussions, it was made clear that as the U.S. military stands today, we are not ready. We must immediately take significant steps to become ready. World circumstances demand that we do. A major point of discussion that was emphasized multiple times by the industry was the red tape and bureaucracy surrounding every government-funded project. Congress must rid of unnecessary regulations and allow our American engineers, scientists, and great thinkers to innovate and streamline our defense programs. A key issue discussed was the fact that the foreign military sales process must obtain 18 different approvals, whereas in other countries such as Japan, it takes only one. While extra oversight can at times be beneficial, given the state of the world, America must be willing to take on more levels of risk to keep pace with our adversaries. It is well past time for Congress to take steps to eliminate these unnecessary provisions, encourage defense contractors to take on more risk, understanding that there may be failures along the way, and ultimately put ourselves in a strong position to combat the axis of evil that we face now and those we will face in the future. In the words of former President Dwight Eisenhower, a vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions, end quote. And I would add not only of vast proportions, but also agile and innovative. Eisenhower's words still ring true today. It is imperative that Congress steps up to the plate to reduce these unnecessary regulations at the federal level so our defense industry can be lethal, agile, and ready once more to accept the challenges of this increasingly dangerous world. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Jessica Alana Sanchez, who was born and raised in my community of El Paso, Texas, and sadly passed away in July at the age of 38 after a courageous battle with cancer. She leaves behind a 4-year-old daughter, her husband, a sister, parents, and extended family, many of whom are my constituents. I met Jessica as a young woman when she and I were volunteering on a local campaign. From the first time I met her, it was clear that she was a brilliant individual who was guided by a strong sense of responsibility towards social justice. When Jessica was enrolled in Mesita Elementary School, she participated in a rally to protest a plan to build a nuclear waste facility in the outskirts of our community in El Paso. She was a brave and outspoken girl and wanted to voice her classmates' worries about the negative effects on the environment if the facility were to come to fruition. After months of protests, the site was never built and the community prevailed. She continued to advocate for people while at El Paso High School, and her advocacy transcended our borders. She was particularly concerned about drug cartel violence and the disappearance and murders of hundreds of women factory workers across the border from us in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. She petitioned city leaders on both sides of the border to take action to curb violence and to safeguard those vulnerable workers. Her activism and community involvement were evident to others. She attended Stanford University for her undergraduate degree and Boston University Law School. Incensed by our country's failed immigration policies and actions that gave rise to the separation of families, Jessica decided to return to California. She would go on to work on advocacy on behalf of migrants and refugees at the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights in Los Angeles. Jessica was also a mother to her daughter, Layla. She raised Layla to embody her core values of fairness, equality, and give back to her community. She felt it was her obligation that Layla be raised to speak out as a woman in our society and be proud of her Latina heritage and family background. It was not all about politics. Jessica and Layla also had fun singing and dancing and reading books. They enjoyed making arts and crafts together and decorating their annual Christmas tree with projects made throughout the year. They watched children's television shows like Sesame Street and Bluey and spent summer afternoons playing in their neighborhood park and feeding the ducks there. Jessica was a woman of faith and believed strongly that we are all tasked with utilizing our God-given rights and God-given gifts and talents to journey in solidarity with those we encounter in life and contributing to the common good. I close by sharing a reflection Jessica delivered as an intern with the Catholic community in June 2009 during a Sunday service at Stanford's Memorial Church. It captures her philosophy and her outlook on Christian discipleship that she practiced throughout her young life very well. Jessica's reflection is as follows. I remember the first time I answered my call to service. My home parish in El Paso, Texas, sponsors a Thanksgiving dinner for homeless residents in our binational community. My family and I showed up at the church cafeteria and were assigned the task of serving guests plates of food. I was 8 years old and extremely intimidated by strangers. Anxiety grew in the pit of my stomach as I carried a meal to my first guest, an older woman in a Dallas Cowboys jersey. As I placed the plate in front of her, she glanced up. She didn't speak, but there was a calm gratitude in her eyes. I felt connected to her. God opened my heart in that moment and enveloped me with peace. For the first time, I understood the gift of service. It has made an indelible impression upon me. My commitment to service played a huge role in my decision to accept the intern position with our Catholic community at Stanford. I was called to give back to a community that supported me in my time of need. Those were Jessica's beautiful words. On behalf of El Paso, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to Jessica's family. Jessica left us too soon, and I and everyone who knew her will cherish our memories with her. I'm proud to honor the life of Jessica Alana Sanchez and ask that my colleagues join me in recognizing her lifetime commitment to advocating for her community. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Mrs. Speaker, I request unanimous support to address the House for 5 minutes.
Lady is recognized.
I rise today to honor the incredible achievements of two outstanding young men from the Rio Grande Valley. Dimitri Ayala, a McAllen resident and recent high school graduate, has made us all proud by winning first place at the International Powerlifting Federation Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championship in Malta. Dimitri's dedication and discipline serves as an inspiration to all of us. I would also like to recognize Sergio Lerma from Donna, Texas, who earned a second place in the same competition. Both of these young athletes have showcased not only their physical strength, but their perseverance and commitment to excellence. Their accomplishments represent the best of South Texas, and we are incredibly proud to have them as part of our community. Congratulations, Dimitri and Sergio, on your remarkable achievements. Today, I have the distinct honor of welcoming home Chief Michael Sandoval of the United States Navy from his deployment in Djibouti, Africa. Senior Chief Sandoval led the boat maintenance facility, overseeing 22 sailors and ensuring that all patrol boats were ready for critical missions in the area. His leadership and dedication were vital to as his team launched and operated 4 patrol boats to safeguard Navy vessels, maintaining a strong security posture and a 360-degree perimeter until all vessels were safely departed. In addition to their vigilant patrols, Senior Chief Sandoval and his team played a crucial role in training local Djibouti forces, enhancing their defensive tactics, and strengthening partnerships. His service exemplifies the best of our military, strong leadership, and a commitment to excellence and dedication to the security of our great nation. On behalf of our community, we welcome him home and thank him and his team for their service. Welcome home, Senior Chief Sandoval. God bless you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Barbara Sue Reeves, a remarkable woman from Alice, Texas, who passed away on August 21st, 2024, at the age of 73. Barbara dedicated her life to public service, working first as a city planner and a grant writer for numerous cities, including her last role with the city of Alice. Her efforts played a crucial part in shaping and improving the communities she served, making her legacy one of lasting impact. Barbara's love for her family and her dedication to her faith were central to her life. She is survived by her brother Alan and his family, who will carry on her memory with love and pride. Barbara was also known for her passion for running and her devotion to her local church, where she was active and a cherished member of her church. Her passing is a great loss to all those who knew her, but her contributions will never be forgotten. We send our deepest condolences to her family and loved ones. May her memory be a blessing and an inspiration to all of us. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Mr. Robert T. Scott as he is bestowed the prestigious title of President Emeritus of St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute in Buffalo, New York. Mr. Scott began his career as a religion teacher at St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute, affectionately known as St. Joe's, in 1971. Over the years, he served as a social studies teacher, vice principal, principal, and president. In 2001, Mr. Scott earned his Letters of Affiliation, the highest honor awarded by the Institute of Brothers of Christian Schools, the religious order that founded St. Joe's in 1861. Mr. Scott retired in 2018 after an extraordinary 48-year career at the all-boys high school. Throughout his career, Mr. Scott has exemplified the mission of St. Joe's to transform the lives of students from diverse backgrounds through academic excellence and care, rooted in a Lasallian Catholic community, developing and cultivating each student's unique talents in preparation for college and for life. The students that Mr. Scott impacted throughout his tenure have excelled in their personal and professional lives in large part due to his mentorship and dedication. Today, he continues to inspire all who know him, sharing his compassion and dedication to his family, friends, colleagues, and community. I have had the privilege of knowing Mr. Scott as my former principal and now my friend. The lessons he imparted went beyond academics. They instilled in me the values of integrity, leadership, and perseverance. For that, I am forever grateful and continue to carry his influence with me each and every day. In retirement, he has cherished the opportunity to spend more time with his beloved family, his wife, his children, his grandchildren, and his 4 brothers, creating lasting memories with those closest to him while still giving back to the institution he poured his life into. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Robert T. Scott on an inspiring career and the continuation of his commitment to education and the Lasallian tradition as President Emeritus of St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute. St. John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. Go St. Joe's Marauders. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of former Buffalo Common Council member Nick Bonifacio Jr., who passed on August 2nd. Nick was a hard-working and dedicated leader who made a lasting impact on Buffalo and everyone whose lives he touched. With deep roots in the city, he was one of 3 children born to Dominic J. Bonifacio Sr. and Ruth Boundy Bonifacio. After attending School 77, he graduated from Hutch Tech High School in 1966, where he was a leader on the field and on the court, competing on the baseball team, the cross-country team, and the varsity basketball team. In college, Nick became involved in mentoring and serving Buffalo youth. He was director of the Butler Mitchell Boys and Girls Club and worked to create a place for young people to find camaraderie and receive mentorship. Nick became a recreation instructor for the city of Buffalo in 1996, while also taking on the responsibilities of being the program director and an interim executive director for the Buffalo Police Athletic League. In 1999, he became a member of the Buffalo Common Council. During his tenure, he fought to make Buffalo better, taking on projects like cracking down on absentee landlords and creating what is now Freedom Park, along the Niagara River. Addressing health concerns, he's led a project to instill sidewalks and plant vegetation in Buffalo. While chair of the council's Police Reorganization Committee, and during his time as member of the Peace Bridge Advisory Panel, he protected residential neighborhoods and from commercial expansion. A baseball player at heart, he was a star pitcher and founded the Butler Mitchell baseball program in 1975. 4 years later, he was coaching 9 different teams. Nick even filled in when needed at a handful of Buffalo Bison's games. In 2010, as recognition for his love of and service through baseball, he was inducted in the Western New York Baseball Hall of Fame. He leaves behind his brother, Joseph, many loving nieces and nephews, and many, many friends. He will be missed. May my friend Nick Bonifacio rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tom Dell, who with his retirement will close Dell Brothers, a store in my hometown of Columbus, Indiana. I'm proud to say that the Pence family have been loyal customers for half a century. The Dell Brothers has been at the same location downtown since 1916, where it was originally opened by Tom's grandfather. It was passed down to his father and uncle, and then to Tom and his late brother, Mike. The store has been an institution throughout my life, and I'm sorry to see it close. I thank Tom for his work and wish him the best in his retirement. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jeff Cardwell, who has faithfully served our state for many, many years. Jeff has become a dear friend of the Pence family, serving as a trusted advisor for my brother Mike when he was governor of the state of Indiana and as I have been here in Congress. A graduate of Indiana Wesleyan University, Jeff gave back to his community as a member of the Indianapolis City Council for 4 years and later served as chairman of the Indiana Republican Party. Throughout everything, Jeff has shown his passion for helping others, making at least one mission trip to El Salvador every year for decades. We're blessed to have Jeff in our lives. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Greenwood native Grace Newfer, who recently won the silver medal for the 100-meter butterfly in the 2024 Summer Paralympics. Grace has brittle cornea syndrome and swims under the S3 classification, the least severe vision impairment. Grace represented the United States in the 2023 Parapan American Games in Chile, winning silver for the 50-meter freestyle. She's also a 3-time state qualifier during her time at Greenwood High School, and she now attends University of Akron. Grace has made her state and county proud, and it's an honor to recognize her massive achievements. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Frank Thompson, who passed away in July at the age of 84. Frank never met a stranger and was dedicated to his family, friends, and community. He prioritized economic development throughout his career, serving Franklin County, Batesville, Greensburg, and eventually on the Shelby County Chamber of Commerce. However, his favorite job was as Grand Ambassador at the Horseshoe Indianapolis in Shelbyville, furthering community outreach and public relations. We will miss his joy, dedication, and fun politics, which he never forgot to share. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, my friend Senator Jean Lysing, and their children Sharon, Jill, Jennifer, and Jeffrey. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Governor Eric Holcomb, who has served as governor of Indiana since 2017. An Indianapolis native and Hanover College graduate, Governor Holcomb is a lifelong Hoosier. After serving in the U.S. Navy for 6 years, he turned to politics, working for Indiana on staff in the House and the Senate, and as well as former Governor Mitch Daniels. Over his 2 terms in office, Governor Holcomb has worked to strengthen our economy, infrastructure, education system, and public health. Under his leadership, we finally completed I-69. This success came from the work of a generation of Hoosier leadership, and Governor Holcomb got it over the finish line. Today, I'm glad to recognize his legacy and thank him for his work in Indiana. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch for a lifetime of service to Indiana. A Purdue graduate, she began her political career as a Vanderburgh County Auditor and later was elected to the Vanderburgh County Board of Commissioners. She moved into statewide politics, serving as an Indiana State Representative, Indiana State Auditor, and now as our Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor Crouch has prioritized mental health throughout her tenure and is co-chair of the Indiana Mental Health Roundtable and chair of the Intellectual and Development Disabilities Task Force. I'm grateful for all Lieutenant Governor Crouch has done for the state of Indiana, and I'm even more proud to call her our family friend. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to an extraordinary philanthropist and humanitarian. A few weeks ago, Chicago lost one of our city's most esteemed benefactors, Ann Lurie. Originally from Florida, Ann chose Chicago, and specifically the 7th Congressional District, as her home in 1973. For over 27 years, I have had the honor of representing the nearly 800,000 people in the 7th District, one of the nation's largest and most diverse. Throughout this time, Ann Lurie and her husband Robert were steadfast supporters and catalysts for change within our community. Chicago is a city where people are inclined to do things their way, and Ann was no exception. Her way meant making profound difference, leaving nearly everything she touched better than she found it. I had the privilege of knowing and working with Ann for over 40 years. I witnessed firsthand her unwavering dedication to health care, education, and social justice. Her impact extended far beyond Chicago, reaching communities around the world. Ann funded countless initiatives in the 7th District. Her philanthropic journey began with her roots as a pediatric nurse, which laid the foundation for her lifelong commitment to improving health care. Her transformative $100 million donation to the Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago made an indelible mark on our city, creating a beacon of hope and healing for countless children and families, and establishing Chicago as a national center of medical renovation and excellence. Ann profoundly impacted education through her support for institutions like the University of Michigan and Northwestern University. By funding scholarships and research programs, she opened doors for countless students, fostering the next generation of leaders, innovators, and change makers. Ann's philanthropy was characterized by personal engagement. She was not a passive donor, but a hands-on advocate, often traveling to see the projects she funded firsthand to ensure her contributions were making the intended impact. The level of involvement spoke volumes about her character and the sincerity of her mission, making her a truly inspiring figure. Through the Ann and Robert H. Lurie Foundation, Ann championed global health initiatives from building rural schools in Ethiopia to supporting healthcare infrastructure in Kenya. Her efforts in Human Rights Watch in the Horn of Africa underscored her commitment to advocating for the often voiceless, ensuring that fundamental human rights and dignities are upheld, even in the most challenging circumstances. Her compassion and humanitarianism were immense, and many of her local contributions had a global impact. Mr. Speaker, Ann Lurie's philanthropy is a shining example of the profound difference one individual can make in the world. Her work is a testament to the power of compassion, dedication, and unwavering belief in the potential for positive change. Her passing is a tremendous loss, not just for the causes she championed, but for the lives she touched. She showed us that authentic leadership is about more than what one achieves for oneself. It is also about what one does for others. We extend our deepest condolences to her family and loved ones as we honor her life, her legacy, and her work. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Constitution Day, which we observed Monday, honoring the bravery and wisdom of the 39 men who signed the supreme law of the land on September 17, 1787, at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This pivotal document has truly shaped our nation's history. For over 2 centuries, the Constitution has guided us, reflecting the vision of our founding fathers. It creates a government that is accountable to the people and dedicated to protecting individual rights. The Constitution lays the foundation for our liberty, ensuring that America remains the freest nation in the world and secures the God-given rights that we cherish as Americans. As we reflect on its enduring legacy, let us remember that it embodies the values we uphold as a nation. Let this Constitution Day remind us of our sacred obligation to uphold its principles. We are here to serve the American people and protect their liberties, ensuring their rights are preserved for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate WFIR Radio in Roanoke, Virginia on its 100th anniversary. As the second oldest radio station in Virginia and one of the oldest commercial radio stations in our great nation, WFIR has been a cornerstone of our community since its founding in 1924. What began as the passionate hobby of Mr. Frank E. Maddox with his amateur station 3BIY evolved into a vital commercial station, thanks to the vision of the Richardson Wayland Electrical Corporation. They recognized the power of radio to connect communities and seized the opportunity to not just sell radios, but to enhance the lives of those in our region. Before WFIR, Roanokeers had no reliable radio source during the day and only sporadic signals at night. WFIR changed that reality, delivering a consistent and dynamic voice to the people of Roanoke. Today, it's a trusted source of news, information, and entertainment for countless Virginians. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate WFIR Radio on reaching this remarkable milestone and wish them continued success in the years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Vinton First Aid Junior Crew on its 50th anniversary. Back in 1973, 9 students from William Byrd High School showed interest in the Vinton First Aid Crew. After attending initial training to become CPR and American Red Cross Advanced First Aid Certified, the Vinton First Aid Junior Crew was officially formed in 1974. The original charter members, Kenneth Drury, Gary Honecker, Pete Spangler, Terry Fuqua, Mike Huddleston, Chris Stull, Ralph Hargis, Ray Sloan, and Danny Wood, showed us what it means to serve. These dedicated individuals were recently honored at the 2023 installation and Christmas banquet by the Vinton First Aid Crew in the town of Vinton. While their paths may have diverged over the years, with many pursuing profound careers in public service, they remain bonded by that shared commitment from their youth. 2 members, Chris Stoll and Danny Wood, achieved life member status with the Vinton First Aid Crew. Mr. Speaker, I hope my colleagues will join me in recognizing this incredible milestone. Their dedication to service over 50 years ago set a standard that continues to inspire today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Dan E. Carnes, a dedicated servant to our country and his community. A proud native of Roanoke, Dan enlisted in the U.S. Army at just 17 years old, completing 2 tours in Vietnam. After returning to Southwest Virginia, he completed his education and devoted himself to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Dan began his career as a clinical social worker and went on to manage a counseling center for combat veterans in Roanoke, ensuring that our heroes received the support they needed. He was a constant presence in the veteran community, taking on numerous volunteer and public service roles, always with humility and a profound commitment to his fellow veterans. He served on essential boards like the State Board of Mental Health, the Roanoke Redevelopment and Housing Authority, and the Blue Ridge Behavioral Health Care. Dan was also an active member of organizations such as the Rotary, Kiwanis, American Legion, and Veterans of Foreign Wars, among others. Dan survived by his beloved wife of 50 years, Nancy Walters Carnes. His dear friend, Captain Gary Powers, once said of him, quote, "an individual who selflessly dedicated his life to helping others in need." This is a true testament to a meaningful life well lived. Let us honor Dan's legacy by continuing to support our veterans and those in need in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable individual from Virginia's 6th District, Captain Leland Teets, and his service to our nation. Captain Teets embodies what it means to be a devoted American, and his birthday on June 25th marked 100 years of patriotism. Throughout World War II, Leland Teets served with the United States Army. He stormed Utah Beach on D-Day, survived 2 gunshot wounds to the leg from a German soldier. After his bravery on that fateful day, Captain Teets spent 153 days in England undergoing medical care before continuing to serve in the Battle of the Bulge. However, Captain Teets' legacy goes far beyond his military service. Returning home, he dedicated 35 years as a security officer for the Mount Weather facility in Clark County, Virginia, contributing to the safety of our community and our nation. I wish Captain Teets a belated happy birthday and extend our deepest gratitude and best wishes on behalf of Virginia's 6th District.
The gentleman from Virginia yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the incredible women of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Great Lakes region. This Saturday, the Great Lakes region will celebrate its centennial anniversary, and for over 100 years, our region has risen to the call to serve all mankind in our communities across 5 states: Michigan, Ohio, West New York, Western Pennsylvania, and Western Virginia, with 97 graduate and undergraduate chapters, all united in a common cause to serve our communities and to serve all mankind. The Great Lakes region is home to over 7,000 accomplished, intelligent, dedicated, and service-oriented members, including the members of my own chapter, Zeta Theta Omega. I'm honored to recognize the work this region has done and continues to do for the people of the Great Lakes region each and every day, united in our sisterhood's mission. We represent a variety of occupations and disciplines, but we come together because we are truly greater together. And we always dedicate our work to the things that are worthwhile, and we always do it with a smile. Together, we're making a real difference in our communities, and I am so proud to be a part of this powerful sisterhood. Finally, I'd like to specifically recognize Gwendolyn Kirtley, the Great Lakes Regional Director, for her leadership, and the many regional directors of the past who have made the Great Lakes region soar and thrive. We are thankful for their commitment to our sisterhood and to their service as we celebrate our last 100 years and prepare for 100 more. So once again, congratulations to all of the members of the Great Lakes region as we celebrate our centennial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Ohio yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor Jones Boots of Vernon County, Missouri, as our 4th Congressional District September Small Business of the Month. From the humble beginnings of 2 employees and an inventory of just 500 pairs of boots, Jones Boots has expanded their selection over the years to more than 6,000 pairs. They've renovated their building, always focused on the customer. Jones Boots has been in business since 1974, and they have operated in pretty much the same building they are in to this day. Jones Boots has been in the Jones family for more than 4 generations and is now run by Caleb and Caden. We're proud to see their hard work, success, and dedication to quality customer service. Congratulations, Jones Boots. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor our September Veteran of the Month, Mrs. Charla Howard of Dallas County. Charla served in the U.S. Army and sustained an injury during training that led to her eventually being medically discharged. It bothered Charla that she could not deploy with her platoon in the military, so she searched for other ways to serve her country and our nation's veterans. She paid for and completed college alone as a single mother, and in 2016 was inspired by her late husband to become a disabled American veteran life member at the chapter in Butler, Missouri. Charla volunteers her time as a chapter service officer, where she assists veterans with completing paperwork to file for VA benefits. She also serves as a treasurer and bingo chairman for her chapter. Charla has logged more than 2,000 volunteer hours since August of 2023. Congratulations to our September Veteran of the Month. Thank you for your service in the Army, and thank you for your unwavering commitment to veterans. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Osceola Cheese, our October Small Business of the Month in the great 4th Congressional District of Missouri. Established in 1944, Osceola has provided cheese, beef jerky, various meat selections. I know you're getting hungry, Mr. Speaker, and also specialty sauces and mixes to Missouri and to the United States. With the business growing, they acquired a new building in 1946, including 15 trucks. They were collecting milk from 1,000 dairy farmers across our great state. You know, when Truman Lake began to develop, the business relocated to 13 Highway and officially changed from Riverview Cheese to Osceola Cheese in St. Clair County. Osceola has continued to expand with facility redesigns, new flavors, and new snacks. They have more than 275 varieties of cheese, from mild cheddar to chocolate cheese. That's right, I said chocolate cheese. Congratulations to Osceola Cheese for 79 years of success. And Mr. Speaker, say along with me, 79 years of great cheese. Say cheese. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor our October Veteran of the Month, Jenny Fletcher of Webster County. Jenny joined the Missouri Army National Guard in 2007 as a welder and deployed to Afghanistan from 2010 to 2011. She served with Missouri ADT 4 missions, an agribusiness development team that improved local agriculture and business infrastructure. Jenny's fondest memories include her women's engagement team teaching Afghan children first aid and organizing activities. The team also empowered local women by teaching them to raise chickens, to grow crops, and create sellable items. After completing her service as an E4 specialist in 2017, Jenny worked for the state of Missouri. Right now, she supervises benefit programs for the Missouri Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much for your dedication and service. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Mrs. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate the first woman in history to score 1,000 points in a single WNBA season, the Las Vegas's own A'ja Wilson. I had the honor of witnessing A'ja make history last Sunday against the Connecticut Suns, where her signature fadeaway mid-range jumper landed her in the history books once again. A'ja and the rest of the back-to-back World Championship Vegas Aces are well known for breaking records, but this one felt particularly special. Thank you, A'ja, and everyone in the Vegas Aces families for making your city proud. We look forward to cheering you all on as the Aces get one step closer to going back to back to back this year. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a monumental achievement for Northeast Florida. I speak none other than Fernandina Beach's own 19-year-old skating phenom, Po Penson, who made history as skateboarding at the 2024 Olympics in Paris. From an early age, friends and parents alike at Main Beach Skate Park were impressed by her skills. Mr. Speaker, she started competing when she was only 6 years old. From her small town roots to the international stage of the Olympics, her hard work and talent catapulted her to finishing 5th in the world, exemplifying the grit and passion of both our community and America. Mr. Speaker, Fernandina Beach, her hometown of Fernandina Beach, went full Po Penson, had the fever of Po Penson. We had countless yard signs that said simply, "Go Po." to a watch party of watching the women's skateboarding event. You had to get up before dawn to go attend the party, and it was packed. Mr. Speaker, her hometown was all in on Po Penson. So, Mr. Speaker, not long ago, skateboarding wasn't even an Olympic sport, yet here we are, having witnessed Po's debut in the women's street skateboarding event. Just last month, the Fernandina Beach City Commission honored Po by naming the main beach skate park after her. I ask my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to join me today in recognizing this exceptional young woman. To Po, your hometown and your country is extremely proud of you, and we cannot wait to see you shred at Po Penson Park again. Very proud of her, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize a remarkable and historic milestone that unites two communities across the Atlantic Ocean. It is with great pride and joy that I announce the official designation of Old Forge, Pennsylvania, and Filito, Italy, as sister cities. This designation not only honors our shared heritage, but also strengthens the bond of friendship and cultural exchange between our two communities. Old Forge, situated in the heart of northeastern Pennsylvania, has long been a beacon of Italian-American culture, known affectionately as the pizza capital of the world. Old Forge boasts a rich history that is deeply intertwined with the Italian immigrant experience. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, waves of immigrants from Filito, a picturesque town in the Campania region of southern Italy, made their way to Old Forge, then known as Mudtown. Their arrival marked the beginning of a new chapter in the community's history, bringing with them their traditions, their values, and of course, their beloved culinary heritage. Filito, located in the province of Salerno, is renowned for its artisanal fusilli pasta and its vibrant annual celebration, the Fusillo Festival. This festival is a testament to Filito's commitment to family, community, and the joy of food. The town's dedication to preserving its cultural traditions and fostering a strong sense of community is mirrored in the town of Old Forge. The Felites Association of Old Forge, now in its 35th year, hosts the city's annual Felites Italian Festival on the second weekend in September in commemoration of Our Lady of Constantinople, who has been venerated in the town of Filito since 1790. Now, much like Filito's Fusillo Festival, this annual celebration stands as a proud homage to Old Forge's Italian roots by celebrating the rich tapestry of Italian culture through home-cooked food and music with family, friends, and neighbors. It is a cherished tradition that underscores the deep connections that bind our two communities. The sister city designation between Old Forge and Filito represents more than just a symbolic gesture. It is a recognition of the shared heritage and enduring ties that unite the two places. It honors the legacy of the Italian immigrants who contributed so profoundly to Old Forge, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the United States of America, and acknowledges the vibrant culture that continues to thrive today. This partnership will strengthen economic ties and enhance the mutual understanding between our two communities. It is a celebration of our shared history and a commitment to continuing the traditions that have enriched our lives and nations. As we commemorate this new chapter in the relationship between Old Forge and Toledo, let us honor the contributions of the Italian immigrants who helped shape our communities. Their legacy lives on in the vibrant celebrations, the delectable cuisine, and the strong sense of community that defines both Old Forge and Toledo. As a member of the U.S. House representing Northeastern Pennsylvania, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on this historic announcement and achievement. May this sister city relationship continue to flourish and to bring us ever closer. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the village of Sleepy Hollow. Nestled on the Hudson River just 20 miles north of New York City, the village of Sleepy Hollow is 5.2 square miles of history and intrigue. Immortalized by Washington Irving's spooky tale about the Headless Horseman, the real Sleepy Hollow, however, isn't haunted or a place of nightmares, but rather a community of men and women living out their American dreams. Some famous residents include former Vice President of the United States and Governor of New York, Nelson Rockefeller, Olympic gold medal winning decathlete Caitlyn Jenner, and Pearl Harbor survivor and Bronze Star recipient Armando Chick Galella. It is the home of Phelps Hospital, J.P. Doyle's, the Rockefeller State Park Preserve, the Sleepy Hollow Lighthouse, and Sleepy Hollow Country Club, and more. And yes, their Halloween parades and great jack-o'-lantern blaze are a frighteningly good time, too. This past weekend, I was honored to join my Sleepy Hollow constituents to celebrate the historic village's incredible milestone. As I stood among friends, neighbors, and local leaders, I was filled with pride for what Sleepy Hollow represents: a rich heritage, strong community values, and a bright future ahead. Today, we are joined by several of the village board members, including Tom Andrus, Jared Rodriguez, James Husselby, and Deputy Mayor Denise Scaglione. Unfortunately, Mayor Martin Rutnya and trustees Patrick Sheeran and Lauren Connell couldn't join us today. But on behalf of the village of Sleepy Hollow and the residents and the United States House of Representatives, I'm honored to recognize our esteemed elected officials today and thank them for their dedicated service on behalf of the residents. Over the years, Sleepy Hollow has not only embraced its storied past, but also evolved into a thriving village that continues to honor its traditions while welcoming new growth and innovation. It's places like this that make New York's 17th Congressional District so special. And I want to thank all the Sleepy Hollow residents and stakeholders who throughout the course of this year have made this celebration such a great success. Their passion, dedication, and love for this community are what makes Sleepy Hollow such a unique and cherished place to call home. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona. For 5. One moment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solidarity with immigrant communities across the country, the people who we call our friends, neighbors, and loved ones. We know that immigrants serve a vital role in the fabric of our nation. Unfortunately, Donald Trump and his allies have spent their time and energy spreading lies about them. The most recent lies about immigrants are as dangerous as they are false, and they're part of the same tired playbook that we've seen from extremist Republicans time and time again. From Springfield, Ohio to Hudson County, New Jersey, immigrants are being vilified, threatened, and harassed. Immigrants don't feel safe going to work, picking up their children from school, or even going to their places of worship. This is a direct result of the dangerous rhetoric coming from the very top of the Republican Party, and it is unacceptable. It's past time that we return to the level of political discourse discourse that lifts immigrants up, not tears them down. I'm immensely proud to represent New Jersey's 8th Congressional District, a community that is over 40% foreign-born. I myself am the grandson of Cuban immigrants. Their story and the stories of so many in New Jersey and across the country are what make America great. Our district is proof that when we stand side by side with immigrant families embracing different ideas, cultures, and backgrounds, we make our community stronger. In Congress, I strive for leadership rooted in respect. And I would hope that all those who have the privilege of serving in elected office would do the same. That is how we promise a future for this country rooted in respect, rooted in integrity, and rooted in inclusivity. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair would like to remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize my daughter, Samantha Stelp. As many of you know, I will be leaving Congress at the end of my term this year, and so I would be remiss if I didn't recognize people that are very important in my life. But first, I want to say happy birthday, Samantha, because today it is her 39th birthday. Samantha's my husband and I's oldest child. And for those of you that don't know, over 30 years ago, I left my abusive ex-husband and my young daughter at the time, and I struggled. There were times when we had no place to live and no money. So Samantha and I have been through a lot. And then, of course, I happily got remarried. My husband, Joe, raised our daughter, Samantha. Now she's a grown woman. She has 4 kids of her own, my 4 grandkids. And she is absolutely amazing. I am so proud of her. She not only works full-time, she takes care of 4 kids ranging from 2 years old to 13 years old. But she finds time to go to the football games, the school activities, paints things, does projects. I mean, I don't even know where she gets these talents. Samantha, I just want to say I'm proud of you. Thank you for always supporting me. Thank you for always being there for me. I love you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my son, Jared Lesko. And as you know, I will be retiring from Congress this year, so I wanted to make sure I talked about the people important to me, including my son, Jared Lesko. Jared's my youngest child. He's 26 years old. Man, is my husband Joe and I proud of him. He's working in IT field, has a great job, very successful, and he's getting married next March to his high school or grade school sweetheart that he's known since 8th grade. I'm so excited. We're going to be going on a cruise for his wedding, and I'll see my youngest son get married then. He's getting married to his sweetheart, Audrey, and they're going to have a wonderful life. He bought a home last year, and I couldn't be prouder of him. He has been there supporting me from day one. I remember years ago, he would help me out in the Phoenix heat, register people to vote. We sat out at the Peoria Sports Complex, handed out water, asked people if they were registered to vote. And the entire family, I don't know how I convinced them, but I convinced my entire family to come help me, and he has always been there for me. I wish my son Jared much success, now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Arizona yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a good friend of mine that was a veteran in the Vietnam War, a union leader in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Thomas F. Carlin. We called him Tom Carlin. Tom was a great guy that sacrificed and worked so hard for working men and women of the DFW area. In addition to serving in Vietnam, Tom worked for American Airlines for 40 years, and he held various leadership positions throughout his union career, including vice president of the Texas AFL-CIO for nearly 35 years. Later in life, Tom battled the effects of Parkinson's disease that he picked up when he was in Vietnam, which was a result of his exposure to Agent Orange, which so many of our veterans have suffered from the 1960s during the Vietnam War. Tom was also, because of his work in labor, he was honored with induction to both the AFL, the Texas AFL-CIO, and the Texas Labor Management Hall of Fame. Tom has just been a great guy, a great friend, a great supporter. I know him and his wife, Peggy, very well. Tom was so proud of his son, who is a pilot for Delta Airlines, Tommy. Tommy has been with Delta for a while now. And I've never met Tommy in person, but because Tom was so proud of him and talked about his only child, I felt like I've known Tommy forever. But that's the kind of family that Tom and Peggy put together, just great people that not only cared about their own family, but their union family and veterans and all of North Texans, because that's what Tom worked hard for, was creating a better way of life for everybody. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I would give my condolences to the Carlin family and all of his union brothers and sisters and everybody in North Texas, because people will miss Tom Carlin and his big Irish smile and just friendliness that he always brought to the table. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Oh, bless the Lord with all our soul. May all that is within us bless your holy name. May this be a day where we keep our tongues from speaking evil of other people with opposing thoughts. May this be the day when we do not allow ourselves to speak deceitful words against those who have angered or frustrated us. But let all that is within us bless your holy name. May we commit ourselves to turn from evil and do good, even when the wrong seems easier or more expedient. May we dedicate ourselves not just to seek peace, but to pursue it. Let all that is within us bless your holy name. May we lift up holy hands, faithful hearts, and righteous minds without anger or dissension in prayer to you, not only on this day, but in all the days of our service to you and to your people. Let all that is within us bless your name, the name in which we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches for each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Telehealth Awareness Week. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and in recent years, telehealth services have added tremendous reach and value to communities across the country, especially in rural America. As a former healthcare professional who spent nearly 30 years serving rural populations, I appreciate how telehealth has increased access to care across rural communities like those that I'm proud to represent. It is essential that we protect this vital resource as a viable option for patients. During my time in Congress, I've been proud to have led efforts to expand telehealth services for veterans and members of the armed forces and their families. To continue this progress, last year I introduced the Bipartisan Health Act to cut red tape and permanently allow community health centers and rural health clinics to provide telehealth services to their patients, including audio-only telehealth appointments for Americans who may not have access to broadband or the necessary technology to complete video appointments. Mr. Speaker, telehealth is a crucial resource for providing care in the underserved communities, and I will continue to advocate for the expansion of this essential resource. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the passage of my bipartisan bill to cut back on wasteful government spending, the Live Beneficiaries Act. My bill, with my colleague Representative Gus Bilirakis, passed the House with unanimous bipartisan support this week. That level of support speaks to just how much sense this bill makes. It requires Medicaid to check the death records each quarter so they stop paying benefits to deceased enrollees sooner. See, between 2009 and 2019, more than $249 million in these improper payments were made across 14 states, $3.7 million in my state of Minnesota. A common sense bill in a town where more common sense is needed. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of St. Vladimir Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral in our district in Parma, Ohio. St. Vladimir Ukrainian Orthodox Church was established in 1924 to fulfill the spiritual and social needs of the newly arrived Ukrainians. After an increase in membership from World War II refugees, a new temple and parish center were built in Parma in 1958. Parishioners established educational opportunities on religion, Ukrainian language, dance, music, and art that have benefited the local community to this day. I commend St. Vladimir Cathedral for its role in producing upstanding citizens of Ohio's 7th Congressional District, and I wish them a very happy anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the hypocrisy of the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act. My Republican colleagues seem to have missed the irony of proposing this bill right now. During the month, we honor the contributions of the Latina community to its nation, knowing that immigrants contribute nearly $100 billion in federal taxes every year. So immigrants bail out federal programs with their labor and taxes, but it is the federal government that has to stop the bailouts? You missed me with that. Chicago and Illinois know migrants contribute to the economic and social vibrancy of our communities. So you have to ask yourself, why else would Republicans propose a policy that would strip Illinois billions in federal funds from states like New York, California, Illinois? Can you think of a reason? I can. It's a political stunt to take money from diverse communities and democratic cities. So let me tell you, I'll be voting no on H.R. 5717, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, hate has no place on Long Island. Recently, we Long Islanders witnessed a disturbing act of vandalism and hate targeting the BAPS temple in Melville, a sacred place for countless peaceful, family, and faith-focused Hindus who proudly call Long Island home. In response, I joined more than a dozen elected officials and religious and community leaders who stood together to send a clear message. Acts of hate and intolerance will never be tolerated in our communities. America's strength comes from our foundation of religious and political freedom. And when these core values are attacked, we unite as one. I'm proud of the bipartisan and united effort shown in standing with the BAPS community of Long Island in this difficult moment. Together, we will always rise to defend the principles that bind us as Americans and reject hate in all forms. Thank you, Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce a resolution recognizing Medical Research Week from September the 16th through September the 20th, 2024. This bipartisan resolution recognizes the breakthroughs of medical research, improving health outcomes, securing global competitiveness, boosting job creation, and educating the next generation of scientists, and strengthening our economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent Indiana's 7th Congressional District, which has become a healthcare innovation hub in America. In my district, the NIH has contributed $264 million in grants to 9 different research sites in 2023. In Indiana, the NIH has supported 5,300 jobs for Hoosiers and over $1.1 billion of economic activity. I urge my colleagues in joining me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Chief Justice Mike Heavican of the state of Nebraska, who has announced his retirement after almost 2 decades of exemplary service as the head of Nebraska's Supreme Court and its entire judicial branch. Through the years, the Chief Justice has led Nebraska's judiciary with integrity. Before his time on the bench, he served as a deputy county attorney, the U.S. attorney, and then the Chief Justice. Throughout his career, he has preserved the independence of our judiciary while collaborating with the state's leaders to strengthen its engagement with the public. During my time as Speaker of the Unicameral, I had the great honor of working with Chief Justice Heveken to establish the first and now annual tradition of the State of the Judiciary Address to our state's legislature. On behalf of the people of the 1st District, I want to extend best wishes to Chief Justice Heveken and our sincere gratitude for his decades of remarkable public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with passion and pride as an Ohioan to celebrate yesterday's Congressional Gold Medal recipients, Dorothy Vaughan, Katherine Johnson, Mary Jackson, and Dr. Christine Darden, and all the brilliant women who powered NASA's success during the space race. Katherine Johnson's calculation made the moon landing possible. Dorothy Vaughan became NASA's first black supervisor. Mary Jackson broke barriers as NASA's first black female engineer, and Dr. Christine Darden revolutionized supersonic flight. Known as hidden figures, they calculated rocket trajectories, Earth orbits, and solved complex problems. Their genius was hidden by the shadows of segregation. They were the brains behind one of the greatest operations in history, the launch of Ohio astronaut and former U.S. Senator John Glenn into orbit. Mr. Speaker, let us continue to honor their legacy in the days ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the National Society of High School Scholars announced that Lamaya Boone has been selected to join the prestigious organization. Boone is a sophomore at Kip Gaston College Preparatory. She is a member of her school's yearbook committee and the Dance Girls and the Panthers Marching Band. Boone is the daughter of Kennedy and LaToya Boone. Lamaya is now a member of an exclusive community of scholars, a community that represents the bright future of Eastern North Carolina. Congrats, Lamaya. We look forward to seeing what the future has for you next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3724.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3724. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3724, which the clerk will report by title.
To amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to prohibit recognized accrediting agencies and associations from requiring, encouraging, or coercing institutions of higher education to meet any political litmus test or violate any right protected by the Constitution as a condition of accreditation.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and the amendments specified in the first section of House Resolution 1455 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Woman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act. No woke week could possibly be complete without a robust debate regarding the state of free speech on college campuses. But first, I can't help but acknowledge the juxtaposition of this floor debate and debates in the university setting. The Constitution's speech or debate clause grants members of Congress the absolute freedom of speech on the House floor. It is a privilege that has survived 248 years of nationhood. Sadly, the privilege of the First Amendment and campus free speech has not. Therefore, I'd like to use this time in this pulpit to make 3 conservative statements to express 3 truths that would otherwise be punishable offenses on today's college campuses. Men and women are biologically different. This position held by swimmer Riley Gaines endangered her very life on a trip to San Francisco State University. Student activists assaulted Ms. Gaines during a speaking engagement, forcing police to lead her into a safe room. DEI policies overlook qualified candidates. This sentiment, expressed in a tweet by conservative libertarian Georgetown lecturer Ilya Shapiro, led to a 122-day investigation and his eventual coerced resignation. And finally, wear what you want on Halloween. This opinion, shared in an email by Professor Erica Christakis, sparked outrage at Yale. The unchecked student overreaction drove Professor Christakis to stop teaching classes. Men and women are biologically different. DEI policies overlook qualified candidates and wear what you want on Halloween. These 3 statements, as unobjectionable and inoffensive as they may seem, are widely centered on college campuses. That's because for every example of retaliatory censorship, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of self-censorship and social pressure to conform. That's why I support H.R. 3724. Not only does H.R. 3724 aim to protect politically disfavored speech, but all speech. To achieve this goal, it would, among other things, mandate viewpoint neutrality in the college accreditation process, require robust free speech policies before public colleges access Title IV funds, and prohibit universities from giving political litmus tests to students and faculty. Thank you, Representative Owens, Utah, Representative Williams from New York, Representative Houchin from Indiana, Representative Wahlberg from Michigan, Representative Stefanik from New York, Representative Crenshaw from Texas, Representative Kiley of California, and Murphy from North Carolina for your significant contributions to this bill. With enough like-minded members committed to the First Amendment, we can once again renew free expression as a pillar of post-secondary education. I urge a yes vote on H.R. 3724, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So your gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to oppose H.R. 3724, what my Republican colleagues call the In Woke Higher Education Act. H.R. 3724 attempts to circumvent the First Amendment to establish a whole new scheme to regulate speech and association rights on campus outside of established precedents and practices. The First Amendment protects some of our most deeply cherished rights as Americans. Any student currently who believes the First Amendment rights are being violated can bring a federal case against the public college or university. In doing so, they have over 200 years of precedent and case law that carefully define and determine what those rights are under the First Amendment. This includes precedents that specifically address the unique nature of colleges and universities as public entities that both must uphold constitutional rights and must provide students with the safe learning environments. But with today's bill, the majority would have us throw out all of the centuries of case law and replace it with a hastily drafted substitute that claims to remove barriers that limit constitutional rights. What the bill actually does is make public colleges and universities who would be acting on good faith, attempting to protect the safety and security of everyone present on their campus, subject to monetary judgments and possible loss of Title IV student aid, counter to Supreme Court precedent. In so doing, my colleagues who purport to favor limited government are micromanaging how colleges and universities must handle their internal governance processes. Another one of the harmful, misguided policies contained in the bill creates a license for religious student organizations at public institutions to discriminate against LGBTQ+ and other students by allowing these organizations to avoid non-discrimination requirements that apply to all other student clubs funded by student activity fees. Student groups are essentially part of the college experience, but if this bill becomes law, minority students would be forced to subsidize student groups that discriminate against them. In addition to micromanaging how college campuses dispute the First Amendment cases, this bill would undermine the legitimacy of the college accreditation process. For decades, federally recognized accreditors have served as one-third of the oversight triad of the U.S. higher education system, along with states and the federal government. Accreditation is meant to be the gold standard for college quality and performance. After all, accreditation is a gateway to billions of dollars of federal student aid each year. And I recognize that accreditation systems need improvement, but unfortunately, H.R. 3724 does not make constructive reforms. Rather, it is a baseless attempt to inject culture wars into an ever-important accreditation process. For example, the, quote, prohibition on litmus tests invites additional federal oversight into the accreditation process. Under this bill, accreditors may not assess a school's commitment to any, quote, ideology, belief, or viewpoint. The majority complains that this will prevent a school from losing accreditation if they do not have a diversity, equity, and inclusion office. The reality is that there's no evidence that that's happening. There are, conversely, several examples of state officials pressuring schools not to teach certain classes or whole subjects that they believe cross the line between academic pursuit and ideological beliefs. That's why the bill is so dangerous. For example, under this bill, the Department of Education could potentially revoke an accreditor's recognition if that accreditor required science programs to teach evolution. And if the accreditor said, no, you got to teach, if it's science, you got to teach evolution, the department could potentially revoke the accreditation. Suggesting that such standards were an attempt to force a university to commit to a specific partisan, political, or ideological viewpoint or belief. Well, I think the fundamental basis of science that the accreditors ought to have the option of requiring if you're going to teach a science course. H.R. 3724 represents a solution in search of a problem, fundamentally seeks to undermine students' First Amendment rights and the right to be able to join a student organization free of discrimination, and it undermines our accreditation system. So I oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York and bill sponsor, Representative Brandon Williams.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, for your courageous leadership in these historic and important times. I'm proud to speak in support of H.R. 3724, which includes my bill, the Respecting the First Amendment on Campus Act. This package ensures transparency both in the accreditation process and at the institutional level, protecting the right to free speech, the liberty of religious conscience, and the safeguards against discrimination. Our nation's colleges and universities are at the very best when they facilitate the free, open, and civil exchange of ideas among students and faculty alike, with robust disagreements serving to teach students how to think and how to engage with those who come to the table with different perspectives. In the interest of protecting students' ability to learn and grow from these interactions, this legislation ensures the universities do not stray from the guiding principles of the First Amendment. Throughout history, we have witnessed dangerous extremists weaponize educational institutions to promote their ideology and to suppress dissent. The open forum is worth protecting. In the not-too-distant future, everyone in this chamber will pass the torch to a new generation of leaders, not just in government, but in business, journalism, and every other sector of life. We owe it to them to make sure that the educational halls in which they learn are more than a one-way conduit through which ideologues seek to cram their own views of the world on captive students. Their formative educational years should be spent thinking critically and discussing freely the issues that they'll grapple with in their adult lives. The prosperity of our nation depends on that next generation and the ability to think independently and engage productively with those who have different perspectives. Those are valuable tools they'll have to use throughout their lives. College students should feel free College students should feel secure in the knowledge that their rights are protected on campus, that campuses follow the law and certify their practices and policies on free speech to prospective students and families, especially now as students are increasingly unsure how their school will react to the turbulent political issues of today. It is necessary that institutions of higher education act with transparency and moral clarity to protect the open forum and, by extension, the students they have been entrusted with. This legislation speaks to universities directly. If you do not protect the lawful and Supreme Court-tested First Amendment rights of your students, you will lose your funding. I urge the House to do right by our nation's students and pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. I rise today to discuss the next installment of Republican hypocrisy, the 118th Congress. This one relates to anti-Semitism. My Republican colleagues have spent months haranguing university presidents for failing to protect Jewish students on college campuses. And on this, I agree. Many university presidents have failed to show the appropriate moral clarity and leadership. But let me ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, does the removal of a university president actually change the facts on the ground? Does it make Jewish students safer? The answer is unequivocally no, certainly not in the near term. I have spoken to Jewish students all around the country, and they remain scared and afraid as anti-Semitic encampments and protests have grown more threatening and even violent. And despite all their lip service about combating anti-Semitism, this Republican bill makes it significantly more difficult for universities to keep Jewish students safe. Under the guise of ending wokeness on college campuses, this bill would strip universities of their ability to enforce reasonable restrictions on campus protests. It limits time, place, and manner restrictions and allows for no-notice, spontaneous protests, including anywhere on campus, such as Hillel's. That's right. The bill makes it easier for agitators and others to come on college campuses and engage in anti-Semitic protests or encampments. Once again, all talk, no action from my Republican colleagues. The most effective way for the federal government to combat anti-Semitism on campus is through the enforcement of the Title VI anti-discrimination law by the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education, which requires universities to remedy any violations that make Jewish students or any other students unable to safely and securely get the education that they deserve. Since October 7th, OCR has opened more than 150 investigations into campus anti-Semitism, but they don't have anywhere near the resources to fully pursue those investigations. Now, never mind that Donald Trump's Project 2025 wants to eliminate the Department of Education altogether, including the Office of Civil Rights. But if Republicans truly cared, as they say, about Jewish students, they would support my Showing Up for Students Act, which would increase funding for OCR so that we can actually combat anti-Semitism on the ground at universities around the country. Yet not a single Republican has co-sponsored this bill. Not one. Instead, in the last budget,
Give the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Instead, in the last budget, Republicans insisted on cutting funding for OCR, further hampering OCR's ability to fight anti-Semitism. So I once again ask of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, stop using anti-Semitism as a political weapon and join us to actually solve the problem. If you care about anti-Semitism on college campuses, you must oppose H.R. 3724 and instead join my Showing Up for Students Act so Congress can be part of the solution, not the problem. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Representative Tim Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the End Woke Higher Education Act, which upholds Americans' constitutional liberties and supports academic freedom on college campuses. Sadly, over the years, we've seen our nation's college campuses diverge from being places of thoughtful debate to a breeding ground for illiberal thought. Shout-downs, disciplinary action, and political litmus tests have become pervasive on college campuses. This trend threatens both our constitutionally guaranteed rights and the value of a college education. If we're to remain a tolerant society, accepting of diversity of ideas, then colleges need to be an open arena for thoughtful debate, discussion, and of course, faith. To protect individuals' faith on campus, H.R. 3724 also includes text from the Equal Campus Access Act, my bill, to ensure common sense protections for religious student organizations. Over the years, we've seen a concerning increase of incidents on college campuses where religious student organizations have lost rights, benefits, and privileges due to faith-based practices. Across the country, student groups are formed and meet to discuss political, social, or religious ideas and beliefs. These groups enrich the student experience in campus life. These groups must apply to the university for recognition, which allows them to use university space and receive student activity funding available to other recognized groups. However, religious groups have often been blocked from this recognition, putting their organization at risk. The Equal Campus Access Act would clarify that no funds shall be made available to a public institution that denies a religious student group any right similarly afforded to other organizations because of the religious group's beliefs, practices, or leadership standards. Notably, in my state of Michigan, a religious student organization that had been a recognized student group at Wayne State University since 1956 was de-recognized simply because it required its leaders to agree with its religious beliefs. The student had to sue their university in order to receive recognition, where a judge found the university had in fact violated the student's rights. Students should not have to give up their First Amendment rights of speech, religion, and association to attend a public college. I thank the chairwoman for including my bill in this package and Representatives Burgess Owens and Brandon Williams for their leadership. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we've received a letter from the American Council for Education which says in part, rather than respecting the First Amendment and what has been done to apply its principles across a wide range of higher education institutions, the provisions of Title II of H.R. 3724 would undermine campus efforts to foster free speech and ensure student safety. We're particularly concerned with the impact this legislation would have on campuses' ability to prevent discrimination and hateful incidents at a time of widespread national tension. I ask that this letter be entered into the record.
By General Lee.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Utah and bill's sponsor, Representative Burgess Owens.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the chair, Chairwoman Fox, for remarkable visionary leadership. I'm going to speak to the ACE Act, which is a part of the End Woke Higher Education. Our nation's education system is built on the fundamental values of free speech, freedom of religion, and the guaranteed rights of hearty and healthy debates. These core principles are so inherent to America that we often take them for granted. We, over time, assume that these freedoms will always be safe without any effort on our part to protect them. Unfortunately, this is not the case. A glance at our university system reveals a troubling trend: ideological conformity and intolerance, when not compliant, is undermining academic freedom. This is systemic acceptance of a new litmus test in the accreditation world. Institutions of higher learning are facing immense pressure from creditors to conform to the anti-American Marxist doctrine of DEI and critical race theory, or losing access to federal funding. This is not the education our founders envisioned in their quest for America to continue to be a more perfect union. My dad was a college professor for 40 years at Florida A&M. Being raised in Tallahassee, Florida, in the shadows of FAMU and Florida State, I remember distinctly the era when our nation's colleges and universities prided themselves on merit, competition, and in that era was also classrooms that valued free speech, free exchange of ideas, and higher standards that were proudly taught. Fast forward to 2024, throughout our nation, religious institutions and conservative colleges that seek to teach their own values, the same values that students are signing up for and paying for, they risk losing federal funding by doing this process, by teaching this process. The ACE Act brings this attack on the foundation of our American culture to an end. It allows every educational institution in our country to return to its original mission, which is to educate students in American tradition of free and open debate, to allow for the training of critical thinking skills and to prepare them to enter and succeed in America's innovation and diverse workforce. The ACE Act reinforces the autonomy of every school to develop their own curriculums and policies without undue pressure to conform to the Marxist agenda pushed by politicized accreditation bodies. Most importantly, this upholds our constitutional right of free speech, which is fundamental to preserving the legacy of freedom for all future generations. I urge my colleagues to join me in defending the basic American rights afforded us by the Constitution and support the ACE Act, H.R. 3724. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in opposition to the so-called End Woke Higher Education Act. There's a lot we could be doing in Congress to improve higher education, and I tell you, this is not it. This bill combines two extreme bills into one, attacking intellectual freedom and diversity on college campuses while fanning the flames of culture war rhetoric to score political points. This so-called End Woke Higher Education Act would allow institutions of higher education to eliminate policies and programs that protect students and staff from discrimination because of who they are, where they come from, what they believe, or who they love. By forbidding accreditors from considering diversity and inclusion efforts and allowing schools to require all applicants and employees to abide by a statement of faith, colleges and universities would be free to remove curricula that highlight the historical experience of marginalized groups. They could reject students from attending federally funded institutions based on the students' religious beliefs. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses is a pervasive problem, yet this bill would open the door for more schools to discriminate against Jewish or Muslim students solely because of their faith. Is it woke to believe that Jewish and Muslim students should be able to attend the schools they choose and join the clubs that fit their interests? Is it woke to ask schools not to subsidize speakers that make certain groups of students feel unsafe on campus? No, it's not typical to have a term in a bill that is undefined. There's no definition of woke in this bill. What is it? Do they believe it when they see it, or do they define it when they want to? Instead of limiting access to inclusive, accurate curricula, we should be focused on vigorous enforcement of our civil rights laws. They protect all students and provide equal opportunities. And for this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would increase funding for the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education. That's important because the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, OCR, enforces a number of civil rights laws that apply to colleges and universities receiving federal funding. And the Office of Civil Rights has the crucial responsibility to uphold and enforce core non-discrimination statutes that protect students on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, disability, and age. And despite the massive increase in complaints received over the past several years, this office has only half the staff it had when it was established 45 years ago. In fact, House Republicans on the Appropriations Committee recently proposed a $10 million cut to the Office of Civil Rights. That's right. They propose a $10 million cut to the Office of Civil Rights. If they're seriously concerned about religious discrimination, thank you.
Gentleman yields 1 minute. The gentlelady is recognized.
If they are seriously concerned about religious discrimination on college campuses, why diminish the federal enforcement agency's power to prevent cases of discrimination and, importantly, take enforcement action when these cases occur? Federal anti-discrimination laws are critical tools, especially in today's political climate, to protect the civil rights of all students. So at the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and opposing H.R. 3724, because we don't need the End Woke Higher Education Act. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Bob Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the End Woke Higher Education Act, a bill that will refocus college accreditation on academic excellence, there's a concept, and protect the First Amendment rights of college students. The federal government pays billions in hardworking taxpayer dollars each year to colleges and universities, assuming that accredited schools are preparing students to think academically and to earn a good job after graduation. But it's increasingly clear that many students aren't prepared for life after college. And today, $1.6 trillion of taxpayer dollars are missing from the Treasury because graduates aren't paying back their student loans. Of course, Democrats think that's wonderful because they think it's the government's job to provide free college education for everyone. Sadly, many college students leave their university with little to show for it besides crushing debt, bleak job prospects in the Biden-Harris economy, and too often liberal brainwashing from what they were taught. Students are suffering under the misguided priorities of our institutions, and accreditors are contributing to the problem. Instead of working with colleges to ensure that academic progress will lead to student success, accreditors are determined to impose their diversity, equity, inclusion standards on institutions. This bill simply prohibits accreditors from forcing colleges to adopt DEI standards in order to receive accreditation. In addition, this bill protects the fundamental rights of free speech and free association on college campuses. That means religious clubs on college campuses can have the same access to resources that are available to any other student group. Unfortunately, here in 2024, it is still common for faith-based organizations to be discriminated against on college campuses, which makes this legislation necessary and important. Restricting First Amendment rights and empowering divisive ideology on our college campuses is not serving our students well. This legislation will help stop those harmful practices. So I thank my friend Mr. Owens for leading on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as you may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we received a letter from the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, which says in part, the bill's purported solutions would radically undermine First Amendment jurisprudence, threatening the ability of public universities to ensure state property can be used for its intended educational purposes, and represents an astonishing level of federal intrusion in matters traditionally respected as a purview of states and state entities. And we received another letter from the ACLU, which says in part, H.R. 3724 purportedly prohibits partisan, political, ideological, social, cultural, and political viewpoints and beliefs, the disparate treatment of any individual or group of individuals on the basis of any protected class under federal civil rights laws, and violation of any right protected by the U.S. Constitution. But in reality, H.R. 3724 would encourage these unlawful actions by permitting post-secondary institutions to eliminate curricula that covers historical contributions and lived experiences of some racial and ethnic groups while continuing such curriculum of other groups. I'd ask that these two letters be entered into the record.
That will be covered by general leave. Does the gentleman reserve?
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Kevin Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important things that happened in this Congress is the exposure of the alarming state of affairs at American universities. Our institutions of higher learning have been gripped by retrograde prejudices, abhorrent ideologies. They are in many ways abandoning the values of the Enlightenment itself. But fortunately, we are finally seeing accountability and a new course. Following testimony before the Education and the Workforce Committee that highlighted the true state of affairs on their campus, the presidents of several leading universities have resigned, including the presidents of Harvard, of Penn, of Columbia, and of Rutgers. What's more, several of these universities are reversing misguided policies like forced faculty diversity statements and are renewing their commitment to institutional neutrality. Even the entire California public university system, the UCs and the CSUs, recently came out and said that they're going to ban these disgraceful tent encampments that have produced chaos on their campuses. So this is a moment of reckoning for American higher education. And a very important part of that is restoring the place of free speech on campus, which is why I am very happy that included in today's bill, H.R. 3724, is a measure that I introduced, the Free Speech on Campus Act. This measure seeks to assure that free speech is not only protected as a legal right, but is restored as a foundational principle in American higher education. Now, my colleague on the other side of the aisle from New York stressed the importance of bipartisanship in these matters, and I could not agree more. As a matter of fact, I developed this measure alongside one of the leading liberal scholars in California, the dean of UC Berkeley, Erwin Chemerinsky, someone who I don't agree with on much, but we were able to come together on a principle that transcends political differences, that the best way to resolve differences, to learn, to find common ground, is the free and open exchange of ideas. Unfortunately, many universities have lost sight of this and have become among the most repressive institutions in American life. They've stifled disfavored viewpoints and created an environment where students are afraid to speak their mind and participate in the marketplace of ideas. We've seen universities adopt unconstitutional speech codes or designate only certain areas on campus as open to speech, or allow a heckler's veto to shut down speakers, or force faculty members to espouse certain points of view in order to get hired, or built up entire bureaucracies devoted to censorship. All the more perversely, this last year, the very same universities allowed the banner of free speech to then falsely be used to justify not speech, but illegal actions, such as building tent encampments, occupying buildings, or setting up checkpoints to exclude students based on their identity. As one example, Harvard University, which became the poster child for the abhorrent, horrifying anti-Semitism on campus, was also ranked as the university with the worst protections for free speech. In fact, they got the worst ranking in the history of the survey. And these two things are not unrelated, by the way, because the biggest threat to hate and ignorance and prejudice is reasoned argument. And so institutions that systematically shut down reasoned argument and debate allow retrograde ideas to flourish because they don't have the needed opposition. So this bill seeks to reverse this troubling trend, to restore First Amendment freedoms at the place where they are most vital, our institutions of higher learning. My legislation ensures that our universities inform students of their First Amendment rights as soon as they step on campus. As a condition of receiving federal funds, universities will be required to provide new students with a written statement at orientation. It will outline their First Amendment rights, affirm the institution's commitment to free expression, and guarantee that neither students nor invited speakers will have those rights violated. Too often,
the gentleman's time has expired.
I'll give the gentleman another 30 seconds.
Too often, students arrive on campus without an understanding of why free speech is important or how it has been such an important force for the progress of our country. This legislation will make sure the First Amendment itself is a key part of their college education so they grasp its vital role in safeguarding freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, we may often disagree, sometimes fiercely, on a range of ideas, but we should all be able to agree on the importance of ideas themselves. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we received another letter from the Association of American Universities, which says in part, on behalf of America's leading research universities, I urge you to oppose H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act, Title II, respecting the First Amendment on campus. Of this misguided legislation would dangerously undermine public universities' ability to implement crucial time, place, and manner policies for campus expression, jeopardizing our ability to protect student safety, particularly for vulnerable groups such as Jewish students, and disrupting the educational environment. I ask, too, that this be entered into the record.
The request will be covered by general leave.
Reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is astounding to me that associations of higher education in this country are opposing this bill. Absolutely astounding. That should send a message to the American people about what the status of higher education is right now. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Greg Murphy.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fox. I rise today in support of H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act. You know, as a former member of a board of trustees on a college, I'm deeply concerned about the erosion of free speech on college campuses and political activism by administrators, college presidents, as well as professors. Institutions of higher education are chartered to foster academic excellence and prepare students for meaningful careers. Instead, they have become incubators of political activism and extreme progressive ideology. One only has to look at recent fire reports and recent fire ratings to see the meteoric rise in self-censorship which is happening on college campuses. In one school, which I love dearly, 41% of students feel it is okay to shout down someone who's coming to speak just because they disagree with them. In some cases, even the most prestigious universities in our nation have descended into hotbeds of anti-American and anti-Semitic hatred. We saw an American flag burned at Columbia University. Thankfully, we have now seen several university presidents resign because of the ideological push that they are having on their campuses. I believe that this is a symptom of extreme ideological influence that universities are allowed and permitted and promoted to permeate its classrooms. They teach what to think, not how to think. Sadly, this indoctrination is now going into the nation's medical schools, where we see this in the admissions process, fealty oaths, curriculum, promotion of faculty, teaching what to think, not how to think. I'm proud that my bills, H.R. Resolution 282, as well as the Campus Free Speech Restoration Act, were included in this legislation. Academic freedom is central to vigorous debate and the exploration of ideas. Academic freedom means listening to more than one side. We must celebrate differences in thought, not censorship with those we disagree with. Let's sanity restore on our college campuses across the country by seizing this opportunity to protect academic freedom. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentlewoman from North Carolina reserve? Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we received another letter from the American Federation of Teachers, which says in part, academic freedom and the right to peacefully protest on our college campuses are hallmarks of a functioning democracy and a thriving economy. Unfortunately, the bill before you today does not respect the vital and dynamic role of higher education plays in promoting knowledge, pluralism, and democracy. The bill would limit the ability of campuses to stand up against hate and bigotry, which runs counter to the very core of higher education's fundamental purpose. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that this be entered into the record and reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the request will be covered by general leave, and the gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have groups that are supporting this bill, strong support. Over the years, we've worked with experts in the field to craft these policies. Let me read just some of the praise. The James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewal states this legislation is an essential step in restoring the fundamental purpose of higher education, to foster free inquiry and equip students to think critically and independently. Too many institutions have prioritized ideological conformity over academic excellence. Accreditation bodies and universities have increasingly promoted DEI initiatives that risk undermining intellectual diversity and free expression. I won't read all of these, but Young America's Foundation has given strong support. The Defense of Freedom Institute, the American Council of Trustees and Alumni stated the Respecting the First Amendment on Campus Act is a step in the right direction toward protecting freedom of speech, association, and religion on college and university campuses across the country. Congress is listening to major public concerns as the battle for the soul of American education continues to play out in the form of hegemonic diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, the heckler's veto, disinvitations, and deplatforming. In addition, we have the National Panhellenic Conference, the North American Interfraternity Conference, American Council of Trustees and Alumni, the Defense of Freedom Institute, Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, and Young America's Foundation. With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve, but I'd like to inquire as to the time remaining.
The gentlelady has 6.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, could you advise how much time we have on this side?
The gentleman has 14 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I would advise the chairwoman that I'm prepared to close.
We're prepared to close too, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we also received a letter from the Americans United for Church and State Interfaith Alliance that says, in part, that we oppose the provisions of the political litmus test and accreditation because it is unnecessary and unwise. The provision seems aimed in part to allow religious colleges to ignore accreditation standards and still maintain accreditation. Current law and regulations, though, already require accreditors to give significant deference to religious schools. The bill seeks to go further, though, by requiring accrediting agencies to permit religious schools to discriminate against all students and employees. The bill would allow religious schools to require adherence to a statement of faith or religious code of conduct, which could be written so broadly as to allow religious schools to discriminate against people because of sex, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Every single student, employee, contractor, including janitors, IT administrators, nurses, and more, could face discrimination, and students, perhaps even on the basis of their parents' relationship or frequency of church attendance. Moreover, this bill goes beyond what Title VII allows religious colleges to do in employment. Religious employers may favor religion, but only religion, in their employment practices. Title VII does not confer upon religious organizations the license to make those employment decisions on the basis of race, national origin, or sex. Decades of case law makes clear that religious employers do not get a license to discriminate on other grounds, even when such discrimination is motivated by religion or carried out under a, quote, code of conduct. Mr. Chairman, what we've heard today from the other side are attempts to micromanage and insert themselves into the colleges and universities under the thin guise of protecting students. In reality, this bill is one of many culture war bills that would strip Americans' educational institutions of their freedoms to explore the subjects that make up a comprehensive and rigorous academic experience. For a coalition that claims to support limited government, they are using valuable Title IV funds as a weapon to beat colleges and universities into submission. This stops us from having the necessary discussions on difficult issues about race, gender, and inequity that would help us improve our higher education system. For these reasons, we must reject the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Friends and colleagues, we have an opportunity in the bill before us today to make a strong stand for free speech. This bill does not mandate any political viewpoint or ideology. It simply demands, from the accreditation process down to the classroom, that all levels of post-secondary education respect the free speech rights of students. Post-secondary education should empower students to discover truth and think critically. American universities risk losing sight of this core mission by refusing to engage with certain viewpoints. The End Woke Higher Education Act will restore the essential freedoms that make our universities the global leaders of open debate and intellectual growth, ensuring that the next generation of Americans can think for themselves and engage in the pursuit of truth. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, print in the bill amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-49, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendments under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-685. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report and shall be considered read and shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to amendment or shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-685. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-685, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Rule 1455, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For our entire history as a nation, our colleges and universities have been the example for other countries. Why? Because historically this nation has ensured that colleges, institutions of higher learning have been places where we've embraced and encouraged critical thought. We've embraced and accepted differences in thought. And we've tried to ensure that the individual rights enshrined in the Constitution, inherent to each of us, are protected in these places of higher learning. Yet over the course of the last year and a half, we have seen a consistent effort to attempt to silence one set of views. In fact, having traveled all across the state of New York for most of my adult life, I can tell you the SUNY college system has been a model of great institutions meant to bring people from different backgrounds, different experiences together, not to be indoctrinated in a school of thought, but rather to engage in critical thought. And yet, over the last year and a half, we've seen consistently one set of thoughts, one set of beliefs being silenced in order to embrace another ideology or agenda. It isn't what our colleges and universities were about. The End Woke Higher Education Act importantly seeks to uphold Americans' constitutional rights and restore diversity of thought and viewpoints at colleges without forcing a single perspective. And part of the bill prohibits public colleges from asking or encouraging faculty and students to make a statement of personal belief in support of an ideology or movement that promotes the wrongful treatment of individuals. Imagine in 2024 having to even state that, yet here we are. Now, my amendment adds to this prohibition by taking it one step further. This says that public colleges cannot promote the wrongful treatment of individuals on the basis of religion. Now, of course, this should be common sense. And by the way, every institution should seek to protect individual students and faculty's freedom to express their faith as they see fit. And yet, unfortunately, over the past year, we've seen far too many ugly events on college campuses incited and emboldened both by faculty and students, allowed to impose their will, their beliefs, and in an intolerant and hostile way on others. Just this week at Cornell University in my own district, a member of the faculty who spoke favorably about the October 7th terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel was recently taken off leave. This individual, recently taken off leave, was brought back to full employment in the classroom. I've met with college students, Jewish students, who simply want a safe place to learn, yet they feel marginalized because of the imposition of someone else's will in an intolerant and inexcusable way. How are Jewish students supposed to feel when a professor who openly supports a terrorist attack against, in fact, some of their own family? How are they supposed to feel? And colleges are to be the place where students are safe to learn and grow, to flourish in their own beliefs, and even, I would offer, challenge their beliefs. And so when colleges don't provide this protection, yes, it is important that we remind folks that they all must uphold and protect the constitutional right to freedom of thought, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression. And my amendment simply seeks to strengthen the bill in chief by ensuring one's religious beliefs are not held against them, nor is one's religious beliefs imposed on someone else as a doctrine or a statement statement that's necessary for employment or joining as a student. I urge my colleagues' support of the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose the amendment and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York seeks to add religion to the definition of political tests, which already includes covered categories of race, color, or national origin. I fear this may cause confusion, as drafted the language in the underlying bill's definition conforms with classes protected under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in educational programs receiving federal financial assistance. There are a lot of debates when the law was written as to whether or not to include religion, and just like as it is now, it was not covered in the underlying bill. So I think we're going to confuse the matter by trying to stick it in now. Further, while religion is included in Title VI of the Civil Rights, in Title VII of the Civil Rights Law, which covers employment discrimination, Title VII protects discrimination also on the basis of sex. So notably, sex is not included in either definition of the political test in the bill or by the amendment, which suggests supporters of the bill do not feel that the political tests that discriminate on the basis of sex need to be outlawed. Mr. Chair, I just think that the inclusion of the religion here would just confuse the matter of Title VI or Title VII. You'd have another provision here with a cause of action where religion is in some, not in others, and for no apparent good reason other than a last-minute thought. I would hope we would not accept the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague knows I respect him greatly. I know that he and I appreciate the expression of our faith in the way that we choose to do so. I don't think there's any confusion here at all. The beauty of this body is that when confronted with new challenges that face Americans, we are to debate them, consider them, and then apply reason as to establishing new policy. But I would like to at least address one comment. This is not some unnecessary last-minute thought. We've seen over the last 2 years hatred in the most vile form. Intimidation, intolerance, violence committed against students, Jewish students, Jewish faculty. In my own district, threats of death against Jewish students locked in buildings, not being able to exercise not only their faith or participate in their education process overall. This isn't last minute, and it certainly isn't unnecessary. It is timely, it is necessary, and it is appropriate. It also, by the way, perhaps to weaken my argument only slightly, it goes both ways. And this is an effort to ensure that nobody can impose a standard on one or the other I ask for support, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-685. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-685, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment adds a sense of Congress that acts of violence committed on the campus of an institution of higher education are not protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution. We cherish free speech in America. It is the foundation of our democracy, a beacon of liberty, and an essential right of every citizen. We must remember that the First Amendment draws a clear line. It protects peaceful expression, not violent acts. I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak on the amendment, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman for his amendment, which actually restates what most of us think is present law, that violence is not protected by the First Amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague for his comments. What we've seen is an alarming rise in incidents where protests on college campuses turn violent against Jewish students. This is not free speech. It is an assault on free speech. And it has no place in America, let alone in the institutions tasked with shaping the minds of the next generation. Since the horrific October 7th terrorist attack on Israel, we have seen an explosion of anti-Semitism on college campuses. Across the country, Jewish students have been harassed, assaulted, intimidated, and subjected to the hostile and sometimes violent environments of their campus. Every Jewish student deserves the right to learn, to speak, and to participate in campus life without fear of being targeted. And in the wake of anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses across our country, violence against Jews has gotten even worse. Since October 7th, fewer than half of Jewish students feel physically safe on campus. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is well recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think any implication that the right to protest is an act of violence in and of itself would fly in the face of hundreds of years of First Amendment precedent. Those protests, which in fact are violent, are not protected. And so I'm not sure that the amendment is necessary, but obviously not opposed to it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there is, and again, I thank my colleague for his comments. I think in light of the October 7th attack, in light of the violence we've seen on college campuses, the very fact that Jewish students say that they don't feel safe, it's important to restate what is law. It's important to restate that they have a right to be free, to be safe, and to learn. So sometimes it's important that we state the obvious. Sometimes it's important that we stand and say what needs to be said. That anti-Semitism can't be tolerated. It can't be tolerated. It can't be tolerated. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 118-685. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-685, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply inserts or adds a clarifying clause. While religious student groups are free to select people who aren't members of their religion to lead them, most people agree that it's reasonable for a Muslim student group to want its leaders to be, well, Muslim, or a Catholic student group to want its leaders to be practicing Catholics. Unfortunately, administrators of some of our universities keep showing that they disagree. Many believe that if a religious group requires that its leaders are of their religion, that it's somehow unfair discrimination. It's only common sense that a religious group should be able to require its leaders to agree with its religious message and mission. Because student leaders may lead the group's scripture, prayer, worship, they should have a familiarity and agree with the group's religious beliefs. In 2018, the University of Iowa threatened to de-recognize almost every religious group on campus: Christian, Jewish, and Muslim. It was a deliberate effort to force religious student groups to abandon their religious leadership requirements. In 2021, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals held that the university administrators were personally liable for violating the religious group's First Amendment rights. But they required 3 years of litigation, or that required. In 2022, the University in New York at Cortland, a student organization was told that its selection process, in which it asked potential leaders about their religious beliefs, as well as requirements that its leaders demonstrate knowledge of and uphold the organization's religious teachings, was unacceptable. Whether you understand the beliefs of an organization could obviously be relevant to your ability to lead it. The university changed course only after legal counsel sent a letter explaining the law. In 2006, the University of Wisconsin-Madison de-recognized a Catholic student organization because its religious leadership and membership requirements. The university eventually lost its case before the 7th Circuit Court, but not until 2011, long enough for an entire class of students to enroll and graduate without the access to a recognized Catholic campus ministry. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we received a letter that I read from previously from the Americans United for Church and State Interfaith Alliance, which says, in part relevant to this provision, that we oppose the equal campus access provision of the bill because it would sanction discrimination by religious student groups at public colleges and universities. And I would say that the amendment doesn't really cure the problem of the provision in the underlying bill. So I'm speaking both against the underlying bill and the amendment, as well as the amendment. To ensure that all students can participate, colleges and universities often have non-discrimination policies, frequently called accept all comers policies, that require officially recognized student groups to allow any student to join, participate in, seek leadership in those groups. These policies are important because they prevent student groups from discriminating. And because funding from student groups often comes from mandatory student activity fees, accept all comers policies also ensure that universities don't subsidize discrimination and guarantee that all students aren't forced to fund groups that would reject them as members. Equal campus access provision, however, would prohibit public colleges and universities from enforcing accept all comers policies. Critically, this provision is not required by the First Amendment. Any student club can become a recognized group and access funds if it adheres to schools' non-discrimination policies. If a club decides that it wants to impose requirements for membership and leadership that conflict with that policy, it would not be silenced or driven off campus. Instead, like any other club, it simply would not be eligible for official recognition. I would hope that, Mr. Chairman, that we would reject the amendment and the underlying bill on this provision because it would allow discrimination in violation of the policies, the accept all comers policies that many colleges elect to have. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes, sir, I can.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go back to the Eighth Circuit where it determined the University of Iowa that the student groups, the religious groups had the right to choose their leadership. You need to go back to the University of Wisconsin-Madison where the same type of ruling came down. That being said, in 2022, the law school at Madison decided to reject the initial application of a Christian Legal Society chapter because the group requires that its leader is Christian, which the administrators claimed was different from requiring believing Christian beliefs. They only relented after being challenged on the legality of their actions. The underlying bill already establishes that public universities cannot discriminate against religious groups for their leadership standards. But we all know that sometimes, like my previous amendment, you need to state the obvious. When we find an issue that public universities will persist in fighting even after losing in court, it's important to spell things out clearly. My amendment does just that. It inserts the statement, quote, regarding religious identity, belief, or practice. It clarifies their right to choose their leadership based off of their beliefs. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rise.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 3724. And pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I report the bill as amended by resolution back to the House with the sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Committee of the Whole on the State of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 3724, and pursuant to House Resolution 1455 reports the bill as amended, and that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will then put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The third reading.
A bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to prohibit recognized accrediting agencies and associations from requiring, encouraging, or coercing institutions of higher education to meet any political litmus test or violate any right protected by the Constitution as a condition of accreditation.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Bonamici of Oregon moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3724 to the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor, a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I call up the Promoting Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 275, H.R. 4790. A bill to amend the federal securities laws with respect to the materiality of disclosure requirements to establish the Public Company Advisory Committee and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, in lieu of the amendment of a nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee printed in 118-48, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-685, is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their representative designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have and at this time, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we have an opportunity to put a stake in the ground and ensure our financial system remains the envy of the world by passing H.R. 4790, the Promoting Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act. Under the Biden-Harris administration, agencies that have traditionally been viewed as independent have been hijacked to push through a partisan environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, agenda. Politically motivated, unelected bureaucrats are forcing these left-wing political priorities, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, Democrats were unable to pass into law even when they had unified control of Congress, onto the American people through the financial regulation. In other words, rogue Democrat-appointed regulators are forcing companies to waste limited time and resources on ESG political mandates that have little or nothing to do with a firm's financial performance. These misguided ESG efforts don't benefit our banking system or our capital markets, or they certainly don't help the consumers, the workers, the job creators, everyday investors, or retirement savers. That's why House Republicans are fighting back with the Promoting Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act. This bill is critical to combat the risks woke ESG initiatives pose on the American people and our financial system. It is a combination of 4 packages consisting of 20 different bills from the Financial Services Committee, including my Guardrail Act, Congressman Stiles' Protecting Retirement Savings from Politics Act, Congressman Norman's Business Over Activists Act, and Congressman Loudermilk's American First Act. I applaud my colleagues for their work and appreciate their partnership. I also commend Chairman McHenry for his steadfast leadership to ensure protecting Americans and our financial system from out-of-bounds ESG mandates being a key priority for Republicans on the Financial Services Committee. I want to underscore, Mr. Speaker, why H.R. 4790 is so desperately needed. Under the Biden-Harris administration, rogue regulators are weaponizing independent agencies to pursue the objectives of the political far left at the expense of our financial system and, more importantly, everyday investors. SEC Chair Gensler and progressive Democrats are abusing our securities laws, overstepping their statutory authority, and redefining the long-accepted, quote, materiality standard, to close quote, to accommodate the demands of a radical climate and social activists. The materiality standard, which has been a pillar of American securities laws for decades, requires public companies to disclose information that has substantial likelihood to influence the financial judgments of a reasonable investor. Those are the standards that have been accepted, I believe, since 1976. House Democrats have proposed legislation to require public companies to disclose non-material information, including all information related to climate impact and emissions, human capital, and quote-unquote equity, whatever that might be, none of which have a substantial impact on a given firm's financial performance. None of these proposals were enacted into law. More recently, Chair Gensler's rogue SEC has overstepped its authority by pursuing rulemakings to mandate similar non-material disclosures. This includes finalizing the disastrous climate disclosure rule earlier this year. Let me be clear. If this information is material to a business's financial performance and therefore affects the everyday investor, it is already required to be disclosed under the materiality standard. That's where my Guardrail Act, or a key pillar of this legislation we're considering today, comes in. It protects U.S. capital markets and the financial interests of everyday investors by rejecting this new, prescriptive, and expansive notion of materiality and by reining in SEC overreach. Specifically, the bill prevents rogue regulators from mandating the disclosure of non-material ESG information that would overwhelm, not inform, everyday investors, or also known as reasonable investors. At the same time, H.R. 4790 holds large asset managers and the proxy advisor duopoly of ISS and Glass Lewis accountable. These firms are abusing their outsized market influence to force left-wing political views on public companies rather than aligning their shareholder voting with the financial interests of investors and economic goals. The Promoting Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act returns power to everyday investors and retirement savers from these unaccountable third parties. Additionally, the bill will require the SEC's shareholder proposal process to stop progressive activists from hijacking the proxy process to inject woke ESG initiatives into corporate boardrooms. Now, Mr. Chairman, it actually would stop all left, right, or center activist proposals from being introduced. And that's a good thing for everyone. This will allow executives and directors to focus on creating shareholder value, by the way, their legal responsibility, and benefiting retirement savers and bolstering economic growth. Finally, this bill will stop the alliance of left-wing activists, unaccountable global governance organizations, and politicized Biden-Harris regulators from weaponizing the U.S. banking regulatory framework to inject radical ESG initiatives into the detriment of consumers and American competitiveness. With the Promoting Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act, House Republicans are taking action to protect the financial system, workers, job creators, and everyday investors from radical ESG initiatives that put left-wing political goals above American prosperity. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4790, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We're on the brink of yet another government shutdown brought to you by MAGA Republicans. I've lost track of how many times this has happened in this Congress, and frankly, I and the rest of America are just tired. We're exhausted. There are real consequences when the government shuts down. It harms our national security, it harms our economy, and it harms service members, veterans, retirees, and vulnerable communities. So instead of working to prevent a shutdown, we're debating a bill that seeks to divide America with fake culture wars that are really about denying the real dangers posed by climate change and denying the fact that our country's rich diversity is one of our greatest resources. This bill, H.R. 4790, which I'm calling the Promoting MAGA Priorities Over Economic Growth Act, is straight out of the Republicans' Project 2025 playbook. It would restrict voting rights for investors, ban information that MAGA Republicans don't agree with, block the government agency responsible for protecting our capital markets, the Securities and Exchange Commission, from directing public companies to report critical information that impacts their bottom line, including climate risk, company diversity, and employee welfare. This bill flies in the face of the 80% of investors who want companies to disclose these metrics, known as environmental, social, and governance, or ESG policies. Companies that prioritize these metrics perform better financially than their peers that do not. Many studies have shown that companies that embrace the diversity of the United States outperform those that do not. Indeed, companies with the highest percentages of women board directors outperform those with the least by 53% when it comes to shareholder returns. But if we think about it, this is just common sense. When a company includes the views and perspectives that reflect the diversity of America, all of America is likely to see the value of that company. Now, when I was chairwoman of the committee, I created the first of its kind subcommittee on diversity and inclusion. We received countless hours of testimony from researchers who confirmed that embracing diversity and inclusion is not just the right thing to do, it is also good for the bottom line. It's good management. So let me go through in more detail what this bill does. First, H.R. 4790 strips American investors of their legal right to vote on and offer proposals that can influence the direction of the companies they own, particularly those related to ESG policies. The bill does this by giving management, rather than the SEC, the final say on whether a proposal gets included on the ballot at a company's annual shareholder meeting, and not just ESG proposals. The effect of this bill would deprive investors of what is today, right now, a legal right to have proposals of any kind included. There's a long history of shareholders pushing America's corporations to adopt practices that most of us take for granted today. This includes majority independent boards, say on pay, executive compensation, and annual director elections. Today, investors are pushing companies to report ESG metrics, board diversity, and how workers are treated. Being able to offer and then vote on these proposals is a legal right of investors under current law. That's right. Shareholders are the legal owners of the companies they invest in, and corporate executives work at their pleasure. Mr. Speaker, it seems that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are so concerned about socialism might need a refresher about how capitalism really works. Second, H.R. 4790 undermines other critical components of our equity markets. The bill limits independent analysis and research by impeding key providers that invest use known as proxy advisors. Proxy advisors are neutral third parties that provide shareholders and their representatives with independent analysis about items that are up for a vote on the corporate ballot. Proxy advisors also solve an important problem by doing the research on thousands of corporate votes that investors would otherwise have to do themselves. Management simply does not want ordinary investors to have this information, or it may not align with their recommendations. So to be clear, investors pay for these services and do so because they don't just want to take management's word, and they shouldn't. By restricting what analysis and research ordinary investors can purchase and use, H.R. 4790 is effectively another MAGA book ban. Third, H.R. 4790 severely limits the SEC's authority to direct companies to report data about their climate risk, diversity hiring, and employee welfare. Instead of allowing the SEC to determine what information investors should see, it is currently settled law under this bill. Under this bill, companies themselves would make this determination. It shouldn't surprise anyone that a company management is not inclined to share more than it has to. And if it gets too close, they can imagine that companies wouldn't share much of anything. Congress authorized the SEC to be the arbiter of what is disclosed because our markets only work when investors have sufficient information to make informed investment decisions. Finally, H.R. 4790 undermines the government's ability to coordinate with international partners and take common sense steps to address financial risk like those posed by climate change. In fact, if the Federal Reserve hears from a European counterpart that requiring companies to guard against wildfire risk is important, The Fed would have to jump through several new hurdles before it could implement it, even in an emergency. This extreme measure would even make it harder for bank regulators to encourage banks to expand small business lending, an issue I tried to fix through an amendment that was blocked. To be clear, this bill doesn't just have one or two poison pills in it. When each bill was separately considered in committee, not a single Democratic member voted for it. H.R. 4790 strips the right of investors to vote and offer their own proposals to strengthen the companies they own, strip their access to independent research and analysis about the companies they own, and strips the government regulator of its authority to compel these companies to provide the market with critical information. Is this America? I yield back the balance of my... I will reserve the balance of my...
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just note that, yes, it is America, and I will note that the ranking member voted against a continuing resolution just yesterday to keep government open, but I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that she'll have another opportunity very, very soon. With that, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Georgia 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4790, the Prioritizing Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act. Not only is this bill important to restoring the financial practices, sound financial practices within the financial services sector, it includes two provisions that originated from legislation I introduced in this Congress. The most significant is my bill, H.R. 4823, the American Financial Institution Regulatory Sovereignty and Transparency Act of 2023, better known as the America First Act. The short title is an apt description of this bill's aim: to put the American interest first in bank supervision and remove misguided political influence from our banking system. The America First Act has three important and key elements. First, it removes undue political influence from banking regulations. In recent years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen bank policies used by regulators to further their political interest, not for what is best for the banks and their customers. Bank regulators have proposed sweeping supervisory changes without critically evaluating models they use to forecast climate-related financial risk. When non-binding FSOC proposals are written into binding regulation, they deserve a high degree of scrutiny from lawmakers. The truth is, the banking system shouldn't be a race to fill supervisory roles with partisan loyalists. It should be about safeguarding the financial system with a sober eye for objectivity. Hastily pushing through regulations without a thorough economic analysis can have significant unintended consequences, especially on the average consumer. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, aggressive climate regulations like those proposed by FSOC could have catastrophic effects on our energy sector. Small businesses and families in energy-producing states could face higher energy costs and reduced credit access. My provisions in this bill will ensure that any regulatory action proposed by FSOC or the executive branch undergoes a full review process so that the public may better understand the trade-offs that they are making. My colleagues across the aisle call these reporting requirements hoops that regulators will be forced to jump through, but in reality, they're arguing against increased transparency and good governance in banking regulation. Second, it ensures that bank regulators fall under U.S. authority. Bank supervisors at the Federal Reserve, FDIC, OCC, and others have consistently put the interest of large foreign banks ahead of our own. These policies aren't just abstract. They have significant implications for stability of our financial system and for American competitiveness abroad. An example, on May 22nd, 2022, the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision, a European-based international organization, lowered transnational footprint standards for the largest European banks, which disadvantaged U.S. banks of the same size. Federal Reserve officials actually endorsed the changes, which put American banks and their borrowers at significant disadvantage. My bill addresses this problem by requiring U.S. financial regulators to periodically report how they engage with their foreign counterparts. It also requires them to conduct a robust analysis before implementing any rule to conform with the recommendations of an international body. Specifically, it mandates that they conduct a thorough economic analysis projecting the effects on credit markets, employment, and the broader economy before implementing any rules originating from a foreign non-government organization. Third, it depoliticizes Federal Reserve supervision. The American First Act calls for the elimination of the vice chairman for supervision at the Federal Reserve. This role was intended to centralize supervisory power within the Fed, but it has added another layer of complexity. Last year, we experienced a significant banking crisis on the Fed's watch, which is hardly evidence that the system is more stable with another powerful bureaucrat in the mix. At worst, the position has unnecessarily politicized bank supervision, allowing unchecked partisan bureaucrats to channel credit away from politically disfavored sectors. Finally, I'd also like to highlight another provision of this bill previously introduced as H.R. 4649. This provision would require transparency from America's largest asset managers when voting the shares entrusted to them. These large firms have historically relied on external proxy advisory firms to guide how they vote the shares they manage for other investors. Some of these proxy firms are actually foreign-owned and managed entities, which do not have the soundness of the U.S. economy as their primary interest. This bill would require these large firms to disclose how often they vote in line with proxy advisory firms and to ensure that their votes are in the best interest of their shareholders. Once again, I urge my colleagues to vote for the transparency and good governance and vote yes on H.R. 4790. I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who is a member of the Committee on Financial Services and the co-chair of the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the ranking member for yielding. I rise in opposition to this bill. As co-chairman of the Sustainable Investment Caucus, I'm glad to join Ranking Member Waters and the other colleagues here to talk about protecting the freedom to invest. Americans want their pensions and retirement savings to be invested responsibly. And recent studies have shown that 80% of the investors want to invest in companies that consider climate risks, diversity hiring, and employee welfare. Because investors understand that these factors have huge implications for the value of their investments and depend on disclosures to make informed choices. Corporations are spending up to $500,000 a year to evaluate their sustainable business practices because investors are asking for this information. Many of these investors manage pensions and retirement savings for teachers, firefighters, police officers, and other hardworking Americans. But House leadership is bringing legislation to the floor that limits access to the very information that investors want. I submitted an amendment that would have protected the right of investors to access these disclosures. Unfortunately, this amendment and others intended to increase transparency were rejected. The bill we are voting on today would make it more difficult for investors to maximize the returns on your retirement savings. Why? Because House leadership is trying to make it more difficult to consider risk factors they simply don't like. According to the 2023 State House report, retirees' pension funds stand to lose billions of dollars due to Republican bills attacking sustainable, profitable investment practices. If you really believe in the free market and capitalism, then you need to give investors the freedom to make their own decisions. We need to grow pensions and retirement savings, not force them into short-sighted, riskier investments. I know that giving responsible investors more information is a good thing, not a bad thing. Evidence shows that bills targeting sustainable business practices directly harm taxpayers, investors, hardworking Americans' retirement funds. We should be giving investors the information they need to continue growing pensions and retirement funds. This bill does the opposite. You know what was interesting in the intro and the comments so far? They haven't talked about the markets. They were saying that we were going to be in a recession. In fact, just the opposite has happened. In fact, Chairman Gensler and this administration has done such a good job that we saw the Dow Jones shoot past 40,000 points and now over 42,000 points. Why? Because they're doing a good job. because they're giving the information to the investors want, and they're making good decisions. But they, again, want to burn the books when it comes to information. Is this America? I rise in opposition, and I thank the leader again for giving me time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California reserves. And the gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes and his work on protecting Americans' retirement savings from politics. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of this bill, which will protect retirement savings from political interference by activists and their proxy advisor allies. I want to thank the chairman for including my legislation in this comprehensive package. My bill, the Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act, reins in proxy advisors and puts a stop to the political takeover of retirement investments. Names like ISS and Glass Lewis may not make the headlines every day, but these two firms constitute a powerful proxy advisor duopoly. They're fueling a movement to weaponize your retirement funds to push their political agenda. This hurts workers, our economy, and the returns on your hard-earned retirement savings. Under Chairman Gensler, the Biden SEC gutted safeguards that are meant to provide proxy advisors with accountability and transparency. The SEC is also given a green light to activists to inject politics into the boardroom by changing the rules and empowering unaccountable SEC staff. This has predictably led to a huge spike in politically motivated shareholder proposals. ISS and Glass Lewis control 97% of the proxy advisor market, advising virtually all professional investors. ISS offers companies consulting services to address the same activist proposals they make recommendations on, which is an obvious conflict of interest. My bill prevents this conflict and forces the disclosure of other potential conflicts of interest. On top of that, the proxy advisors firms don't bear any cost or responsibility or accountability for their misguided recommendations. Some of these proposals clearly harm shareholders' value. And in some cases, they've even directed companies to do things that are against the law. Hardworking Americans saving for retirement shouldn't bear these costs. And many, I think, would be shocked to learn that their investments aren't always being maximized to provide a secure retirement. Instead, they're being hijacked for political impact. Congress needs to rein that in and prevent that abuse. My bill addresses this in several key ways. First, it reforms the proxy process to reduce the number of duplicative, repetitive, and politically motivated shareholder proposals. Second, it establishes a registration process for proxy advisory firms, requiring them to disclose their conflicts of interest and methodologies and restricting their ability to offer consulting services. It also reimposes liability on proxy advisors for getting things wrong. It ends robo-voting, the process that autofills proxy advisors' recommendations. This practice can magnify proxy advisors' errors and biases. Third, the bill places requirements on institutional investors to ensure they're voting with your best economic interests in mind. They can't just outsource judgment to conflicted proxy advisors. Retirement security is far too important. The Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act is an essential part of this comprehensive and common sense legislation. We need to step up to empower investors, restore transparency and accountability, and enhance competition. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Our capital markets and our capitalist system are the envy of the world. How does that system work? Investors decide how to allocate capital, not the government. And investors control the corporation through voting, not the corporate insiders, not the board, not the executives. This bill is designed with a Marxist tint in mind, perhaps, to blind and cripple the capitalists of America, the shareholders, the investors. So, let's say an investor agrees with the Republicans on how to allocate their money. That's fine. But some investors may care about the environment, or they may just believe that investing in low carbon is more profitable and investing in resilient companies is more profitable. This bill blinds them. It says you're just the investor and the government has decided what criteria you're going to use, and we're going to blind you and not give you the information to make a decision based on carbon footprint. You don't decide, the government decides. But there's more for the Marxists here in this room. Not only does this deprive capitalists of the right to allocate capital, it specifically helps the Chinese Communist Party. Because American corporations are going to have to decide, in many cases, do they sell their artificial intelligence secrets to the highest bidder in Shanghai? And if the corporation wants to, its shareholders now can come forward and say, no, we care about America, we're patriots, do not sell. Under this bill, the shareholders cannot stop their company from selling AI to the Chinese Communist Party. So there's a lot here, not only for Marxists in general, but for the Chinese Communist Party in particular. They achieve that by blinding investors, by not giving them information, and crippling investors' ability to control their corporations. So it has obviously come to a low point here in Washington that you need a member of the Progressive Caucus to defend capitalism from the Republican Party. But I believe in a system in which investors have the information they want and get to vote on how the corporation behaves. So instead, we will see investors can only make decisions based on the information that the Republican Party is willing to let them have. And investors can't stop their corporations from selling out our technology, knowing that the insiders, the corporate board, and the executives might have a giant payday, a huge bonus, a huge run-up in money, and they might sell our artificial intelligence secrets to Beijing, and the investors by this bill
time has
are
expired.
blocked. Marx would vote yes. I'm voting no.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll just note that for some, the louder and longer they say something, they hope people will believe it. So with that, I would like to yield the gentlewoman from Missouri, the chairwoman of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank our chairman on these compilation of 20 fantastic bills that were favorably reported out of financial services. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this package, which includes a bill of mine, H.R. 4662, the Corporate Governance Examination Act. Too often, politically or socially motivated shareholders' proposals cause investors to shoulder increased and unnecessary costs. My legislation will examine whether the proposal process has become unnecessarily politicized and help ensure these proposals don't deter future investors or endanger current investors. This important legislation would require the SEC to conduct comprehensive studies on shareholders' proposals, proxy advisory firms, and proxy process. These studies will address key problems in politically and socially motivated proposals, such as financial incentives and obligations of involved parties, the impact on long-term retail investors, the influence of proxy advisory firms, and the costs incurred by companies in response to shareholders' proposals. These studies will provide data-driven insights to enhance shareholders' value and promote transparent corporate governance practices. I want to thank the members who have bills in this package today for their incredible work towards upholding our capitalist society and urge my colleagues to support this package. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan
reserves.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the ranking member as well. And still I rise, and I rise today in strong opposition to this legislation. On the subject of climate change, acknowledging the dangers posed by climate change benefits corporate America, as climate change is a threat to our financial system as well as the global economy. If insurance companies and their investors do not account for climate risk, they will either have to go bankrupt or exit certain markets, exacerbating the recent trend wherein some of the largest insurance companies are choosing to withdraw coverage from certain states. Further, a 2023 study conducted by asset manager Nuvin found that more than 73% of U.S. investors said they were more likely to invest in a company that communicates its plans for effectively managing ESG-related risk. And now on the question of diversity. When it comes to diversity, diversity is a benefit, not a detriment. Diversity benefits corporate shareholders by improving a company's performance. A 2023 McKinsey report found that companies in the top 25% for both gender and ethnic diversity in their executive teams are on average 9% more likely to outperform their peers. On the other hand, McKinsey found that companies in the bottom 25% for both gender and ethnic diversity are 66% less likely to outperform their peers. In truth, this isn't about minorities and women not being qualified. In truth, it's about the fact that they are minorities and women in a society that has historically discriminated against them. Minorities and women are good for business.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just note that this bill is absolutely neutral on climate change and doesn't even reference it. So with that, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, my good friend, Mr. Barr, who is the chairman of our Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee.
For how much time? For how much time?
Sorry, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Prioritizing Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act sponsored by my good friend from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga. This important act includes two of my bills, the Protecting Retail Investor Savings Act and the Banking Regulator International Reporting Act, to protect capitalism from the politicization of capital allocation and to curtail the Biden-Harris regulators' efforts to circumvent Congress and use regulation to force leftist climate policies down the throats of the American people. In recent years, we've witnessed an alarming rise in asset managers favoring green and politically favored investments that deliver lower returns. According to data from Morningstar, last year, sustainable U.S. equity funds underperformed the broader S&P 500 index by 5 percentage points. In 2022, the average sustainable ESG fund was down 19.5%. And this stands to reason because ESG funds are by design less diversified. Studies show that fees for ESG funds average as much as 43% higher than non-ESG funds, further eroding investor returns. Too often, retail investors unwittingly sacrifice financial returns to advance the ESG movement. It's time to stand up for American investors against the fraud of ESG. My bill would require investment advisors to prioritize financial performance over these non-pecuniary and political factors. Additionally, the federal banking agencies, in coordination with the Biden-Harris administration, are working with global governance bodies outside of our country and climate activists to put climate policies into supervision of U.S. financial institutions under the guise of concerns about safety, soundness, and stability.
When Congress questions their motives and actions, they claim they're just abiding by international standards in secret board meetings abroad. Congress and the American people deserve transparency and robust information on these meetings between U.S. regulators and foreign global governance groups, some of which include officials from our adversaries. Regulators' independence is being severely threatened as they are being politicized.
I yield 30 seconds more additional.
The gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Thank you. Regulators' independence is being severely threatened as they are being politicized to achieve the dreams of the Green New Deal. For the safety of our economy and for the retirement security of our constituents, we must pass this legislation to end the politicization of capital allocation, not to harm capitalism, but to depoliticize capitalism, to take the government out of capitalism. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this legislation. And I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member Waters. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4790, a package of partisan, harmful financial services bill that would harm American investors and consumers. Study after study has proven that diversity and racial equity in the workplace significantly improves companies' performance, leading to greater profits and enhanced levels of innovation. Failing to address these issues at a firm directly affects stock value and investment risk. Therefore, investors should unquestionably have this data about the companies they are investing in. The shareholders ought to have meaningful opportunity to bring these issues to the attention of management through a shareholders proposal and proxy statement process. The bottom line is diversity matters, diversity disclosures matters, and investors have the right to access the information they need to make informed investment decisions based on their own judgment, which factors indicate long-term value.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Dismissing certain disclosures as non-material or irrelevant takes that decision out of the hands of the investor and impedes the asset manager's ability to mitigate risk to clients. Lastly, instead of empowering investors and consumers, this majority has prioritized dismantling diversity and inclusion programs and a full-scale war on environmental, social, and governance policies that investors themselves are demanding. I implore my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin who's been putting a lot of effort into this as well. 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4790. This bill is an important step towards ensuring the information required to be disclosed to the Securities and Exchange Commission by issuers be material to voting or investment decisions. It also contains several other measures to push back on activist ESG shareholder proposals. While shareholder engagement remains an important aspect of corporate governance, the consideration of shareholder proposals that deviate from the company's strategic direction or long-term goals has transformed boardrooms into partisan platforms. Although the number of shareholder proposals is increasing, support is declining across the boards. A 2009 study noted the costs directly incurred by companies during these proposals were estimated to be about $87,000 per proposal, totaling $90 million annually. The Performance Over Politics Act, which is included in this package, would allow issuers to defer the resubmission of shareholder proposals for 3 years if those proposals are similar in nature. These thresholds will respect the decision and the majority of the shareholders. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is a member of the Financial Services Committee and the co-chair of the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a former CEO who would have personally benefited from this legislation, and I rise in strong, dare I say, vehement opposition to this legislation. Let me be very clear. The job of a CEO, especially in capital-intensive businesses like the one I used to run, is to be a prudent and responsible steward of other people's capital. I should also be candid that sometimes investors can be a pain in the butt. When you're the CEO, you're managing their money, they may call you and they may ask questions about wanting to dig into the details of your hiring policies. Maybe they want to dig into the details of your internal governance policies. Maybe they want to understand the degree to which your company is hedged out against future risks, ESG or otherwise. It is very tempting in those moments, I say from personal experience, as a CEO to say, you all don't understand this business as well as I do. I am so much smarter than you. I'm going to ignore your questions because they are not material and hang up the phone. That is a great way to become an ex-CEO, which is exactly as it should be, because when you tell them that you don't understand what I know about my company, they are inclined to correct you and say, no, no, it's not your company, it's my company. You all are doing exactly that with this bill. You are telling investors, shareholders, that they do not have a right to decide what is material in their interest in these companies. Maybe that's an individual investor, maybe that's a pension fund. You're saying that they don't matter. Let me tell you, our nation's CEOs, thank you for your service. Thank you for looking out for them. Now, we will always have a few lousy, self-interested CEOs who would like to fleece their investors, who would like to hide their liabilities, who would like to tell you to shut up and pound sand because you don't understand their business. It is sad to me to see the Republican Party choose to associate with them and say we have your back. But I'm proud to stand with our nation's good CEOs, and more importantly, with all of our nation's investors, in strong opposition to this anti-market, anti-growth legislation. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, I'd like to recognize and yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Dunn, who is a member of our Financial Services Committee.
Jeff from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 4790, and I want to thank our chairman, Mr. Huizenga from Michigan, for leading this very important bill. Look, the rising costs of living, the inflation, it is making it hard for everyone, particularly those in ag states like Iowa. Over half of Iowans rely on some type of retirement account just to plan for their future, their kids' future, their future retirement, their ability to buy a first-time home. However, some investment managers are now letting politics guide their decisions, not free market principles. And they are working not to improve returns for their investors, retirees, or every American, but working in a way to align their politics before actual market-based principles. That's why I believe not only we must pass this bill, which includes my Protecting American Savings Account Act, and to eliminate these tragic conflicts of interest. We cannot allow unelected bureaucrats and administrators or political activists to gamble with Americans' hard-earned and well-invested future. The retirement savings that are being led here ensure that our companies do what is best for all Americans, including my constituents back home in Iowa, not the political motivations of the few. I urge passage of this legislation. I thank Mr. Huizenga for his strong leadership and work in making sure that this can come to the floor and pass. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the remainder of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is just another extreme mega political stunt to undermine the safety and soundness of our banks and our financial system. Rather than focus on economic growth, it pushes extremist policies, stripping away critical environmental, social, and governance initiatives and disclosures. Let's be clear, climate risk is financial risk, and diversity is good business. Just look at a recent McKinsey report. Top companies grow more when they consider climate risk and embrace diversity and inclusion than when they only look at the bottom line. Let's make this simple. Why do Republicans want to take power away from shareholders? Why are they doing away with decades of progress in corporate transparency? Why do they want less information? This is not an effort to secure economic growth for our nation. It is an effort to deny reality, something that extreme Republicans are really getting to be a good expert at. I, too, ask, is this America?
30 seconds, I yell.
Mr. Speaker, I, too, ask, is this America? I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves the balance. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I would like to yield to my good friend and gentleman, a member of the Financial Services Committee, 1.5 minutes, gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend, the chairman of the subcommittee and great leader in financial services. I rise today in support of H.R. 4790, the prioritizing economic growth over woke policies, as introduced by Mr. Huizenga. This bill, Mr. Speaker, limits the disclosures that securities issuers must provide to the SEC, ensuring they only report information that is material to investors' decision-making. H.R. 4790 also includes my bill, H.R. 4653, the Protecting U.S. Business Sovereignty Act. My legislation defends American businesses from the overreach of foreign regulations like the EU's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which threatens U.S. businesses by imposing costly compliance burdens on U.S. businesses for participating, even in a minor way, in the EU. Republicans are not against ESG, Mr. Speaker, as an investment choice. If individual investors want to prioritize environmental, social, or governance factors, that is their freedom. What we oppose is when these ideological views are mandated, when investors are forced to comply with burdensome regulations that prioritize political ideology over profitability, prioritizes ideology over outcomes, which harms the economy and undermines the freedom to invest one's own wealth. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Let's choose economic growth and the freedom of choice for American investors. I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
The so-called ESG debate is a fabricated political issue funded by corporate interest that are trying to protect their short-term profits at the expense of our workers, our retirees, and our communities. The stakes are real, though, and hardworking families' retirement security is on the line. Just look at the impacts at the state level, Mr. Speaker. Indiana's budget office, for example, has estimated forcing their state pension system to divest from firms or funds that use ESG factors could reduce returns by $6.7 billion. Public funding is also at stake. Look at Texas. It passed an anti-ESG legislation at the state level, disrupting the municipal bond market. Public borrowing costs now increased by roughly $400 million in Texas. Anti-ESG efforts shield companies from accountability, put families' retirement savings at risk, and cost the public money. All this is for corporate profits. Pensioners and retirees deserve better.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
You don't need I yield an additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just wanted everyone to admit that this is all for corporate profits and that the American people deserve better. These are retirees that worked incredibly hard, and we have to do everything we can to protect their investments. They deserve better. They deserve the transparency that these factors produce. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gentlelady from California reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would simply note that if this was about protecting investors and maximizing their profit, we wouldn't force them to go into a lower return product like my colleagues are trying to do. With that, I'd like to recognize my friend and colleague, a member of the Financial Services Committee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank my friend, the chairman from Michigan, for yielding me time to speak in support of this legislative package that includes my bill, H.R. 4657. Mr. Speaker, under the Biden-Harris administration, economic growth has been sacrificed to pursue a woke agenda detrimental to Tennesseans. This is one of the many reasons I rise in support of my Michigan colleagues' legislation, H.R. 4790. The Tennesseans I represent can be assured that I will continue to prioritize working families over the woke socialist agenda known as ESG that far-left progressives are inserting into retirement accounts. My bill that is included in this package would protect retail investors and retirement savings from left-wing activist shareholders and socially directed investment funds from abusing the shareholder process to advance their progressive political agendas. Activist investors that force companies to take social positions on issues like abortion and climate change shouldn't be making business decisions. My bill would offer companies respite from these harmful and extremist shareholder proposals, which is why my bill is referred to as the Respite Act in the Senate. Tennesseans know firsthand how woke priorities don't align with our values or our financial interests. That's why we stood up to Tractor Supply Company and forced them to care about people again and not politics. When the Securities and Exchange Commission came after our farmers to collect ESG-related information, the Tennessee Attorney General's office sued the SEC to remind them that they were overstepping by engaging in environmental policy. Tennessee is proud to lead the charge against the woke agenda championed by the Biden-Harris administration. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to join me in voting yes on H.R. 4790 so that we can turn the focus back on promoting economic growth and not social wokeness. With that, I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is a member of the Financial Services Committee and the co-chair of the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I oppose H.R. 4790 because it impedes shareholders' engagement with the companies they own, limits visibility into corporate decision-making, and ultimately weakens the foundation of America's strong free market. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules had permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would require companies to disclose when they abandon commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI. DEI initiatives at companies lead to more innovative and productive organizational cultures. Establishing a diverse workforce helps companies attract and retain top talent and ultimately drives better business outcomes. I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment into the record, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support Mr. Huizinga's bill, H.R. 4790, the Prioritizing Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act, and I thank him and Chairman McHenry for their leadership on this issue. In particular, I'd like to highlight my bill within this larger package. It's called the Stop Executive Capture of Banking Regulators Act. End quote. This bill requires the Federal Reserve, this bill applies to a requirement to the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the FDIC, the NCUA, and the FHFA to report to Congress when they plan to implement a non-binding recommendation from an executive order or FSOC. All the regulators I just listed are independent, and independent regulators are supposed to act according to their respective expertise. They shouldn't just adopt recommendations from the President or Treasury without their own due diligence. This bill says that if they do choose to implement a non-binding directive from the executive branch, they should tell Congress and the American people what they're planning to do and why. That's a common sense requirement. Frankly, this shouldn't be a partisan issue. I yield back.
And I reserve, actually, Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
4 minutes. The gentlelady from California has 6 minutes.
Okay. And I would inquire to the gentlelady if is she prepared to close or if she has more speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We all want our investments to grow. Investors want to be able to compare ESG metrics across companies because there is substantial research showing that companies that are actively managing their climate risk and promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion are more profitable, not less. Consistent and transparent disclosure on these metrics are critical for investors who are looking to maximize their investment growth, not just for investors who are looking to put their money towards good causes. This is not just about doing the right thing for the earth or for employees. It is about doing the right thing for a company's bottom line, the right thing for the growth of our investments, and the right thing for investor choice. My colleague has claimed that nothing in this bill would prevent an individual from investing in companies with ESG policies. But let's take a look at the facts. This bill would make it harder for investors to access clear and consistent disclosures from companies on ESG metrics. So how can an investor make informed decisions without that information? They cannot, and that's why this bill is so harmful. It has taken away investor rights and investor choice in order to force MAGA policies on all of us at the expense of investors. It is unacceptable, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close and will reserve until the gentlelady is. Meanwhile, I will again just reiterate that the law requires any material information, including climate information, must be disclosed currently if it is material. So with that, I'll continue to reserve until the gentlelady is prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill has been opposed by Biden-Harris administration. In fact, the statement of administration policy states that this bill would, quote, severely limit the ability of federal financial regulators to protect consumers and investors, and also disempowers stakeholders and investors, quote, unquote. I ask that this statement be entered into the record. I'd also like to point out that this bill is opposed by over 40 organizations and investor advocates.
Without
so
objection.
I ask that the letter these groups signed indicating their opposition to H.R. 4790 be entered into the record as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
And I will continue to reserve until the gentlelady is prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time. We've talked a lot during this debate about investors, and I want to be clear that when I say investor, I'm talking about people saving for retirement, their children's education, and to purchase a home. I'm talking about Americans who have saved a few dollars in a mutual fund or purchased a few stocks. These are the investors, and it is their rights, and this bill tramples on. It tramples on their right to vote on and to offer proposals to strengthen companies they own, their right to information to evaluate their investments, and it undermines the regulator who works to protect investor rights. This has taken us back. This is undoing the traditional investor rights that we have enjoyed for so long that are now being stripped while there's an attempt to undo what we're trying to do with climate change. Well, I know that they don't believe in the science and what is happening with climate change. But this is going way beyond what I thought any of my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle would do. I understand that large public corporations want this bill because it would allow them to take investors' money but ignore them in every respect. But shareholders are the legal owners of these companies, not the executives. Mr. Speaker, I think the executives forgot. They simply forgot who they work for. The shareholders are the ones who invest in their hard-earned dollars in the company and deserve the right to participate in this small way. This bill is a blatant denial of climate change and insulting to communities all across this country that have been burned by historical wildfires, flattened by monster hurricanes, and parched by record heat waves and droughts. This bill is an attempt to make us see our neighbor as a threat rather than as a friend. It suggests wanting companies to reflect the diversity of America, in itself un-American. And I know that there are those who don't like to see people like me in the boardrooms, who don't like to see people of color in the boardrooms, who don't like to see LGBT in the boardrooms. But we're not going back, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to fight this fight, and we're going to fight for the investors. So with that type of thinking, it leads the politicians to share fear-mongering lies like people eating pets rather than seeing our diversity of people, ideas, backgrounds, and religions is our greatest strength, and that it sets America apart from the rest of the world.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to thank all of my colleagues, the members who spoke here today, as well as the 20 members who included their bills in this particular package. And we've heard a lot of rhetoric. We've heard a lot of hyperbole. We've heard a lot of fear-mongering, charged rhetoric, and frankly, even some falsehoods today from my colleagues across the aisle. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that again, the law requires any material information, including climate, including all these other things that have been discussed today, it must be disclosed to investors if it is material. Now, in 1976, the great Thurgood Marshall established standards of materiality in the TSC versus Northway case. Thurgood Marshall realized, as did the rest of the Supreme Court, that having just arbitrary and capricious sort of willy-nilly rules surrounding what should or shouldn't be disclosed and what should and shouldn't be informative to investors, to the reasonable investor, his words and their words, to the reasonable investors, they needed to put guardrails around that. And in 1976, Thurgood Marshall did that. This administration, after nearly 50 years, and their puppets in the supposedly independent agencies have turned that concept on its head. And we see this time and time again because they cannot do this through the legislative process. They are turning to those regulators who are abusing their situations. Here's the facts. Unelected bureaucrats have hijacked and overhauled the public company shareholder proxy process. Here's the facts. They've adopted rules and guidance that exceeds their statutory authority. And by the way, those same courts have been putting them back in their place. Here's the fact. They've redefined the materiality standard. They've ceded authority over American financial regulation to global governance bodies. Why would we do this? Why would we do this when the U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world? Capital comes to the United States because of our strength, and yet they want to undermine and weaken it. In response, our bill, H.R. 4790, the Prioritizing Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act, will prevent regulatory overreach. It will restore the materiality standard. It will restore the SEC's proxy voting process. It will hold large proxy advisory firms accountable. It will block regulators from injecting ESG and other initiatives into our financial system. It will reassert sovereignty over American financial regulation to American regulators, not international bodies. And again, Mr. Speaker, the law requires any material information be included to the reasonable investor. So let's seize this opportunity to protect workers, to create jobs, to protect those job creators and everyday investors from radical ESG initiatives that put left-wing political goals above American prosperity. Let's ensure our financial system remains the envy of the world, Mr. Speaker. Let's vote yes. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For third reading.
A bill to amend the federal securities laws with respect to the materiality of disclosure requirements to establish the Public Company Advisory Committee and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Casson of Illinois moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4790 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed. What purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote on that.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays.
I ask for the yeas and nays, yes.
Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit H.R. 3724, passage of H.R. 3724 if ordered, then the motion to recommit H.R. 4790 and passage of H.R. 4790 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 3724 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 3724, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic votes. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 195 and the nays are 203, with 0 being present. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek it recognition?
Call for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those voting favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 201. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
With consent to speak out of order.
The House will be in order. If all members can take conversations off the floor, the House will be in order. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rest assured, House of Representatives, the trophy is coming back.
The House will be in order.
This is of utmost importance. Wow. Rest assured to the House of Representatives that the basketball trophy will be back in our chambers for another year. Congratulations to the members of Congress for defeating last night, 2 nights ago, the downtown lobbyists. We took it to them. The civil servants of our society took it to downtown. And a big congratulations to the members of Congress for defeating and winning us. This is an awesome event that we do. It supports Hoops for Youth, a big charity that goes to help youth sports, along with many of the other sporting activities that we do. And just to finish off, wanted to congratulate and particularly recognize our captain and this year's MVP, retiring member, Dr. Brad Wenstrup. Can we get a round of applause? You may hear rumors from downtown that it took and required Enes Freedom, formerly Enes Kanter of the NBA, to help our team win, but that is unsubstantiated. We could have beat them on our own. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 4790 offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 4790, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic devices to be a 5-minute vote. 206, the nays are 211. The motion to recommit is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed and without objection. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the ayes, yeas, and nays. Did he see me?
Yeah, he did.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 203, with one answering present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on September 19, 2024 at 3:20 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 1871, Senate 3187, that the Senate passed, without amendment, H.R. 9468. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 9468, an act making supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House The House will be in order. All members will take their conversation off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that...
Without objection.
Wait, one moment, please.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 5717.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5717. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 5717, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide that sanctuary jurisdictions that provide benefits to aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status under the immigration laws are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such aliens.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read on the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or the respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The committee will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in just 3.5 years, President Biden and his border czar, Kamala Harris, have allowed more than 7.6 million unvetted illegal aliens into the United States. That is the equivalent of adding an entirely new state, almost the size of Arizona, our 14th largest state with 9 congressional districts. Those not engaged in criminal activities are almost entirely destitute and are overwhelmingly our public schools, our hospitals, our food banks, our public housing and social services. This began the very first day of this administration, when Biden and Harris rescinded the Remain in Mexico policy, ordered construction on the border wall halted, and literally instructed ICE to stop enforcing court-ordered deportations. Today, ICE remains hogtied in discharging its duty to remove even criminal illegal aliens from our midst. Before they can do so, they're now required to first develop a full profile of the criminal and to identify mitigating circumstances, such as if the criminal has high blood pressure or is a caregiver. A former top ICE official told the Judiciary Committee that the Biden-Harris policies have made immigration enforcement more dangerous, more difficult to carry out, and less efficient overall. The flood of illegal mass migration at our southern border has thinned the ranks of ICE officers available to enforce laws within the interior because so many have been siphoned off to process illegals being allowed into our country. You know, when constituents ask me, how could this be happening to their communities? I have to remind them that if they voted for Biden and Harris, this is exactly what they voted for, and if that surprises them, they weren't paying attention. In 2019, Kamala Harris told the ACLU she would slash funding for immigration detention and close private immigration detention centers. And as ABC News has been forced to confess, Harris did in fact endorse taxpayer funding to provide transgender surgeries for illegal aliens detained in the United States. Americans are beginning to realize the severe danger to public safety posed by cities and states that refuse to notify ICE so that dangerous criminals can be turned over to them for deportation once they've served out their sentences, as the law requires. Instead, the woke left releases these criminals back onto our streets and into our communities to prey on new victims. Instead of ICE being able to take these criminals into custody while they're disarmed and in custody, ICE agents instead must track them down and confront them when they are armed and at large. This is the very essence of the sanctuary policies that so many Democrats, including Biden and Harris, have supported and facilitated. Although current law already prohibits jurisdictions from refusing to cooperate with federal immigration officials, jurisdictions controlled by leftist officials continue to do so. This bill changes that. The growing list of Americans victimized by criminal aliens released back onto our streets in defiance of federal law is truly appalling. According to ICE, Cook County, Illinois saw law enforcement release 1,070 criminal aliens and immigration violators in fiscal year 2019, despite requests by ICE to notify the agency before their release from local custody. One of those criminals was a Mexican national who had been arrested for theft. After his release from custody, that illegal alien lured a 3-year-old girl into a McDonald's bathroom and sexually assaulted her. Had Chicago authorities cooperated with federal officials, that man, a convicted aggravated felon who previously had been deported, could have been in ICE custody and instead removed to Mexico. In January 2023, a 27-year-old illegal alien from Mexico was allowed to remain in the United States through the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA program, despite his arrest for domestic violence in New Jersey. Local law enforcement ignored an ICE detainer and released him, where he went on to murder his girlfriend and a married couple. Without this legislation, we should brace ourselves for what is to come. In 2019, Kamala Harris committed to ending ICE detainers. H.R. 5717 would prevent any jurisdiction from ever doing so again. Specifically, this bill renders sanctuary jurisdictions ineligible to receive certain taxpayer dollars that would bankroll illegal immigration in American communities. By denying certain federal funding to jurisdictions that prohibit or restrict their cooperation with federal immigration officials, the bill encourages sanctuary jurisdictions to end their anti-enforcement policies in favor of working with the Department of Homeland Security. Now, today, Democrats will present far-fetched hypotheticals about how Republicans want to strip funding from program after program. On the contrary, to continue to receive these funds, the jurisdiction would simply need to follow existing law. And isn't that what a nation of laws is all about? But it's absurd that a bill like this is even necessary. As we've seen time and time again, far-left jurisdictions would prefer to release dangerous criminal aliens back onto American streets than to deport them once they've served their sentence, as federal law requires. This bill helps end this dangerous and tragic absurdity. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields, reserves. I'm sorry. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, rather than bring up an immigration bill that attempts to secure our border or address the broken immigration system, the Republican majority has brought us a bill that would simply bankrupt states and localities that have chosen a different path on immigration than the Republican agenda. I'm not surprised that this bill offers no solutions, though. Republicans have made it very clear that they are more interested in trying to scapegoat immigrants and score cheap political points, especially in these weeks leading up to the election, than in working to solve problems. This legislation would prevent so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, in some cases entire states like New York and California and North Dakota, from receiving any federal funds that might, quote, benefit, unquote, undocumented immigrants, resulting in drastic cuts to education, transportation, law enforcement, and health care. This bill is being rushed to the floor without following regular order, and given how poorly written this bill is, it's clear why its supporters might have wanted it to shield it from greater scrutiny. The title of the bill implies that it is narrowly crafted and targeted at federal funds for undocumented immigrants in sanctuary jurisdictions. In reality, however, its impact would be much, much wider. It would target not only states led by Democrats like New York, California, and Illinois, but Republican strongholds like Utah and North Dakota, and its impact would be felt across the country. Let's think about how this bill would affect our communities. For example, local police protect the public. They do not check a person's immigration status when responding to a call for help or answering a 911 call. As a result, under this bill, state and local police forces will lose millions of dollars in burned JAG grants from the Department of Justice, one of the main ways that the federal government supports police equipment purchases, training, and officer salaries. Likewise, states are required by law to provide students with a K-12 public education, regardless of immigration status. As such, states receive billions of dollars from the Department of Education to fund K-12 education. Under this bill, any so-called sanctuary jurisdiction would lose this funding for all its students, regardless of their immigration status. And one more example that highlights how truly absurd this bill is. Last year, the federal government provided the states of California and New York, both of which are considered sanctuary jurisdictions under this bill, with $5 billion and $2.3 billion, respectively, to build and maintain highways, bridges, and pedestrian infrastructure. This funding benefits all of the state's residents, including undocumented immigrants, which puts the funding at risk under this bill. Now, my Republican colleagues will argue that we are reading the bill too broadly, but we know this is exactly what Republicans want to do. The Trump administration has previously tried to condition Department of Justice funding on states changing their sanctuary city policies. Further, this concept is straight out of Project 2025, which specifically calls on a potential future Trump administration to try to coerce states and localities into adopting anti-immigrant policies by withholding federal funds. Republicans use the term sanctuary city the same way that Donald Trump tells stories about immigrants eating cats and dogs. They want their constituents to be afraid of immigrants and to imply that some cities harbor criminals and refuse to comply with federal law. The truth is that in some cities, gaining the trust of immigrant communities is a key component of good policing. The Major Cities Chief Association argues that when local police are viewed as colluding with immigration authorities, they may spur, quote, increased crime against immigrants in the broader community, create a class of silent victims, and eliminate the potential for assistance from immigrants in solving crimes or preventing future terroristic acts, unquote. Following this guidance, many cities across the country have adopted policies that limit contact between local police and federal immigration agencies. However, regardless of how someone may feel about sanctuary jurisdictions and community trust policies, the answer is not a blunt instrument that claws billions of dollars for unrelated projects away from these states and localities. Our constituents send us here to fight for their interests, not to take away funds they depend on. This is a dangerous and overly broad bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 8 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, the author of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. You break it, you bought it, Mr. Speaker. That's not a Republican saying. That's not a Democrat saying. That's just a widely accepted premise in our culture. You break it, you bought it. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, nobody broke the border like President Biden, Vice President Border Czar Kamala Harris, along with the mayors and governors of sanctuary cities and states. President Biden broke the border when he repealed 64 very effective Trump-era policies. Biden repealed Remain in Mexico. Biden applied lower asylum standards. Biden stopped border wall construction. Biden even repositioned border agents away from the border to be in migrant processing centers behind desks just to process more and more migrants into the country. By reversing Trump's very effective policies, President Biden and Border Czar and Vice President Kamala Harris have created a wide-open border for illegal immigration and asylum abuse. The immediate consequence of these actions was a surge in illegal border crossings, reaching levels we have never seen before. And now every state, including New York, nearly 2,000 miles away from the southwest border, has become a border state. While the Biden-Harris administration has done its damage, sanctuary city jurisdictions are only exacerbating this crisis even further. When cities like New York adopt sanctuary policies and forbid local law enforcement from coordinating with federal officials on enforcing immigration law, they send a huge signal to those who are in our country illegally or those who would break our asylum laws. The message is, come to New York. Come because we will not enforce federal immigration law here. And the migrants sure got the message. 100,000 migrants have passed through New York City since the spring of 2022. And at the height of the crisis, there were over 64,000 migrants in the city's care, all at the taxpayers' expense. And New York's governor recently proposed $5 billion more to address New York's migrant crisis at the same time she proposed cutting from our kids' public schools. Yet, New York state officials did absolutely nothing to change New York City's and New York State's sanctuary policies. Despite the uncontrolled crisis across the 5 boroughs, New York City has refused to change its sanctuary policies, the very policies incentivizing illegal immigration. Those illegally crossing the border or who feign asylum to be paroled into the interior of our country know that if they make it to New York, they will be given taxpayer-funded food, shelter, health care, transportation, and social services. And hard-working American taxpayers will be the ones footing the bill, Mr. Speaker. If we do not put an end to these sanctuary city policies, that number will continue to balloon, costing families even more, all during a time of significant financial hardship and record inflation. New Yorkers, and indeed all taxpayers, should not have to bear this burden. Schools are at capacity. Our cities are overrun. Our law enforcement is stretched to the limit. Our social services are being overwhelmed. Our hospitals are overburdened. Local budgets are strained to the breaking point. Homeless Americans are having trouble accessing shelter services, and migrant children, many unaccompanied, are being exploited by smugglers, traffickers, violent gangs, and they are being put to work illegally or worse, abused and trafficked. And yet, instead of changing course, cities like New York have had the audacity to turn around and demand more money from taxpayers from non-sanctuary jurisdictions to fund their failed sanctuary policies. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. My No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act is about accountability. It's about ensuring that cities and states that refuse to enforce federal laws are not rewarded with federal dollars related to their defiance. Let the policymakers from sanctuary jurisdictions hear us loud and clear. If you incentivize illegal immigration in your city, knowing full well the migrants will come, don't come to the federal government for a bailout. Let me make something also abundantly clear. This legislation will prohibit federal funding from going towards fueling the root causes of the migrant crisis. In no way, Mr. Speaker, can this legislation be construed to harm school systems, law enforcement, and other benefits for American citizens. Those entities will remain eligible for federal funding under this legislation. Mr. Speaker, America is like a ship taking on water. And my colleagues from the other side of the aisle, their solution is to merely build a bigger boat. My solution, Mr. Speaker, is to plug the hole causing the crisis in the first place by cutting off federal funds that would only exacerbate the crisis. I want to thank the chairman for his support of my legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act. Thank you, and I yield.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, let's be real. The reason these migrants are in New York is because they were bused there involuntarily by Governor Abbott of Texas. And Mr. LaLota's bill would remove from New York all federal funding for schools, all funding for transportation, because it says that in a sanctuary state or city, anything that may benefit migrants will not be paid. But as I said in my opening remarks, roads benefit migrants like anybody else, so no funding for roads and bridges and highways. Schools benefit migrants like anybody else, so no funding for the schools. This bill will essentially take all federal funding away from New York State. Why Mr. LaLota would introduce a bill to take basically all federal funding away from our joint state of New York is a question his constituents are going to have to address in 2 months. I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Here we are, wasting time again on the floor on a bill that has no chance of becoming law, when meanwhile, Republicans have failed to pass a continuing resolution that would keep our government funded. And some in your party are even calling for a government shutdown, which would have detrimental effects on Americans across the country. Are we dealing with that issue? Nope. Republicans couldn't pass their own bill, partisan bill, to continue to fund the government. And we're not trying to do anything on that. Instead, we are here talking not about a bill that actually works for real solutions to our outdated immigration system, but we are once again talking about a bill that demonizes immigrants. This is something that Republicans have refused to put forward real solutions to our broken immigration system because, in their own words, they want to keep immigration broken so that they can continue to demonize immigrants and continue to try to make this an election issue. So, here we are today, once again, debating a bill inspired by Trump's Project 2025 that would strip billions of dollars in vital federal funds from states and localities across the country, including in my home state of Washington. Under this bill, jurisdictions that want to keep the proper division between federal enforcement and local law enforcement are penalized for doing just that, taking away any federal funds that might, quote, benefit undocumented immigrants. That makes absolutely no sense on multiple levels. First of all, community trust policies in these jurisdictions foster cooperation and trust between immigrant communities and local authorities. And that is crucial for effective policing and public safety. When immigrants feel safe, reporting crimes and working with law enforcement, it actually strengthens public safety for everyone. That is why members of the Law Enforcement Immigration Task Force, which is made up of law enforcement officials from across the country, have expressed concern with this bill, stating that when local police are viewed as colluding with immigration authorities, quote, undocumented residents may fear that they or people they know or depend upon risk deportation by working with law enforcement, and that this fear undermines trust between law enforcement and the communities we serve, which actually can facilitate an increase in violent crime, end quote. That is law enforcement talking about what this bill would actually do, is it would hurt our abilities to protect public safety. On top of that, local jurisdictions have neither the money, the training, or the time to enforce federal immigration laws, particularly when it undermines their own ability to build community trust and do their necessary work. H.R. 5717 is just bad policy. It implements Trump's extreme Project 2025 agenda by stripping localities and states across the country of billions of dollars in federal funding for education, transportation, infrastructure, law enforcement, and health care, just because those funds might benefit undocumented immigrants, forgetting that they actually benefit everybody in the community. Let's remember that undocumented immigrants are interwoven into our communities. Approximately 1.1 million U.S. citizens are married to undocumented immigrants, and over 600,000 U.S. citizen children live in mixed-status households where at least one person is undocumented. Not to mention the DACA recipients who work in public schools and hospitals and small businesses. Attempts to punish cities and states for using funding in a way that benefits undocumented people takes away the very necessary funding that communities across the country have been asking for, and it will inevitably also harm U.S. citizens and American communities in those same localities. Welcome to Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's America, where the federal government tries to coerce state and local governments to adopt the most anti-immigrant policies. And if they refuse to do so, well, then that entire community is going to be stripped of federal funding for the most essential services. We've recently seen how dangerous this rhetoric and this policy can be. For the past few weeks, Republicans have relentlessly pushed debunked myths about how Haitian immigrants have supposedly invaded Springfield, Ohio, and are eating people's pets. Sadly, that led to the city having to evacuate City Hall and lock down multiple hospitals due to bomb threats. Parents are afraid to send their kids to school as Springfield elementary schools were evacuated 2 days in a row because of the bomb threats.
Gentlelady is recognized.
My Republican colleagues love to talk about so-called, quote, immigrant crime and chaos at the border. But the reality is that their callous disregard for the truth, for conspiracy theories and lies and demonization of immigrants has brought crime and chaos to the residents of Springfield, Ohio, putting their well-being and their security at risk. Mr. Chairman, we are better than this. America is better than this. We can fix the immigration system without ripping communities apart and stripping away billions of dollars in vital federal funding. We can solve the problems at the border without fear-mongering and scapegoating immigrants who are helping to build our communities across the country. Unfortunately, that would require bipartisanship, it would require compromise, it would require a commitment to actually solving the problem, all of which my Republican colleagues have made clear they have zero interest in doing. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, every grant the federal government makes to states and localities comes with conditions that they must fulfill in order to receive those funds. This measure simply says to get federal funds, you must obey federal law. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman. I rise today not only to support this legislation, but let's clarify for a moment. My colleague across the aisle suggested that it's time to get real. Law enforcement has been trusted in our communities to do their job to provide for public safety without federal or state interference for years. Sanctuary city policies are actually handcuffing local law enforcement and precluding them from intervening in protecting American citizens. Sanctuary city policies keep local law enforcement from even being able to interact with federal law enforcement, therefore making it impossible for them to do their job. My colleague across the aisle said it's time to get real. The overwhelming number of illegal immigrants being transported to cities and states like New York, not at the hands of governors of states, but of the federal government. I know this because as a county executive, I saw it firsthand. In fact, it was imposed on my community and my law enforcement. Since President Biden took office, over 11 million individuals have come to enter our country illegally. In the state of New York, because of sanctuary city policies, Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams have allowed for the transport of migrants. Apparently that's okay if Democrat mayors do it, to cities, communities, motels, and hotels throughout upstate New York. One of my colleagues referred to the so-called crime committed by illegal immigrants. We're not suggesting that everyone who comes to this country commits a crime, but we are suggesting that when we interface with an illegal immigrant who does, in fact, break the law enforcement should be able to do its job, interact with federal officials, and ultimately arrest and deport individuals who break the law. We know that this has occurred in our state. Just 1 month ago, a Peruvian serial killer wanted for 23 murders was arrested at the southern border, released based on the current administration's policies, and then transported to New York. I don't think Governor Abbott drove him there, but instead it is likely the federal government and our tax dollars brought him to New York, where he was arrested living in Endicott, New York. In another instance, an illegal immigrant raped and strangled a woman in Delaware County, New York. This individual committed the heinous act while out on bail for raping another woman. Thanks to New York's sanctuary city policy and cashless bail, this crime could have been prevented, but was not. At what point does the state of New York recognize that this is a crisis of their own making? No one would lose a dollar if states like New York and cities like New York would abandon sanctuary city policies and allow local law enforcement to do their job. But at times I come here, it feels as if we're in some sort of version of the Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the crisis of our making. Look over there, Project 2025. Pay no attention to the crimes being committed. Look over there, an offensive tweet. To my colleagues, it is very simple. Law enforcement can do its job well, and we ought to demand accountability from states who preclude them from protecting American citizens. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again I point out that whatever one thinks of the Biden administration's immigration policies, the only effect of this bill would be to take all federal funds away from states like New York and California, North Dakota, Utah. And again, for Mr. Molinaro, who represents New York, he will have to explain to his constituents why he thinks that all federal funds should be taken away from New York. I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, a new member of the Judiciary Committee, represent Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to express my profound concerns about the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act and its potential ramifications for cities like Chicago, which I proudly represent. As the nation's first sanctuary city, Chicago is a shining example of what it means to be a melting pot of cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. We are committed to the principles of inclusion, safety, and justice for all its residents, regardless of immigration status. As a welcoming city and state, our policies are designed to build trust between our immigrant communities and local law enforcement, ensuring that everyone feels safe to report crimes and seek assistance without fear of deportation. The No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act threatens to undermine these efforts by withholding essential federal funds, from cities that uphold such priorities. The bill proposes to penalize cities like Chicago, counties like Cook County, and states like Illinois by cutting off essential resources that support public safety, community service, education, and transportation. Let me be clear. This legislation not only affects the bureaucratic operations of our city and state governments, it would also deeply impact the daily lives of our own families and neighbors. Federal grants play a vital role in equipping emergency response services and our law enforcement with the resources that they need to keep our communities safe. This bill would cut these funds, compromising our ability to effectively protect our communities and maintain our public safety. Similarly, many of our community programs which provide critical support to our most vulnerable populations are also funded by federal grants. Losing this funding will mean significantly reduced support for after-school programs, fewer resources for schools, healthcare services, and less assistance for families facing economic hardship. It would decimate the federal dollars used to maintain and improve our city's transportation infrastructure, from roads and public transportation to clean water access. The federal dollars threatened by this bill are essential for our economic growth and for the quality of life of all residents. The message of this bill is clear. If a city chooses to embrace the immigrant communities and prioritize their safety and well-being, it will be punished. This is not only unjust, but counterproductive. Our nation's strength lies in its diversity, and our city's efforts to protect all residents should be applauded, not penalized. Let us reaffirm our commitment to values that unite us rather than divide us. Let us support policies that uplift all of our communities and ensure that we have the resources they need to thrive. I yield back.
I reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If those cities want the hard-earned tax dollars of our citizens, they need to respect our laws, our sovereignty, and the safety of the American people. Mr. McClintock, there are fewer things more despairing than having to pass laws to enforce laws because our chief law enforcement officer and commander-in-chief has fallen down on the job. If President Biden and Vice President Harris don't respect the laws of our land, I don't suspect other people will either. I rise in support of H.R. 5717, the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act. Sanctuary cities are magnets. They are part of the perverse incentives that are drawing illegal immigrants into this country. In fact, their mere existence is illegal under U.S. law. Title 8, Section 1324, the United States Code prohibits the harboring of illegal aliens, making such acts a felony, punishable by imprisonment up to 5 years. Other sections in Title 8 prohibit the local jurisdiction from withholding the immigration status of an individual from federal authorities. These rogue local officials who promote these policies and flout the rule of law are themselves acting as criminals. And they are a disgrace to our great country. And they should be impeached or prosecuted. These jurisdictions are sanctuaries for lawlessness, crime, and chaos that is a cancer pervading our country. Sanctuary cities are a scourge to our country's law and order, to a civil society whose sacred duty is to provide for a common defense, promote domestic tranquility, and enforce the laws of the land. As John Adams once said, this is a government of laws, not of men. And when we depart from that central tenet of this republic, we are diminished as a people, and we are weaker as a nation. Mr. Speaker, you get what you tolerate, and we've tolerated this recklessness for way too long. Sanctuary cities must be stopped. This legislation would prohibit federal dollars from funding public services for illegal aliens in sanctuary cities, and I urge all my colleagues to do the right thing, uphold the rule of law, and protect the American people and I urge them to vote for 5717, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5717. This bill is deeply absurd and completely transparent attempt to fearmonger and continue stoking hatred of immigrants of our communities. But let me be loud and clear. Immigrants make our communities stronger and more vibrant every single day. And Americans can see through these tactics. Instead of recognizing the beauty of our diverse communities and working to serve them, Republicans are putting forth a bill that would actually strip billions in federal funding from their own communities and even from entire states, including my home state of New York. This bill is so broadly written that it could endanger federal funding for school lunches, public schools, hospitals, public transportation, roads and bridges, police equipment, emergency response, and much more. These are the institutions that keep us safe, healthy, and able to thrive. But Republicans will throw it all away. For what? For hate, for fear-mongering, and for their own power. Our job in Congress is to serve our communities, not destroy them, just to score cheap political points that are completely unfounded in reality. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would restore desperately needed Title I funding for our public schools. I'm a lifelong educator. I was a teacher, counselor, and middle school principal before coming to Congress. And I've watched as Republicans try to come for public schools. In the FY25 budget, they proposed to cut Title I funding by 25%. In fact, Project 2025 wants to cut Title I funding for schools completely. Think about what that would mean for our kids. That means 180,000 teachers
Speaker,
gone.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Funding that improves academic achievement, provides high-quality learning opportunities, enables extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities and supplemental services, all decimated. Schools are the backbone of our communities and the lifeblood of our democracy. Increasing Title I means more quality educators, more school-based programs to nurture students, smaller class sizes, and better student outcomes. So my amendment would do just that. Because it's far past time that we prioritize our kids, and our communities deserve a bill that will actually meet their needs, not one that completely abandons them. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to close, so I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Speaker,
recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as we get closer to the end of our fiscal year with no resolution in sight, we are wasting our time with these absurd bills. I know that members of this chamber have very mixed feelings about appropriations bills and the earmarks that go along with them. But only in this backwards Congress would members think that stripping their constituents of federal funding is good policy. This legislation, which offers no solutions and would serve only to punish our communities, is opposed by law enforcement, organized labor, and civil and immigrant rights organizations. I urge all members to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, last week the House Judiciary Committee received chilling testimony from Sheriff Mike Boudreau of the rural Central Valley County of Tulare, California. And what he told us should be an ear-splitting alarm for every town and every city in America. In the sanctuary state of California, the criminal cartels, he said, have sunk deep roots throughout the state. In his county alone, a single assassin for the Sinaloa cartel admitted to over 25 murders. And Sheriff Boudreaux said, quote, that he was responsible for a certain area of California, and there were many other assassins assigned by cartels in California, throughout California, that were responsible for those areas, unquote. And then he spoke to California's sanctuary state law. He told of a reign of terror committed by an illegal migrant over a 24-hour period in his county, a murder in Visalia, attempted murders in Exeter and Tulare, as well as shootings in Pixley, Sultana, and Visalia, and an armed robbery in Exeter. And here's the fine point of the matter. 2 days before this nightmare unfolded, this monster had been arrested, and ICE had requested a detainer so that they could deport him. And as Sheriff Boudreaux testified, again, his words, quote, due to California's sanctuary state law, the sheriff's office was legally prohibited from recognizing or honoring the detainer of this would-be murderer, and we were further prohibited from notifying ICE of his release from jail, unquote. This is the dystopian world the Democrats have created in California with their sanctuary law, which was supported at the time by then State Attorney General Kamala Harris. And as Sheriff Boudreaux told us, quote, much of what I speak of in regard to California and the violence as well as the human trafficking, it's mirrored in other states all throughout the United States. The cartel wants to control these migrant towns and truly lead the same way they are in other countries, specifically in Mexico, unquote. He estimated that well over 50% of the crimes that he's dealing with in his county are now being committed by illegal migrants. But since he can't report those numbers or even confirm them, the official number is 0. I might add that the NYPD estimates that 75% of the crimes that they're now dealing with in Manhattan are committed by illegal migrants. And if it has not come to your neighborhood yet, it soon will if we continue down the path that we're on. Mr. Chairman, the American people have precious little time remaining to awaken and stop this insanity before it engulfs their towns and neighborhoods and communities if it hasn't already. And in the meantime, measures like this will assure these policies never again are allowed to threaten our families. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 118-685. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 118-685. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I would amend it at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-685, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are nearly 300 sanctuary jurisdictions in the United States. That's 300 places in our nation that refuse to cooperate with federal law enforcement to detain and remove illegal aliens. That's why this underlying bill is so important. There's not a single so-called sanctuary jurisdiction, localities that intentionally refuse to uphold the law, who should be receiving federal funds. Every city, county, or state that has laws, regulations, resolutions, or policies protecting illegal alien criminals from ICE should not receive a penny of federal funding for the benefits of those illegal aliens. Unfortunately, these jurisdictions received over $300 million from the Department of Justice in 2021 alone. My concern with this legislation, and it's a fairly minor one, is the timeline. Right now, the bill says that there'll be complete funding
prohibition on food, shelter, health care, and other services for illegal aliens in sanctuary jurisdictions, but the funding and eligibility kicks in at the beginning of the fiscal year after the date of enactment. Practically, that could raise a circumstance in which the funding prohibition described in this bill wouldn't kick in until nearly a year after this bill becomes law. In my view, that's too long. It's too long of a time frame for these sanctuary cities, these jurisdictions, to get away with violating our laws and taking tax dollars from hardworking Americans. This amendment amends Section 3 of the text to ensure that the funding and eligibility for these jurisdictions becomes effective no later than 60 days after the enactment of this act, and potentially even sooner. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment makes a bad bill even worse. The underlying legislation is already dangerous and overly broad. It would prevent so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, in some cases entire states, from receiving any federal funds that might, quote, benefit undocumented immigrants, resulting in drastic cuts to education, transportation, law enforcement, and health care. To make matters worse, this amendment would force this bill into effect within 60 days of passage. So even if states and localities wanted to change their policies to comply with this bill, they likely would not be able to do so in time. Many state legislatures are only in session for parts of the year. The legislature from my state of New York, for example, is only in session 6 months out of the year and does not convene again until January 2025. There has been no consultation with the relevant agencies to determine if this short timeline is feasible, not only to determine every sanctuary jurisdiction, but also what funds and programs are impacted. This amendment makes this dangerous bill even more absurd. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, these jurisdictions are aiding and abetting criminals. They're ignoring and violating federal law. They created this problem. So if they have to call a special session to fix the problem they created, that's on them. And it shouldn't be the taxpayers of Tennessee who have to fund it. I've got veterans in my community that aren't getting services because of illegal immigrants. There's only so many dollars to go around. Tennessee spends roughly $850 million a year annually for illegal immigrants. That's textbooks, that's computers for our kids. That's psych evals and treatments for our veterans. And I have to choose, or if I have to choose between a citizen and an illegal who's violating our laws, I choose an American every single time. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, if Soros-funded sanctuary jurisdictions want to violate the law and turn their backs on America, on our citizens, on law enforcement personnel, they should not be financially rewarded for doing so. There's no good argument my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can make that involves asking my constituents, hardworking Americans in Middle Tennessee, to subsidize the lives of lawbreakers as well as the decisions of sanctuary jurisdictions who want to protect those lawbreakers. It's time to defund and to deport. This is our country. We get to decide who comes in, and we get to decide who has to leave. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, this bill would take funds away, not from illegal immigrants only. It would take funds away from everybody in many states, in many cities. It would take virtually all funds for police, virtually all funds for highways and bridges and roads, virtually all funds for health and hospitals. Most of the people who would suffer under this bill are American citizens. The Republicans say, so what? They've made the choice to be sanctuary states. Well, American citizens have the choice, have the right to make decisions. That's what self-government is all about. And this bill comes along and says, let's take away the right of all the people of New York, of California, of Utah, of North Dakota, of Illinois to make decisions about their government. They're not really Americans. Let's take those rights away. That is pernicious. And this amendment would say, don't even give them the time to do it, and don't even give the federal agencies the time to adjust their policies to do it. This makes no sense. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the crazy conjecture of the consequences is clearly confounding. Like that? Let's be honest. We're talking about the food, the shelter, the health care that's going directly to illegal immigrants. Nothing against American citizens. And keep in mind, it's the jurisdictions who created this problem. It is the jurisdictions that are violating our laws, making a mockery of our system, and turning their backs on law enforcement. You have girls, women, all across this country who have been sexually assaulted by illegals, crimes that should never have happened if they were back in their home country, if they'd never been allowed in this country, if they'd not been given sanctuary, had they not been released. So when you talk about consequences, why don't you ask those women and those children? What do you ask those families, Mr. Chairman? I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm not going to get into a debate over the Biden administration's immigration policy. That's a separate debate that's happening. But the fact of the matter is that this bill would take virtually all federal funds away from many states and many cities in this country. A sanctuary jurisdiction is ineligible to receive any federal funds that the sanctuary jurisdiction intends to use for the benefit, including the provision of food, shelter, health care services, legal services, and transportation of aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status. Well, aliens present in the United States without lawful status use our roads and highways, so no road and highway money for all the people who are here. Aliens who are here go to schools, so no funding for education. Aliens who are here go to hospitals when they're sick, so no funding for health care. This makes no sense. This bill would take large amounts of money, virtually all federal funds, in fact, away from many states in the Union. And Mr. Ogles says it would leave more money for Tennessee. Well, I don't know whether that's true or not, but it would take virtually all federal funds away from most states. And frankly, as a representative from New York, which would lose all federal funds, I wouldn't vote for a nickel for Tennessee in that case. Because all Americans, whether in Tennessee or New York or Pennsylvania or Illinois, should be treated equally and not sacrificed on the altar of someone's opinion of immigration policy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part C of House Report 118-685. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Excuse me. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-685, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this does is ask Homeland Security to produce a report. So-called sanctuary jurisdictions choose to undermine federal law enforcement when it attempts to enforce our immigration laws, and I'm grateful we're considering the underlying bill to hold them accountable. I thank the chairman. One policy that would make a city a sanctuary city is a prohibition or restriction on government entities or officials from complying with lawful requests from the Department of Homeland Security under Section 236 or 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. My modest amendment just asked the DHS to provide an annual report to Congress detailing which jurisdictions have failed to honor such lawful requests. I believe having that information, having the report is important. Without it, it can be difficult to know which jurisdictions are complying with the law. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment requires the Department of Homeland Security to provide an annual report to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees listing all the jurisdictions that failed to comply with a detainer request or inform the Department about the release of an individual. It is important for us to take a step back and remember what this bill is about. This bill is attempting to strip federal funding from jurisdictions that have, quote, sanctuary, unquote, policies. I think a report like this would be quite illuminating for members across the aisle, because it would show them just how many of their own constituents they are harming with their own legislation. Communities in Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, just to name a few, would lose out on funding for essential services like public schools, infrastructure, and policing. So yes, I think this report would help show exactly how damaging this legislation is, and therefore I do not oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleague for supporting my amendment. You know, as we look at the jurisdictions across the country that may be ignoring current federal law, whether by ordinance, whether by order of the mayor, by statute, or just an unwritten rule, this report would illuminate and bring to light those jurisdictions that, quite frankly, that are putting America at risk. You know, our border crisis is a disaster for the country. It's turned every state into a border state. It spurred drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other crime. There was just a bodega that was shut down that was trafficking illegals today. It's caused resource crises for cities and towns across the country who have found that they don't have the resources to deal with the influx, the mass influx of people the Biden-Harris administration has released upon them. And so again, this information is critical as we move forward, as we look for solutions and put an end to this crisis that's plaguing our country. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's a simple report. It's valuable information. It's time that all cities, all communities enforce the federal law. It's time to deport the illegals who are draining our system, taking money away from American citizens. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Sir.
There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 5717, and pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I report the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair on the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 5717, and pursuant to House Resolution 1455, reports the bill back to the House with the sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on the engrossing in the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide that sanctuary jurisdictions that provide benefits to aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status under the immigration laws are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such aliens.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Bowman of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 5717 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the noes have it.
Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9106, the Enhanced Presidential Security Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9106, a bill to direct the Director of the United States Secret Service to apply the same standards for determining the number of agents required to protect presidents, vice presidents, and major presidential and vice presidential candidates, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 9106.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield as much time as he may consume to my friend, the congressman from the great state of New York, who is the sponsor of this critical legislation.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. In America, elections are determined at the ballot box, not by an assassin's bullet. In recent months, we have seen 2 such attempts on the life of former President Donald Trump. First, in Pennsylvania, and most recently, in Florida. That these incidents were allowed to occur is a stain on our country. We have endured through assassinations of political leaders including presidents. It is destructive to our country. It is destructive to our democracy, our constitutional republic. And it undermines the confidence that Americans have in their government and in the electoral process. But for a millimeter's difference, Donald Trump would be dead. But for a millimeter's difference, an assassin would have upended our election. Regardless of how every American feels, regardless of how every American intends to vote, it is the right of the American people to determine the outcome of this election. The idea that our election could be decided by an assassin's bullet should shake the conscience of our nation, and it requires swift action by the federal government. It requires Congress to ensure that the Secret Service provides the same level of protection as it does to the President of the United States, to the leading candidates for president. And in this case, former President Trump and Vice President Harris. Either one of them is going to be president come January 20th, 2025. And the American people should get to make that choice. I want to thank my colleague from New York, Congressman Richie Torres. We immediately moved to introduce this legislation in the aftermath of the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And it is shocking that it took a second assassination attempt for Donald Trump to get the same level of protective detail from the Secret Service as the President of the United States. It shouldn't have come to that, which is all the more reason why this bill is necessary, to ensure that this never happens again, and that the Secret Service conduct an immediate review to determine what resources are needed, what personnel is needed, and report immediately back to Congress to ensure that every candidate running for president gets the same level of protective detail as the current president, and that the same level of protective detail afforded to the vice president is afforded to the vice presidential candidate. We have a responsibility to ensure their safety and their well-being. And I want to also commend my colleagues, Congressman Mike Kelly and Jason Crow, who are leading the House task force on the attempted assassination of President Trump. Their work to investigate this incident and the detailed shortcomings within the Secret Service will certainly help Congress implement further meaningful reforms in the future and to ensure the funding and resources are available. I think the most important thing for the American people to understand is that it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that our elections are free, are fair, and are decided by the American people at the ballot box. And that any attempt, either by a foreign government or by a fellow citizen, to undermine that by trying to assassinate a political candidate must be stopped at all cost. And so I thank Speaker Johnson, I thank Leader Scalise, I thank Chairman Jordan for swiftly moving to advance this legislation to the floor for a vote. And I encourage every single one of my colleagues regardless of their political views, regardless of whether they like or dislike one of the candidates, to recognize the fundamental fact that we have a responsibility to ensure their safety and well-being, and let the American people decide who will be president, not an assassin and not an assassin's bullet. And with that, I reserve.
Yeah. Yields back. We reserve, Mr. Speaker. Well done, Mike.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 9106, the Enhanced Presidential Security Act of 2024, requires the Secret Service to apply the same standards for determining the number of agents required to protect presidents, vice presidents, and major presidential and vice presidential candidates. It also directs the Secret Service to conduct a review of the provision of protection provided to these individuals and to report its findings and recommendations to Congress. I support this legislation to ensure that the Secret Service has the tools, resources, and procedures necessary to keep our highest elected officials and candidates safe, which is critical to our democratic system of government. But in advancing this legislation, Republicans are hoping to distract from the common denominator in every successful assassination of a U.S. president, as well as the attempted assassination of President Reagan and the attempted assassination of former presidents and presidential candidates Theodore Roosevelt and Donald Trump. In every single one of these events, the weapon used was a gun. The fact is that the work of the Secret Service is made infinitely more difficult by our lax gun laws. But this Congress, the Republican majority, has repeatedly sought to further weaken our gun laws, endangering our children, our law enforcement officers, our communities, and even their own presidential candidate. Last year, after a mass shooter killed 6 people, including 3 children, at a school in Nashville, Republicans fought to make sure everyone could continue to acquire the accessory that shooter used in circumvention of the National Firearms Act. Earlier this year, our Republican colleagues cheered as the Supreme Court, stacked with Republican nominees, struck down the regulation of bump stocks, allowing the accessory used in the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history to again be available to the public without even a background check. When the Senate tried to bring up legislation to again regulate bump stocks, Senate Republicans blocked it. Similar legislation in the House has just one Republican co-sponsor, and the Republican majority has refused to advance it. Just today, Republicans used their control of the Judiciary Committee to advance a bill that would weaken the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, reinvigorate the black market for guns, and reopen the online and private sale loophole. That legislation would make it so that convicted felons, domestic abusers, and other dangerous persons who are prohibited from possessing a gun could easily get one without a background check. And it would make it so that unlicensed sellers could once again profit from endangering our communities. And it doesn't stop there. Not only have they sought to unravel our gun laws through legislation and our courts, but our Republican colleagues have also sought to defund the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the primary agency tasked with enforcing our gun laws, including by helping state and local enforcement and local law enforcement solve violent crimes and keep guns out of the wrong hands. The cumulative effect of these efforts is clear. We know from headline after headline that it is far too easy for violent individuals to get a gun and end a life, or many lives, in a matter of seconds. That is true whether the attacker targets school children, a domestic partner, a house of worship, or a presidential candidate. The challenges faced by the Secret Service would be vastly diminished if we passed any one of our many proposals to keep guns out of the wrong hands. But over and over, Republicans have prioritized access to deadly weapons over the safety of our communities. I support this legislation because the Secret Service must be able to protect our highest elected officials and candidates. But this legislation will do nothing to make the rest of us any safer or change the fact that gun violence continues to take the lives of more than 100 Americans every single day. As Republicans yet again rush headlong towards a government shutdown, unable even to manage the most basic aspects of governing, and as they continue to oppose every action to prevent gun violence, Democrats will continue to fight to make our communities safer for every American. I nonetheless urge my colleagues to support this modest legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
So let me get this straight, Mr. Speaker. Some crazy guy on the left tries to assassinate President Trump, and it's Republicans' fault? That's what we just heard. Next thing they're going to say is, oh, some crazy guy on the left tries to assassinate President Trump, and it's President Trump's fault. Oh, wait a minute. They said that too. This is ridiculous. We have a bipartisan bill that Representative Lawler went to Democrats, worked with them on something that everyone knows needs to happen. And what does the ranking member do? Says it's Republicans' fault. And what do Democrats do? What did the left do? They say it's President Trump's fault. You cannot make this stuff up. After all that President Trump's been through, they go to that. After they spied on his campaign, after Mueller, after impeachment, after they raided his home, after they tried the crazy 14th Amendment idea. Best way to beat him is not let him play the game, not let him go on the ballot. Thank goodness for the Supreme Court, which decided 9-0 that was bogus. That's what they do? I wasn't even going to talk. I was going to let Mr. Lawler, who's done the work on this, handle all this, and his remarks were totally bipartisan, not partisan at all. We were just going to let this good piece of legislation that's going to go on suspension, everyone's going to vote for, just let it happen. But no, they cannot help themselves. It's ridiculous. I yield to the gentleman from New York who is working in the proper fashion on a good piece of legislation that will protect both, as he indicated in his opening remarks, both former President Trump and Vice President Harris. That's what we want in America. I yield as much time as the gentleman may consume.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
On the issue of gun violence in America, I think about New York and the disastrous cashless bail law that was put into effect and supported by the ranking member and continues to be supported by the ranking member, in which more than 80% of perps who are carrying and using a gun are released back out onto the street. I want to quote New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Quote, "When it comes to guns, this year, 2,386 people were arrested with a gun. Of those, approximately 1,921 are out on the street," end quote. Eric Adams went on to say, quote, "Arrested with a gun out on the street. Gun arrests in custody, 19.5%. Out of custody, over 80%. Quote, "How do you take a gun law seriously when the overwhelming numbers are back on the streets after carrying a gun?" End quote. Eric Adams says very clearly, you can't take it seriously when you refuse to prosecute people who use guns in the commission of a crime. So many of my colleagues in New York have been so clueless about this. They talk about gun violence, but they have no problem allowing a criminal using guns in the commission of a crime to be put back on the street to do it again and again and again. It is wrong. So if you want to crack down on gun violence in America, then prosecute criminals who use guns in the commission of a crime. But no, we don't want to do that. New York raised the age, 16 and 17-year-olds being treated in family court rather than criminal court, and the gangs are using them, letting them use guns in the commission of a crime because they know they're going to get a slap on the wrist. So let's get serious about gun violence in America. Yes, let's crack down on criminals who actually use guns in the commission of a crime. I yield back to the chairman.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York yields back to the gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this nation is awash in guns. It is the only nation where we have time after time after time school shootings, where we aren't even surprised at mass shooting events in schools. We're the only nation that has mass shooting events because of our lax gun laws because we are awash in guns. And Mr. Lawler says we should prosecute people who use guns in crimes. I agree, we certainly should. We certainly should do that. And if the people in New York aren't, they should. And I can't comment on the New York laws. I haven't been in the legislature in 32 years. Mr. Lawler's been there more recently. But the fact of the matter is, this country is awash in guns. And Mr. Jordan says that a left-winger attempted to assassinate former President Trump. We don't know that. The person who attempted to assassinate him, we know, researched the whereabouts of former President Trump. He researched the whereabouts of of President Biden. He seemed to want to kill somebody. And I think, and the evidence seems to point out that the reason he attacked Trump and not Biden was because Trump was holding a rally near where he was. But the fact is he's dead, and we don't know. We certainly don't know his political opinions. But in any event, this country is awash in guns. And while this amendment is a good amendment, or this bill rather is a good bill, we should equally protect our presidential candidates, whether they're the incumbent president or the would-be president and vice presidential candidates. The fact is that presidential candidates and all of us are less safe because this country is awash in guns. And there's the only country in the world, I shouldn't say that, there are countries where genocide is being committed, like Darfur and Sudan, but it's one of the only countries in the world awash in guns as the way it is. I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, the co-sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to partner with my colleague, the gentleman from New York, Representative Lawler, on a matter of urgent importance to our nation. The United States is entering an age of ever-escalating political violence, as evidenced by the violent assault on the United States Capitol on January 6th, and as evidenced by not one but 2 attempted assassinations of a former president. On July 13th, the difference between an attempted assassination and a completed assassination was not the skill of the Secret Service, it was luck. If the gunman had been slightly more precise in his shooting, or if the former president had moved ever so slightly to his right, the former president would have been killed. The fact that America stood inches and seconds away from a national crisis is itself a crisis. The security of a major presidential candidate, whether it be the Democratic nominee, Vice President Harris, or the Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump, cannot be left to chance. Hoping for the best or lucking out is not a policy prescription for protecting a president or a presidential candidate. Both the House and the Senate, both Democrats and Republicans, should be dedicated to a bipartisan, bicameral proposition that both major presidential candidates of both parties are entitled to the highest level of Secret Service protection, not only for their sake, but for our nation's. One final point, the Secret Service urgently needs not only more resources, but also deeper structural reforms. Only 30% of the Secret Service budget is dedicated to protective operations. The remaining 70% are spent on legacy functions that trace back to the Secret Service's time in the Treasury Department. The role the Secret Service plays in financial law enforcement does not reflect a rational allocation of resources and responsibilities. It is an accident of history, a relic of the past that should be re-examined by the United States Congress. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, yields back to Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is prepared to close. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the federal government is, just as it was this same time last year, on the brink of shutting down, threatening to cut off essential services for millions of Americans. Instead of addressing the real needs of the American people, Republicans have spent this week spreading misinformation about immigrants attempting to hide from their own record on reproductive care and evading their responsibility to govern. In bringing up this legislation, they seek to distract the American people from the fact that their own actions have repeatedly made every American, from presidential candidates to school children, more at risk of gun violence. When Democrats take back the House, we will work to make everyone in this nation safer. But for today, I urge members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this common sense, good legislation that is designed to protect our presidential candidates, and would yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9106 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speaker, we'd ask for yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Bishop W.C. Martin, pastor of Bennett Chapel Missionary Baptist Church in Possum Trot, Texas, and his wife, First Lady Donna Martin. Nearly 3 decades ago, Bishop Martin and his wife, Donna, who already had 2 biological children, adopted another 4, starting a movement of 22 families within the Possum Trot community to adopt or foster children without a home. Ms. Martin was inspired to adopt after the death of her beloved mother, Martha, who had raised 18 children. She stated, and I quote, "And the Holy Spirit said, think about those other children out there that do not have what you had with your mother. I was overcome with such warmness. I walked back into the house, picked up the yellow pages, and called an adoption agency," end quote. That's how it began, and it concluded with 77 children finding loving homes in a community that simply decided that they would do what they could and give all that they had for the benefit of the most vulnerable and needy among them. This story has been retold in the recent film Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot, which is a story of inspiration for all of us to give more, to love more, to do more for those around us. Thank you, Reverend and First Lady Martin, for living out your faith and for changing the destinies of so many young lives. You are remarkable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mrs. Kim McMillan, who serves as my Deputy District Director for my Beckley office in West Virginia. Kim recently celebrated her 25th year working for the congressional member of the House of Representatives. Throughout her career, spanning 3 different members, Kim has served the people of West Virginia with a grateful heart, always working to find solutions when issues arise between federal agencies and our constituents. She is well known throughout the district for her work in assisting with identifying federal grant opportunities, acquiring medals and Purple Hearts for veterans in the community, and her expertise in handling complex issues of immigration and Social Security affecting our constituents. She is truly a wealth of knowledge and an invaluable member of my staff. Outside of her work, Kim's greatest joy is her family. She is a wonderful wife to her husband, Frankie, mother to Tyler and her late son, Derek, and grandmother to Jonathan, Charlie, and Abigail. I am delighted to commend her here on the House floor, and even more delighted that Kim and her family could be here today to celebrate her 25 years of service to the United States Congress. I invite my colleagues to join me and her family in congratulating her on this achievement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have heard time and time again in the Financial Services Committee and our hearings across the Hill that there's a dire need for transparency and accountability among the banking agencies. And yet, blatant partisanship has dictated the appointments of leftist bank regulatory officials during the Harris-Biden administration. One of my bills was included in H.R. 4790, which passed the House earlier today. My bill, the Supervision Reform Act, amends the Federal Reserve Act to remove the confusing designation established by the Dodd-Frank Act for one of the members of the Board of Governors to be designated as Vice Chairman of Supervision. The Vice Chair of Supervision should not be afforded special treatment and be allowed to abuse the position to rewrite the failures, the narrative for the failures of the banking system, to cook up unjustified climate rules and force them on banks. Americans are watching Kamalanomics eat away at their hard-earned savings, and the Fed's ESG-related partisan regulations are part of the problem. It's time to end the confusion, which has been the result of the Dodd-Frank misguided creation of the Vice Chair of Supervision position. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my dear friend, Chef Dave Pinkney, on his retirement from Cherokee Country Club. David worked in the food industry since he was 16 years old when he was washing dishes at the Orangery, which was a very nice restaurant. As a matter of fact, at the time, it was a 4-star restaurant in Knoxville. 8 years later, David became the restaurant's executive chef. I went there one time with a very nice family. The Burchetts usually didn't dine at places like that. They didn't take coupons. And I was amazed to find that the menu was written in French. And I was a little embarrassed, didn't know what to do, and the waiter said, "Sir, the chef would like to prepare you something special." And then when it came out, it was 2 small grilled steaks with some ketchup in the middle. And it saved me from embarrassment, and I was fed. And that was my dear friend Dave Pinkney. He's a fraternity brother of mine, and my heart goes out to Dave. He just lost his dad, who was a dear UT professor and was loved he was idolized by people on the UT campus and all around the state of Tennessee. In 2006, Dave took a new job, though, as Cherokee Country Club's new executive chef. Again, a country club I'm not a member of. As Jackie Gleason said, I would not join a country club that would have someone like me, and clearly I'm not in line to be in the membership roles there. But he's known for dedicating himself to making high-quality meals and making sure every customer enjoyed the food he brings to them. He's also taught cooking classes. He helped his friends open popular restaurants of their own and appeared on several TV shows to showcase his cooking skills. The Cherokee Country Club has been lucky to have him, and I wish him well in his retirement. And Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I ask to address the House for 1 minute, revise and correct whatever I might present.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Corporal Brandon Schreiber, a native Hoosier and a Newton County Sheriff Deputy who was shot in the line of duty on September the 1st. He passed away on September the 11th as a result of his injuries. Corporal Schreiber served with the Newton County Sheriff's Department for 8 years, 5 of which were full-time. Like so many law enforcement officers, Corporal Schreiber always put the needs of his community above his own. His friends and family described him as a light of empathy, even in the toughest of situations. Corporal Schreiber leaves behind his beloved wife and their 2 children. Our thoughts and prayers are with Corporal Schreiber's friends and family and the Newton County Sheriff's Department during this difficult time. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to comment on the horrific events of a week ago. For the second time in 3 months, President Donald Trump was subject of an assassination attempt. The question is why, and what can we do to prevent it from happening again? I have followed politics my whole life. I have never seen such language of hate coming from President Trump's opposition as I've heard from anybody else. Again and again, President Joe Biden, there's one existential threat, it's Donald Trump. President Biden, Trump, and the MAGA Republicans, whatever that is, represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. They claim it's going to be the end of our democracy. I'm not sure they know what democracy means. But in any event, their clear intent is to tell the American people that Donald Trump will permanently change the type of nation we have. This is absurd, and they ought to be called out for it by the mainstream press. They ought to be forced to, not forced, but begged to, until they eventually do, apologize to President Trump, say there's no evidence this is going to be the end of democracy, whatever that means, and so we can avoid a third assassination attempt. Please, I beg these people to come to the floor here and apologize to President Trump. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
It's my pleasure now to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, for 4 minutes. He is the co-chair of the Board of Security Caucus. Mr. Babin.
Thank you, my fellow co-chair, the gentleman from Arizona, for having this. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce tonight's special order. We're going to be discussing Kamala Harris's tenure and her appalling record as the Biden border czar. In this role, Harris has worked not to secure the border of America, but instead to deliberately dismantle our borders and put our nation's safety and sovereignty at grave risk. Her intentional negligence has exacerbated the largest illegal alien invasion in history, one probably not seen since the ancient Romans were overrun by the Germanic hordes in the 3rd century, leading to its downfall. An invasion that continues to ravage our communities and our pocketbooks while creating avenues of entry for dangerous individuals who are bent on inflicting harm to Americans and our American way of life. Since 2021, more than 350 suspected terrorists have been encountered attempting to cross our southern border. We know at least 99 illegal alien individuals from the FBI's terror watch list have been released into the United States after being in custody of Customs and Border Patrol. How does this happen? Shockingly, many of these vile criminals are earning their golden ticket into our country through the Biden-Harris administration's corrupt and dangerous CBP One app. In reality, an illegal granting of parole, by the way. Since day one, this administration has viciously striven to reverse all of Donald Trump's effective border policies, remove vetting protocols for asylum seekers, hand out public benefits to illegals, and actively hinder states from safeguarding their own borders and citizens. My own, the Lone Star State of Texas, to be one of them. Border czar Kamala Harris has overseen it all and must be held accountable. It doesn't take a national security expert or even a policymaker, for that matter, to comprehend that by dissolving our borders, we expose ourselves to countless threats from all over the planet. Clearly, Harris does not care about the consequences of her own policies. In fact, she and the liberal media would rather deny that she ever held the title of border czar. She is using semantics to pull the wool over our eyes, but the American people see right through it. Tonight, you will hear how border czar Harris has failed every state, city, community, and citizen of our country, how her reckless policies have led to the death or victimization of countless Americans at the hands of the illegal aliens that she has funneled into our nation, and how communities and families have been devastated by the costs and deadly drugs being smuggled across the border. Madam Speaker, make no mistake about it. This is a self-made border crisis that Kamala Harris has gone out of her way to create, and now the safety of our nation is in jeopardy. She knows this, just as her boss does, and yet the only action we have seen is her running away from the consequences of her own failures. My colleagues and I refuse to let her get away with it. I want to say thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman and appreciate serving with him on the Border Security Caucus. He does a great job there, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
In Colorado, the Tren de Aragua has been overrunning Colorado communities. The border state officials have referred to Tren de Aragua as MS-13 on steroids. These criminals are the worst that the world has to offer, and the Biden-Harris regime has allowed them to make themselves at home in Colorado communities. Larry Medina was arrested by Aurora police in connection with a felony menacing at Whispering Pines condominiums. The victim reported to police Medina pointed a firearm and threatened to kill him. Gennady Pacheco Chirinos was arrested on a first-degree assault warrant out of Adams District Court. The warrant stemmed from an assault in November 2023 at an apartment complex. Jomarty de Jesus Pacheco Chirinos was arrested in connection with a non-fatal shooting the day before at Fitzsimmons Plaza Apartments. Luis Miguel Calzadilla Rojas was arrested in connection with a non-fatal shooting in front of a probation office. Yoandre Vilches Medina Jose was arrested on a warrant stemming from an assault at Whispering Pines condos. Juan Carlos Mejia Espana was arrested following a domestic dispute, also at Whispering Pines condominium. He had a weapon. Carlos Arangoran Mayora has had numerous encounters with Aurora police officers and law enforcement agencies throughout the metro area. He faces a total of 38 charges, 5 active court cases. Royberth Daniel Morez Marquez was arrested in connection with an April 4th dispute and assault over unpaid rent money. He is also a suspect in a non-fatal shooting. Jose Miguel Reyes Perez was arrested for aggravated assault, menacing, and motor vehicle theft. This is what's going on in Colorado, and that's why I'm so pleased to recognize now and yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I stand before you today to highlight the most disgraceful failure of the Biden-Harris administration with respect to our southern border. The most important job of a president is to protect our borders from invasion of any criminal element that seeks to undermine the safety of American citizens, our communities, and our nation. President Biden, in his misplaced wisdom, determined that the best person suited for that job was not himself, but his vice president, Kamala Harris. He announced that as the border czar, Kamala Harris was competent and understood what needed to be done to protect our southern border. Boy, was he wrong in making that decision. Perhaps Vice President Harris misread the memo that stated she was tasked with protecting our border, not surrendering it. Her incompetence has made every state in America a border state, leaving local governments to deal with violent criminal gangs, thugs, murderers, sex traffickers, and drug smugglers. In recent weeks, I, along with the rest of the public, have watched the events in Aurora, Colorado with horror, as members of a violent Venezuelan prison gang commandeered multiple apartment complexes, gave the green light to kill cops, and wreaked havoc on small Colorado communities. This administration insists that our border is secure. If this administration won't do anything about the vicious gangs running rampant in our country, I will. I've introduced a bill that would compel the Department of Homeland Security to quickly detain and deport all illegal immigrants with known gang affiliations. This is a common sense public policy that would help keep our streets safe and free from the terrors being perpetrated by these animals, and I would urge my colleagues join me in this worthwhile fight. A failure to do so will inevitably result in more senseless pain and suffering for our people. The presence of the gang we saw in Aurora is not limited to that town. This group has spread like a cancer throughout our country, with incidents in Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, Chicago, Florida, Louisiana, and New York, among many others. A recent CBP report showed that over 500,000 individuals have been flown in and paroled by this administration in a massive and largely unseen mass parole program. Kamala Harris doesn't care about this crisis, and she doesn't care about the Americans that she is hurting. She never spoke to the past two Border Patrol chiefs that served during the Biden-Harris administration. She has only visited the southern border one time during the past 4 years. That's not leadership. That's not someone trying to solve a problem. That's someone who is trying to hide from a problem that she created. This crisis has created a real heartbreak and human cost. Many men, women, and children have been targeted and victims of abuse or trafficking. Something not often talked about is the mental health impact this has on the DHA law enforcement officers. In 2022, 17 members of the CBP committed suicide. That point is that something must be done. We have a moral responsibility to right this wrong. We can start that effort by deporting the gang members that have been allowed to breed in our country. We should pass my common sense legislation that ensures that illegal aliens with known gang ties are no longer allowed to live here and cause havoc. I will fight every single day. I'm here to make that happen. I would urge all my members to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Lopez. Appreciate that. On August 4th, 2024, enforcement and removal operations, Boston apprehended Guatemalan national Jorge Luis Castro Alvarado, who was charged with raping a Massachusetts resident. Castro illegally entered the United States on an unknown date at an unknown location without being inspected, admitted, or paroled by a U.S. immigration official. He was convicted of assault and battery on a family or household member. The court sentenced Castro to 18 months in prison, then suspended all but 6 months of the prison sentence. In early 2023, Juan Carlos Garcia Rodriguez became one of the up to 140,000 unaccompanied children with whom HHS has lost contact. Just months after HHS lost contact with Garcia Rodriguez, he ran away from his sponsor and assaulted and murdered 11-year-old Maria Gonzalez in Pasadena, Texas. Garcia Rodriguez was illegally smuggled to the U.S. border through Louisiana in 2023 by a guide paid for by his parents. Rodriguez was then processed as a UAC and later transferred to custody of the Department of Health. Despite this, Rodriguez was placed with an unrelated adult sponsor who was also an illegal alien. One who knows the ravages of illegal migration is the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, to whom I will yield 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to address the ongoing and deadly border disaster that every week continues to take the lives and livelihoods of American citizens all over our country. Border Czar Kamala Harris has failed in her assigned role to protect our country and to secure our borders. I submit that Harris never intended to have secure borders, and her primary focus has been to get rid of every successful border control measure that we had in place during President Trump's administration. From the beginning, Harris's goal was to flood our nation with a tsunami of illegal immigrants so they could overwhelm our states and cities with populations that Harris ultimately hopes to turn into U.S. citizens whom she believes will create permanent Democrat control of the White House and Congress. Because of the deliberate actions of the Biden-Harris administration, millions of illegal immigrants have trafficked either by deadly Mexican cartels or by the illegal immigrant airlines and other transportation assistance run by this administration. This has led to horrific crimes being committed throughout America as daughters, sisters, and mothers are brutally attacked, raped, and murdered. At the same time, Biden and Harris have lost over 320,000 illegal immigrant children. They're likely enslaved in sex trafficking or forced labor. It's not an exaggeration to say that Kamala Harris has brought about a massive new era of slavery that our country has never seen. She has inflicted a humanitarian disaster on our nation. American citizens are losing their lives by the hundreds of thousands because of this disaster. Every week we learn about new atrocities that are committed by this administration against the American people. Just yesterday, a former Border Patrol sector chief testified how the Biden-Harris administration directed our Border Patrol to hide information from the American people about the explosion of illegal immigrants with possible ties to terrorism who were entering our country. This former border chief further testified that he was forced to release hundreds of illegal immigrants every day into communities that were not prepared to handle such an influx. The actions that Biden-Harris have been lawless, dangerous, and are purposefully designed to destabilize our nation. Truly, there has been no more destructive administration in my lifetime, and they should be condemned for these horrific acts against the American people. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Enforcement removal operations, Boston apprehended an unlawfully present 28-year-old Salvadoran national charged with numerous sex crimes against a child on Nantucket Island. Officers from ERO Boston arrested Brian Daniel Aldana Arevalo September 10th in Nantucket. Aldana unlawfully entered the U.S. on an unknown date at an unknown location without having been inspected, admitted, or paroled by a U.S. immigration official. And Nantucket authorities arraigned Aldana July 26 in Nantucket District Court for one count of a rape of a child with a 10-year age difference and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery on a child under 14. Deportation of officers from enforcement removal operations. Atlanta arrested an Ecuadorian fugitive listed as one of the country's 100 most wanted criminals. Officers apprehended Cesar Condar Vaca during a targeted operation in Greenville, South Carolina on January 30th. The assistant attaché in Ecuador notified ERO Atlanta that Condor Vaca was wanted by Ecuadorian authorities for femicide. An ERO assessment revealed Condor Vaca legally entered the U.S. on March 15, 2021, and failed to depart as required. ERO Atlanta officers served him with a notice to appear. And he'll remain in U.S. ICE custody pending removal proceedings. Knowing the ravages of illegal migration in South Carolina, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Congressman Biggs. I want to thank you for leading this special order. And what you're seeing, the pictures, the posters of what Congressman Biggs is showing demonstrates the horror that people are going through on an activity that this administration not only is condoning, they're encouraging it. And, you know, when you think about the last 3.5 years, what this administration has subjected this country to, it's beyond comprehension that the invasion at our border, he is basically changing the landscape of this country in a way that is going to take a long time to come back and recover from. Yes, we're going to deport them when President Trump takes office, but look at the lost lives that Congressman Biggs is showing, the members who are brazenly killing Americans. And let me read some comments by Zara Harris that point out what I'm saying about this being so intentional. Her comments, not only she has not disavowed any of the statements that I'm getting ready to read. Harris has called the building of a border wall stupid and useless, labeling it as President Trump's medieval vanity project. In both 2020 and 2020 campaigns, she has stated that detention centers would be shut down if she became president. In the Senate, Harris supported cutting ice bed numbers, stopping border wall construction, and opposed all of President Trump's effective border policies, including the remaining Mexico policy and the Title 42 expulsions. In 2019, Border Czar Harris stated in an ACLU survey that she supports providing transgender surgeries for detained illegal aliens. You know, it's bad enough what she's saying in all of these comments, but the scary part about it is she could actually become our president and puts this country in a further declining position. The policy changes which she advocates, along with ending the border wall, and let me say on the border wall, you ask any Democrat that has not said one word about the illegal immigration crisis, their position is walls don't work. If they don't work, then why every time we have a dignitary in or any foreign leaders from other countries, guess what goes up around the Capitol to protect us? A wall, a fence. And it's insanity that they're denying this. She is for restricting immigration officers from arresting, detaining, and deporting aliens. She's terminating asylum cooperative agreements with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. She, as I stated, ending the remaining Mexico policy. And she's removing the adversarial nature of the asylum process, making it easier to grant frivolous asylum claims. Folks, this is outlandish. The 200,000 Americans that have died from fentanyl, over the past 24 months, law enforcement has seized an average of 2,020 pounds of fentanyl per month. That's enough to kill 458 million people. My issue is that needs to be highlighted all across this country is to at least have mercy on the children. There's 300,000 plus children that have been not accounted for and are either dead in sex slave activity. And this administration, the blood is on their hands. So, Congressman, I want to thank you for leading this charge, and I appreciate what the pictures that you're showing, because it puts a face on what this administration is doing to America. I yield back.
Thank you. I really appreciate the gentleman from South Carolina. Thank you. Ellen Gutierrez Saez, Johan Salvo Alarcón, and Manuel Eduardo Fuentes Gomez, 3 Chilean citizens living illegally in the United States, were arrested and believed to be part of a South American criminal gang operating in the United States, whose members commit robberies, fraud, and traffic stolen property. That group is believed to be responsible for at least 111 robbery incidents since February 2023. Nathan Karim Melendez is wanted in Mexico for the criminal charge of causing multiple injuries with a vehicle and abandoning the scene, fleeing the scene. He's been wanted by Mexican authorities since March of this year, when he was named as the suspected driver of a car that ran over a 30-year-old woman, her 5-year-old daughter, and 2-year-old nephew. He was arrested in Phoenix, Arizona in June of this year. One who knows the ravages of illegal migration in Arizona is my friend from Arizona. I recognize now that Mr. Crane for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I appreciate the opportunity tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we stand 3 years after Kamala Harris was installed as the border czar, helping to spearhead this administration's deadly open border policies, a task she has carried out with exceptional success for 42 months. The number of individuals apprehended illegally crossing our southwest border who are on the terror watch list increased roughly 3,000% from the previous administration. A 3,000% increase on the border czar's watch. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to call it what it is, an invasion. I'd also like to point out that we just commemorated the 23rd anniversary of 9/11. I've said this time and time again, but it bears repeating. It only took 19 depraved individuals to carry out the horrific attacks on that day. Since Biden installed Kamala as the border czar, close to 400 members of the terror watch list have attempted to infiltrate our nation. When you combine that number with the nearly 2 million known gotaways that have evaded apprehension and permeated our communities, the likelihood of potential terror attacks in the near future is chilling. What has to happen for this administration and this chamber to say enough will finally take who we're letting into this country seriously. How many foreign threats do we have to let in? How many Americans have to be slaughtered at the hands of criminal aliens? How many sexual predators have to be granted access to our communities before this administration wakes up? Kamala's record as border czar is a guidebook for what not to do to secure our border and ensure the safety of American families. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. We appreciate that recounting of what's going on across our border. ERO Boston removed Felipe Augusto de Oliveira, a 23-year-old Brazilian fugitive from the United States who is wanted by authorities in his home country for attempted homicide. U.S. Border Patrol apprehended de Oliveira March 28th of 2023 after he unlawfully entered the United States near Lukeville, Arizona. He was subsequently released on his own recognizance by a Department of Justice Immigration, and I'm sure we're looking for him still. Enforcement and Removal Operations Miami, in partnership with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, arrested Giovanni Radu, a 22-year-old citizen of Italy who entered the United States as a non-immigrant and violated the terms of his admission. He collected a total of $80,000 in the past year using a fake nonprofit. He is facing state charges, including organized scheme to defraud, failure to register as a charitable organization, and a whole host of these things, as well as carrying a concealed weapon during a felony and battery on a law enforcement officer. One who knows well, because she has some roots in Arizona as well as Florida, what's going on and the ravages of crime that is a result of this wide open border is my friend, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kamek, who I'm pleased to recognize for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you to my outstanding colleague from the great state of Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and also from the great state of Texas, Mr. Babin, for hosting this special order this evening. It's time to call a spade a spade. The wide open border policies of the Biden-Harris regime are killing, quite literally killing, Americans across the country. And there's no denying this. You know, I myself have been to the border 9 times, and I have ridden along with our agents through their shifts for hours, seeing firsthand the horror, the trafficking, the crime, the gang members, the abuse of women and children. I've seen the hundreds of thousands of wristbands littering the ground along the riverbanks, the wristbands that the cartels force people to wear to show which cartel they belong to, how much they have been paid, and of course, what number they are. It's such a big operation that the cartels have created the most efficient means possible to move people into the country illegally. And what's worse, the American government, Biden and Harris, they're helping the cartels do it. How, you might ask? Well, it's by taking away critical resources from our Border Patrol agents, by not enforcing the current laws on the books, and by taking away policies that stop the flow of illegals. Not by legislative action, but through executive action, of course. And I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that Biden and his border czar, Kamala Harris, they don't care about the law. When it gets in their way, they subvert it. It's clear they have zero regard for the American people, despite nearly 300 people a day dying of the trafficked fentanyl that comes across the border, or the thousands who have fallen victim to violent crime by illegals. They just simply ignore us, pretend like it doesn't happen, it doesn't exist. Now, while the vice president, aka border czar, pretends to care now all of a sudden about our southern border, I have a few questions for her. Madam Vice President, do you know how many Americans have been harmed by criminal illegal aliens? Do you know how many lives have been forever changed by the violence perpetrated against them by the people who broke our laws, you invited here, you flew here, they have crossed our border and harmed our citizens? As if every town in America wasn't already a border town, I ask this: what about the hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors trafficked into this country for whom the federal government knows nothing of their whereabouts? 325,000 kids that have been lost under your watch. Now, what have you done about that? Do their lives not matter? These children have been forced into child labor situations, sex trafficking, abuse. What has been done about that? And it happened on your watch. House Republicans have been correcting the record, shining a spotlight on the disastrous crisis at our southern border for 4 years now, sounding the alarm of the failures of this administration, and particularly Border Czar Harris. She's not fooling the American people by pretending to care all of a sudden. She's not fooling this chamber. She's certainly not fooling the angel families that have lost loved ones due to the reckless policies that she and President Biden have put forth. We need a real commander-in-chief, not a czar, not someone who's cackling, laughing and making jokes. It's not a laughing matter. We certainly don't need a trafficker-in-chief. That's what we have now. We need a real commander-in-chief, and November is coming. With that, I yield.
I thank the gentlelady and appreciate her comments and her experience along the border. In August of 2023, illegal alien Kindu Jensi Zamambu was charged with felony first-degree sexual assault and misdemeanor unlawful imprisonment for assaulting a woman at a hotel in Cheektowaga, New York. Zamambu, a 23-year-old national of the Democratic Republic of Congo, entered California on February 13, 2023. He was arrested about 1 mile west of San Isidro, which is the San Diego area. ICE enrolled Zamambu in alternatives to detention and released him into the U.S., and less than 6 months later, he was assaulting a woman in New York. Daniel Hernandez Martinez from Venezuela. Within 6 months of his release into the United States, Venezuelan national Daniel Hernandez Martinez committed at least 22 criminal offenses in New York City. He's charged with petty larceny on 4 separate occasions, criminal possession of stolen property on 3 occasions, multiple charges for menacing, assault, attempted assault, criminal mischief, possession of burglary tools, disorderly conduct, and more. He was released into the United States without any legal justification. In addition to his crimes, DHS records indicate he is a suspected member of the dangerous Tren de Aragua gang. Currently, there are no DHS records to indicate that ICE has removed him from the country. Someone who knows the ravages of crime produced by illegal migration is the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, who I'm privileged to yield 3 minutes to.
Thank you very much to the gentleman from Arizona for yielding the time and for hosting this special order hour to bring a real attention to this crisis. Just last month, a family of 4 was brutally murdered in the town of Irondequoit, New York, just outside of Rochester. 2 little girls, babies, 2 and 4 years old. They were slaughtered in cold blood by a man who should have never been on American soil in the first place. Was murdered beside their parents. The murderer was an illegal immigrant, wanted for murder in his own country, who somehow managed to sneak across our border, get a fake ID, and tear this family apart. This is not an isolated case. Just last month, ICE agents from the Buffalo office arrested a Peruvian gang leader and a serial killer in Broome County near Binghamton. He was responsible for 23 murders in Peru. He was so callous of a killer that he had their victims' faces and names tattooed on his body. And here he was hiding in plain sight in upstate New York. Now, how did we get here? Vice President Kamala Harris, the failed border czar herself, and the Democratic leaders removed the previous administration's border policies that actually worked, that were actually keeping America safer. And they allowed this border crisis to spiral out of control. Kamala Harris has had 39 months, 39, to get this border crisis under control. And what has she done? Not a damn thing, nothing, no action, no accountability. What have we seen instead? Record-breaking illegal crossings at our southern borders, also at our northern borders, which are becoming a new hotbed of illegal crossings. Rampant drug trafficking of deadly fentanyl into every community across the country, and violent criminals walking right into our neighborhoods. It's not just Washington that's to blame. Democrats in my state capital of Albany, in New York City, they've rolled out the red carpet for illegal immigrants in New York State. Driver's licenses for illegals, check. Free housing, food, and debit cards for illegals, check. It's like if Governor Hochul and her Democratic allies, they put up a giant neon sign saying, "Come on in, we're open." Mr. Speaker, New York's sanctuary state policies are endangering our citizens. This family in Irondequoit paid the ultimate price for the Democrats' reckless agenda. Under President Trump's administration, we had control of our borders. We had policies that worked, building the wall, enforcing Remain in Mexico, and ending catch and release. But under Biden and Harris, all we have is chaos. The wall was halted. ICE and our Border Patrol, they've been limited. And criminals are running free in sanctuary cities like New York. Let me also remind everyone that 158 Democrats voted against the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act just yesterday to ensure that anyone crossing our border with a history of violent assault or sexual assault or domestic violence is turned away or deported immediately. 158 Democrats voted against that bill. I ask my colleagues, how many more lives need to be lost before this administration wakes up? How many more families must suffer? How many more families must be torn apart? The American people, they're sick and tired of this crisis. They're sick of crime and open borders and endless excuses. Enough is enough. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I appreciate his stirring testimony. Appreciate that. In November 2023, Jose Barrera Amaya was arrested for drunken conduct and fighting. DHS arrested Barrera Amaya, but the agency released him on the very same day. Just months after his first arrest in March of 2024, Barrera Amaya was arrested for stabbing his neighbor and his neighbor's brother at a laundromat. DHS first encountered Jose Barrera Amaya in December 2021 along the U.S.-Mexico border, and after being expelled pursuant to Title 42, press reports indicate that Barrera Amaya re-entered the country as a gotaway through Eagle Pass, Texas. Jose Ibarra from Venezuela. Border Patrol apprehended Jose Ibarra in September of 2022, and the Biden-Harris administration released Ibarra into the U.S. just one day later because it determined that Ibarra's release was warranted due to urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. On February 22, 2024, Jose Ibarra murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley in Athens, Georgia. Riley's body was found on the University of Georgia campus after she had gone for a run. A day later, authorities arrested the 26-year-old Venezuelan national in connection with Riley's murder and charged him with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another. But Laken Riley would be alive today if Biden-Harris were enforcing the law instead of releasing hardened criminals like Jose Ibarra. It's my privilege to yield time to the gentleman from Georgia who knows what the ravages of illegal migration has done to Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 3 minutes.
I want to thank my friend, Representative Biggs, for hosting tonight's special order along with my good friend Brian Babin as well, and talking about the devastating impact the crisis at our southern border is causing our country. And it's every state is a border state. Obviously, we've lost a loved one in Georgia. I got a text, interestingly enough, today from a small rural town in my district that basically they said it is a third world country here. And this is in rural America. And they said, she said, I don't mean to complain, but we can't even go to the grocery store. You know, I'm sure it's been said here many times tonight, but over the past 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration, you know, they have an open border policy. I mean, when those candidates, when they were running for president, raised their hand and said that we would give away free health care, every single one of them raised their hand. We should have known then what was going to happen, and I don't understand why the American people weren't alerted by that. because I've been on mission trips to these countries. I've tried to help these people in their home country, medical and buildings and other things. They have no health care. Since the Biden-Harris administration took office, and with Kamala Harris as border czar, there have been over 10 million illegal immigrant encounters and roughly 2 million known gotaways. And gotaways are here, they're here for a different reason, and it's not good. I can't tell you on the Energy and Commerce Committee how many hearings we've had dealing with fentanyl and a mom losing a child to fentanyl. It's the leading cause of death of men between ages 14 and 40 in our country. How can we continue to allow this? Worsening the already dire situation, this administration has failed to remove 99.7% of illegal immigrants released into the United States, making every community, every state a border state. Now, I've been to the border multiple times, and what I've witnessed is this. It's the most inhumane process I have ever witnessed. It's disgusting. Children pinned up like animals. I asked the Border Patrol, I said, where do these people get the money to pay the cartels? And I understand the cartels, Representative Biggs, are making $32 million a week down there. And I said, how do they pay for this? They said, they don't have the money. And I said, well, what guarantees payment when they get here? This is what we are allowing, and this administration is allowing in this. It's the most horrible thing I've ever heard. They are endangered servants in the beacon of freedom. Endangered slaves to the cartels. And guess what? If those cartels don't get paid, they start killing off their family members. How disgusting. How can this administration be allowed to continue this barbaric policy? And they can put an end to it. I mean, I don't know why the vice president on the campaign trail hadn't said, I'm going to stop this tomorrow. They can do it, Andy. They can do it. I saw and witnessed them coming across in a boat. And I said, so why don't y'all stop the boat? And they said, well, you see those children? If we stop that boat, they will start throwing the children in the river. How can we allow this, America? It is, like I said, it's barbaric. These are war criminals. And we lost a National Guard soldier trying to save someone from drowning, and he drowned trying to save them in that river. Folks, I could be here a long time, but enough is enough. The House has taken action by passing the most comprehensive border security bill in the history of the United States Congress, H.R. 2. The Senate has not taken up that bill. We must secure this border. Call your senators. Demand that they stop these horrible crimes we're seeing committed at this border. And let me tell you something else that nobody's talking about. We have the most generous legal immigration system in the world. Why don't we talk about improving that system? Bipartisan. We should be recruiting the best and the brightest into this country, the most skilled. 1 million people per year are legally allowed to apply for citizenship in this country and go through the process. We also have 1 million student visas. Folks, we need to fix this problem and stop this inhumane and really just barbaric activity that this administration is carrying on with right now. It's disastrous. And with that, sir, thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Appreciate that, and all your good work on this issue. Appreciate it. Jesus Enrique Ramirez Cabrera was arrested September 7th after abducting a high school girl in Manassas, Virginia. Cabrera allegedly approached the girl on her morning walk to school and falsely identified himself as a police officer, then forced the girl into his car and abducted her. Thankfully, the girl was able to escape with minor injuries out of the moving car. He was found, charged with abduction, robbery, impersonating a police officer, and a petty larceny. U.S. Border Patrol had arrested Ramirez Cabrera on December 19, 2023, after he unlawfully entered the United States near San Luis, Arizona. U.S. CBP issued Ramirez a notice to appear before a Department of Justice immigration judge and then released him from custody. Here's another case that impacts Virginia. Jose Fabricio Villezaga Vargas, who was a Bolivian, was arrested by U.S. Border Patrol on April 24, 2023. Now remember this, April 24, 2023, after he unlawfully entered the U.S. near El Paso, Texas. Villezaga was served with a notice to appear before a DOJ immigration judge who released him on his own recognizance on April 25, 2023. Following his arrest and his release, he was arrested by Fairfax County Police on May 3rd on an ERO Washington lodged an immigration detainer against Villezaga. The Fairfax County Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court convicted Villezaga of misdemeanor sexual assault of a child aged 13 to 14 and sentenced him to 6 months in jail, but the court then suspended all 6 months of the sentence. The Fairfax County Adult Detention Center refused to honor the immigration detainer and then released him from custody without even notifying ERO Washington, D.C. Villezaga was again arrested on August 8th, this is all 2023, by Fairfax County Police and charged with misdemeanor DUI. The detention center refused to honor ERO Washington's immigration detainer again and released him without notifying ERO Washington, D.C. Fairfax County Police arrested Villezaga a week later and charged him with 7 counts of felony possession of child pornography, felony possession of obscene material with a minor. The detention center refused again to honor the immigration detainer and again released Villezaga onto the streets without notifying ERO Washington, D.C. Now, ultimately, on August 19th, now remember, this is all 2023, in Annandale, Virginia, 36-year-old Bolivian Jose Fabricio Villezaga Vargas was apprehended by ERO, Enforcement Removal Operations, and convicted of sexually assaulting a Virginia child. He's also now charged with DUI and possession of child sexual abuse material. The point of it is, you see how much havoc this one individual wreaked upon Virginia. That's what you have because of the Biden-Harris open border policies. And I am so pleased to yield to my friend who has seen the ravages of illegal migration in Virginia, to my good friend, the representative for Virginia for 4 minutes, Mr. Bob Good.
Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, who has led 4 border trips that I have been on during my time in Congress. Been there 6 times, but 4 times under the leadership of Mr. Biggs. Appreciate his leadership on the Border Security Caucus and leading this special order tonight on this all-important policy depicting the harm being done in our country, the existential threat to our country, which is the border invasion. I find it interesting that Democrats don't care about the border invasion. They just don't like you to call it a border invasion. Democrats don't care about the illegal aliens flooding into our country. They just don't like you to call them illegal aliens. Because whether it's their policies on energy and climate, or national security, or national defense, or law enforcement, or pro-criminal, I should say, whether their policies on transgenderism, abortion extremism, or this policy of tonight, the immigration border invasion, Democrats cannot be honest with the American people about what they really believe and what they really want to do to our country, or they would never win another election. If the American people fully understood the harm the Democrat Party is doing with this border invasion, and that they are doing it on purpose, that it is the plan that they are executing, they would never win another election. That's why Border Czar Harris, who has massively failed at her one job, the one job we know that she was given as vice president, the border czar job, she's now trying to distance herself from this responsibility and the catastrophic impact upon the country. You see, the fundamental difference between Democrats, or VP Harris, and Republicans on the border and immigration is Republicans believe that America should decide who's able to come to our country and under what conditions. Democrats believe that everyone around the world, the 96% of the world's population that does not live in the United States, is entitled to come to America legally or illegally, and in spite of whatever their background, their intentions might be. For them, the non-citizens, the illegals, get to decide and set the policy. That is why they will never answer the question of how many is too many, or what is the end game. Is it because they believe that these illegals flooding our borders are just truly unregistered Democrats who will vote for them legally or illegally in the next election? That's why they opposed the SAVE Act. They didn't even want any efforts, any attempt to try to prohibit or prevent non-citizens from voting in our elections. Are there policies because they want to transform America by flooding our country with non-Americans who don't speak our language, who don't know or respect our laws, who haven't earned their citizenship or demonstrated they can contribute to our society and make us better and stronger, who aren't familiar with, much less devoted to, our Constitution, who haven't embraced our values or culture, so that if you flood enough of them in here, illegally or otherwise, we will no longer at some point be America. How do they not care about their own DHS's numbers of some 12 million illegals who've come over the past 4 years, with some 3 million known gotaways, the truly dangerous ones who avoid apprehension, who avoid surrendering for the free social services, housing, education, health care, and so forth that's provided by the Biden-Harris administration. And the stress on our public safety, as has been so effectively shared tonight by Congressman Biggs and the others who've spoken before me. Do the Democrats and Border Czar Harris not believe the border invasion is happening? Do they not believe it's a bad thing? Again, if the American people knew and understood the Democrat position on the border and the illegal invasion, they would never win another election if they realized they are doing this to us on purpose. Only time will tell how dangerous the illegals are whom the Border Czar Harris has helped invade our country. Only time will tell the harm that awaits the citizens of the United States from those who evaded apprehension, those who have the criminal backgrounds, the terrorist ties, and are trafficking drugs and women and children into our country. This is Kamala Harris's America, and the American people are paying the price, as has been described so effectively here tonight, and the American people have had enough. Thank you, Congressman Biggs, for leading this special order tonight, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Good. It's a pleasure to hear from you and have you participate, and I thank you so much. And after everything we've heard tonight, it's no wonder that Kamala Harris has been working hard to distance herself from her role as the border czar. Under her watch, more than 10 million illegal aliens have crossed our border. 350 terrorists have been stopped at the border, of which 100 of those were released into the country. And that's just who we know about. Since 2021, more than 200,000 Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses, and enough fentanyl has come into the country to kill 458 million people, more than enough to kill every American alive. More than 300,000 children have been misplaced under the border czar's watch. In fact, she can't even tell you exactly how many are missing, has no idea where they are. All we know is that sometimes you've had an individual sponsor receive as many as 40, 50, 60 unaccompanied children who we now don't know where they are, and we don't vet the sponsors anyway. But now Kamala Harris wants us to believe that she would be tough on the border, that she would solve the crisis. And why would anyone believe her? What would she do differently than when she was second in command of the executive branch and designated the border czar? Well, the reality is she wouldn't do anything differently. And we know this not only from her record as the border czar, but also from the policies she has supported throughout her career. Let's just recount some of those. For instance, the border wall. She called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Not unlike Arizona's, one of Arizona's congressmen, Mr. Gallego, who said it's stupid and useless. But here we have Kamala Harris saying that detention centers need to be shut down. promising to do so if she was president. She has supported measures to reduce detention bed numbers, cut funding for border wall construction. She opposed all of President Trump's effective border policies, including Remain in Mexico and Title 42. And she's even said she supports using taxpayer dollars to pay for sex change surgeries for detained illegal aliens. Now, does that sound like someone who wants to fix the border? Does that sound like a border state prosecutor, which she now aggrandizes herself as she goes around the country campaigning? There should be no doubt that if Kamala Harris is in the White House next year, we will only get more of the same and maybe even worse. If you thought 10 million illegal aliens in 4 years was bad, you just wait. The American people should not be fooled. Now here's talking about not be fooled. Here's what you have from former San Diego Sector Chief Agent Aaron Heitke, who told members of the House Homeland Security Committee on Wednesday that the White House repeatedly tried to fake America out to, quote, quiet the border-wide crisis, close quote. What was she doing? What was the Biden-Harris administration doing? Shielding information from the press and concealing crossings by dangerous migrants with terrorist ties. This is what he said. Quote, I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight costing about $150,000. That's what Kamala Harris Borders did. Now, what else did the administration do? What else did she do to hide what's happening in the border? Well, for one thing, they don't count CBP-1 entrants or the Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua program as encounters. So when you count and you see the number, you're not going to see that. So what does that mean? That means in the last 15 months, CBP-1 people have come in and been released into the country under that fraudulent, illegal program, by the way. 815,000. 815,000 just in that program that they don't count. Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua, 530,000 over the same period of time. 530,000. You wonder why you got trained to Aragua all over the country? By the way, about 6 weeks ago, CBP actually issued from their headquarters to the field offices a notification saying, hey, watch out, Tren de Aragua is now embedded and infiltrating the country, but is moving to the northeast part of the United States of America. At the same memo, they said, also be aware that Iran and Iranian proxies are flooding our border with terrorists. That's not Biggs talking. That's Kamala Harris's own administration admitting their failure. How about this? Jerome Powell, just yesterday, you know who he is, the head of the Federal Reserve. He said, you want to know what's causing rising unemployment? Unfettered illegal migration. That's from Kamala Harris's administration. They appointed Jerome Powell, head of the Federal Reserve. That's what you see from this border. And you know what? I've literally listened to some of my colleagues in our committee say, there's no crisis on the border. There's no problem on the border. El Paso, for instance, is a loving community. We don't have a problem. Well, you know what? We have a problem, not just on the border anymore. Arizona is a transit for illegal migration. Phoenix is a hub for human sex and drug trafficking. We've got multiple interstates going through there, and the illegal migration goes from Phoenix, distributed throughout the country. That's why in Arizona, Texas, California, New Mexico are now not the only states suffering under the rampage of an invasion of illegal migrants. It's every nation. Every state, every community. So when you talk about who controls the border, it's the cartels. The cartels control the border. And there are multiple plaza fights going on right now between various factions, some within the Sinaloa cartel in and of itself, going after each other, trying to pick up pieces so they can control the plaza. Yeah, that's what's going on. And why is it going on? It's because this administration refuses to enforce the law. It's going on because when President Biden was elected, within 72 hours, he'd issued more than 100 executive orders, many of which were to basically emasculate the border security policy of the previous administration under Donald Trump, which was so successful. I'm going to give you now, how am I doing time? I'm going to give you now just one quick example. Yuma sector. Last year, Donald Trump was president, fewer than 8,600 encounters. There have been weekends under this administration that they've had 8,600 encounters. Tucson sector, 60,000 per year on average under the previous administration. Under this administration, there have been months nearing 60,000. That's what you have to understand. It isn't just numbers. These numbers represent people who come in here, some with benign intentions, others with malevolent intentions. Ladies and gentlemen, this has got to stop, and it must end now. But this administration refuses to do it. H.R. 2 sits languishing over there in the Senate. It's been there for a year and a half. That is a bill that would bring this to a halt quickly. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back and thank you for your indulgence.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President and Vice President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
All right, thanks, Will. Hey, good job, man. You took almost 15 minutes. Or it just felt it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I founded the Congressional Stop Project 2025 Task Force, and some people might be curious as to why I did that. Well, I have served in Congress for almost 12 years, and throughout that period, I have seen a lot of wild and extreme antics from across the aisle. I have seen some of my colleagues try to chip away at our civil rights and roll back decades of progress. I've seen the chaos and the division that Donald Trump has infused into our politics, including violent rhetoric and extreme policies that are completely beyond the pale of anything that has ever tried to pass for conservatism. But in this entire time, I have never seen anything that compares to the threat to our democracy, to our individual rights, to the well-being of most Americans, a threat that is posed by Trump's Project 2025. I encourage people to look it up and to read it, because anyone who familiarizes themselves with Trump's Project 2025 can see for themselves what an unprecedented takeover plan this is, to gut critical checks and balances that hold our democracy together, to roll back fundamental rights, to erode church-state separation, impose draconian policies that are deeply unpopular with most Americans, all so that MAGA politicians can take unprecedented government control over the lives of every person who calls America home. You know, most Americans want nothing to do with this dystopic authoritarian scheme. But our House Republican colleagues are so excited about it that they're not even waiting for a potential second Trump presidency. They are moving ahead right now to implement many parts of his Project 2025. Everywhere you turn in this Congress, extreme MAGA Republicans are working straight out of the Project 2025 playbook. We're seeing it in committees, in press conferences, and every single day right here on the House floor. Climate action, protections for the middle class, social safety nets, and abortion rights, these have all been on the chopping block in this Republican majority. It's like they lifted their legislative agenda right out of the pages of Project 2025. Now, we believe sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's one of the most important parts of our task force's work. So our Stop Project 2025 task force, many other members of the House Democratic Caucus as well, have been focused on doing something very simple but very important, showing people what Project 2025 actually says, bringing it out of the shadows, making sure every American knows the truth about what Trump and his allies here in Congress are planning and, in many cases, already trying to do. It's important to think about how a potential second Trump presidency would be very different. He now has absolute immunity thanks to his extreme radical Supreme Court. We know that he will not have adults in the room next time around. His administration would not have any institutionalists pushing back against his dangerous agenda or his authoritarian impulses. And unlike the chaos and lack of planning that marked his first presidency, he now has Project 2025, a detailed, strategic blueprint for not only advancing extreme policies, but for clearing away all checks and balances and guardrails that might stand in his way. Mr. Speaker, as disturbing as all of this is, it's important to remember we've only seen the tip of the Project 2025 iceberg, because on top of the 922 pages that they've actually published, which everyone can look up on the internet, they also have an extensive personnel program, including a resume database chock full of MAGA loyalists, a training academy to indoctrinate their self-described army of political operatives. These are the people that they hope to repopulate the federal workforce with after they have purged tens of thousands of civil servants. These things are happening right now. And perhaps the most concerning part is the secret fourth pillar of Project 2025. They've acknowledged its existence. Members of the Heritage Foundation have described it as being too controversial to actually share with the public, so they haven't published it. It is the unreleased playbook outlining the steps that Trump would take in his first 180 days in office. And Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and I have reached out to Heritage in recent weeks, demanding that they come before Congress to discuss this secret part of their plan, release it so that the American people can actually read it. And to no one's surprise, the architects of Project 2025 have ignored our request. But we think the public deserves to know what executive orders, emergency declarations, and other presidential directives have been secretly prepared for Trump to make good on with respect to his vow to be a day one dictator. So today, our Stop Project 2025 task force has launched a tip line to gather any and all information we can about the hidden fourth pillar of Project 2025. You know, given the extremism we've already seen in the published parts of this plan and the evasiveness of Heritage and its coalition, we think it's important to turn to the public to get more information on this. So anyone who may have seen or authored or come across any part of the secret fourth pillar of Project 2025 is encouraged to share what information that they may have access to through our dedicated tip line. We're going to keep doing everything that we can to uncover their full agenda, to stop this government takeover scheme on behalf of the majority of Americans who want nothing to do with this dystopic plan. So I would now like to yield to Representative, who am I? I'd like to yield to my colleague, the Assistant Democratic Leader, the gentleman from Colorado, Joe Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, let me just say a word of gratitude to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, for founding and chairing the Stop 2025 task force. His determined leadership on this particular issue has been incredibly important, and I and so many of my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are grateful for it. Right now, Mr. Speaker, Americans across the country are looking to leaders in Washington to solve problems, to address issues of critical importance facing our families and our communities across this great nation. They're looking to us to lower costs, to grow the middle class, to build safer communities, to put people over politics. Unfortunately, Project 2025 calls for the very opposite. As H.Res. 1368 makes perfectly clear, extreme MAGA Republicans have authored a radical playbook that would harm middle-class families by raising taxes, allowing employers to stop paying overtime, repealing the Affordable Care Act, ending Medicare as we know it, opening the door for disastrous cuts to Social Security, and raising the retirement age, making workers work longer for less. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from California said it so well. The American people do not want this plan. They don't support it. That much is clear. And I would encourage my House Republican colleagues to abandon the reckless plans articulated in Project 2025, which they have attempted to legislate on the floor over the course of these last several months, often throwing the House into chaos during the course of the 118th Congress. I would encourage them to instead work with us collaboratively on policies that put people over politics, on policies that create an opportunity economy, on policies that ultimately ensure that our brighter days are ahead. The stakes are simply too high. And of course, Mr. Speaker, a great way to do precisely that would be to work with us on a bipartisan path forward to keep the government funded, to keep the government open, so that we can get back to the business that the American people expect us to consider on the House floor. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield back to the gentleman from California and again thank him for his leadership on this task force.
And I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado and agree with him. You know, many of our Republican colleagues have been trying to disown Project 2025. Certainly, their nominee, Donald Trump, has been trying to do that in ways that are quite implausible. But it seems to me that anyone who wants to show that they do not support this radical authoritarian scheme, Project 2025, we're giving them a chance to do that with this resolution, and we invite them to join us. So at this point, I would like to yield to my colleague, Representative Plaskett.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from California. Thank you for convening us here. Thank you that you are not swayed by the rhetoric that is happening outside, that is pulling people's attention away from this dire threat to our democracy that is Project 2025. This is, in fact, a blueprint, as you have said and so many others have said, to the culmination of years of planning by Washington, D.C.'s shadiest conservative groups, shadiest individuals, to upend the structures, institutions, and indeed the basic rights that actually make America great. Project 2025 is a playbook for Donald Trump's second term and a plan for the destruction of America as we know it. Despite flashy headlines printed over American flags and men who give loud speeches about their love of freedom, this plan is in fact a destruction of our freedoms. This is a plan in many ways related to the Great Replacement theory, means to say that America should be a homogenous society, not recognizing that what makes this country so great is in fact not just our diversity, but our willingness to have the tug and pull of different ideas. I can remember when this House was a place where people compromised, where people negotiated, why we did not think that one was right or the other, that we tried to work together. Those days are long gone. And those of us who want to stick our heads underground and pretend that Project 2025 is not a reality, shame on you. Many of my colleagues who want to pretend that they don't know what this is, that they haven't read it, just because you haven't read it doesn't mean it's not real. This is a manifesto to ensure that Donald Trump has the ability to do what he wants to be, which is to be a king, to take away the rights that so many of us have, to restrict free speech in schools, to only allow far-right approved agendas and curriculum, to make sure that schools are a place where children are indoctrinated to one idea, not to many ideas, and let parents go back and have discussions with their children about those various ideas and instill in them what they believe is right. I'm a parent of 5 children. I do not have the fear that my children can hear other ideas because I know what I'm putting in them and that that's what they're going to do. These parents who are afraid of their children hearing about slavery, but also not recognizing that we have moved beyond that and are still moving forward and correcting ourselves, are doing a disservice to their children. It will cut Title I funding that supports low-income schools and result in budget cuts at over 60% of public schools across our country. Project 2025 and its tenets will eliminate Head Start, a program that currently supports 800,000 children across our country, increasing the number of Americans living in childcare deserts. It will erode our freedoms under the vague guise of making America great. And yes, because it's a Republican plan, Project 2025 calls for severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. You know, we can't have a Republican plan without a cut to Social Security and Medicare and then hiding their hand and pretending like that was not a cut that they wanted. Project 2025 even calls for the elimination of the National Weather Service, making Americans effectively blind when preparing for potentially disastrous hurricanes and tornadoes. I know the people in my district in the Virgin Islands. I know even those who are dealing with wildfires in your district of California need to have these weather service to be able to predict these things. Republicans know that these ideas are not popular with real people of America. That's why they're hiding from the facts, obfuscating the truth, distracting the public's attention with wild claims right now to vilify minorities. That's why the former president and senators, his running mate, are distracting the media with bigoted racist tropes about legal immigrants in this country so that we are not talking about this, Project 2025. It's a playbook, and it is authored by individuals who worked very closely with Donald Trump in his last administration and want to execute this within 100 days to ensure that he has the full authority. I am an alumni of the Department of Justice as a political appointee. The idea that the Department of Justice would have to answer to the president is obscene. And we know that the Supreme Court has set the stage for him to be able to do that. Thank you so much for allowing us to illuminate and share just some of the things that are in this playbook for the first 100 days of a Trump administration. The more we let the cronies and individuals who've run this across without giving light to it and letting Americans know, the more we are likely to lose our democracy. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the lady, gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, and as I prepare to yield to the gentlelady from Vermont, I will just observe that my colleagues' comments caused me to think about the fact that we're gathered here on what our Republican friends have dubbed anti-woke week. Nothing is more Project 2025 than demagoguing and using wokeness as a pretext to try to roll back individual freedoms and civil rights and take away decades of progress. Our Republican colleagues can't seem to figure out how to fund the government and do the basics of governing, but they sure are good at finding time to demagogue on wokeness, and here we are. So with that, I'll yield to the gentlelady from Vermont, Representative Balint.
Thank you so much. Thank you for convening us to discuss this very important topic. You know, when I was in leadership in the Vermont State Senate, I saw the writing on the wall. I knew that Republicans were absolutely determined to overturn Roe v. Wade. We knew it was time to act to codify reproductive rights, not just in statute, but in our state's constitution. And at the time, some colleagues said I was overreacting. They said I was being paranoid, that I was being hysterical. They said the Supreme Court would never overturn Roe v. Wade because it was settled law. I can tell you it was not at all satisfying to be right. But in fact, overturning Roe v. Wade was just the beginning. The GOP is preparing for a possible second Trump term with a plan to end all access to abortion and contraception, all spelled out in the playbook, Project 2025. Trump's Project 2025 lays out plans to purposely misinterpret an outdated law known as the Comstock Act and use it to ban mailing drugs in medication abortions and any equipment or any materials used in surgical abortions. They even want to make it illegal to mail any information, period, about abortion. That's why House Democrats are taking action with a bill that I introduced this year with some very strong co-sponsors. The Stop Comstock Act would take outdated and unconstitutional aspects of the Comstock laws off of the books and protect a woman's access to abortion no matter what town she lives in across this nation. We have to use every tool at our disposal to protect access to abortion and all birth control options. This 150-year-old law was the result of one man's moralistic crusade against everything that he determined to be obscene, including information on abortion and contraception. Republicans know that voters don't support a nationwide abortion ban, so they will misuse this law and bypass Congress to get their way. And make no mistake, Project 2025 is not about building a future that Americans want or that they've asked for or that they need. It's about taking us back to the 1870s. Congressional Republicans and their allies in state houses across the nation are out of step with Americans. Americans want the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies, and they want these freedoms guaranteed. No matter how much the former president and House Republicans pretend that their views are moderate, their actions tell us something very different. They have shown us through legislative action that they will continue to enact extreme policies, policies that I will remind you again, that the vast majority of the American people do not want, and policies that put women's lives at risk. Overturning Roe v. Wade was the next step in their plan to ban abortion in this country, and they don't appear to care how this hurts women, how this hurts families. Donald Trump has repeatedly bragged about being the guy who ended Roe v. Wade, a decision that has cost lives, literally cost lives, and left women desperate for urgent medical care. One of the masterminds behind Project 2025 is a man named Jonathan Mitchell. You may not know this name, but you certainly know his work. Mitchell helped develop Texas's strict anti-abortion law, SB 8. He concocted the very disturbing, quote, enforcement mechanism that allows private citizens to bring lawsuits against those who violate the statute. It's a law that encourages neighbors to spy on each other and calls upon Americans to turn in healthcare providers who rightly and bravely put women's health and safety above extremist policies. I can't even believe I'm saying this in this country, in this year. I can't believe that this is where we are. And his intent to misuse Comstock could not be clearer. He said, quote, "We don't need a federal abortion ban when we have Comstock on the books. There's a smorgasbord of options," he said. These plans spelled out in Project 2025 are sinister, and they have very real consequences, which is why it's so important that we gather tonight to shine a light on this extreme plan. It's time Republicans abandon their obsession with controlling women's bodies and stop using legislative action to slip parts of Project 2025 into House bills today. The American people do not want that. Democrats see this. We are standing up for you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I am mindful of the fact that many are saying that the American people this year are facing a choice of going forward or backward. Well, nothing speaks more to that than the fact that Trump's Project 2025 would dust off the old morality codes of the 1870s and impose them against the popular will on all Americans. It just tells us everything. So thank you to the gentlelady, and I now will yield time to my colleague from Southern California, who has been a great champion for civil rights and many other core values, Congressman Mark Takano.
Well, I thank my colleague, Mr. Huffman, from the North Coast of California. North and South, whether North or South, we Californians value things like a woman's right to choose. We value basic civil rights. We value human rights. We value LGBTQ rights in California. So I thank him for hosting this special order hour to bring attention to the most anti-democratic agenda in the history of this country. Well, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but it certainly is the most anti-democratic that I've known in my lifetime. I mean, I can think back to the last century when we had far less democratic institutions. We had slavery, of course, and that was way, way more anti-democratic. But this is very disturbing, what I see in Project 2025. Let us not mince words here. Donald Trump's Project 2025 is a manifesto for a potential Trump administration to undermine our democracy, to roll back our rights and freedoms, to enrich large corporations at the expense of working-class Americans. This 900-page document outlines specific extremist policies that include criminalizing abortion nationwide, ending overtime pay, repealing the Affordable Care Act, ending Medicare as we know it, and putting Social Security on the chopping block. As the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I'm deeply alarmed by the disastrous impacts that Project 2025 would have on America's veterans and the care they get from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, the very, very first proposal in the VA section of Project 2025 would prohibit VA clinicians from performing abortions to protect the health and life of women veterans. It's the very first thing that was put into that section. And I know the person who wrote this section. So as much as the president is trying to run away from ownership, the very person who wrote this was somebody who worked in a very responsible position in the VA at the time. It reported directly to the secretary under Donald Trump, Secretary Wilkie. This section is unconscionable. Unconscionable. We have Republicans all across the country now claiming that they're for the exceptions. But the very first part of Project 2025 on the veterans section says that they would make it illegal or reverse Secretary McDonough's rulemaking on allowing for abortions to be available at the VA to the very women who wore the uniform of our country. Women veterans fought for our rights and freedoms. They fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. But the very first thing the Republicans want to do is take their freedom to make decisions about their own bodies away. Trump's Project 2025 will hurt veterans and reduce VA to ruins. And I've already mentioned, especially our women veterans. In order to execute its mission of serving America's heroes, VA needs to keep wait times low. And in order to keep wait times low, they need to hire sufficient medical staff and offer employees competitive salaries. The Honoring Our Pact Act, which I was proud to author, has already seen nearly 1.2 million claims approved in just 2 years. And yet, instead of bolstering VA with the necessary resources to ensure that all veterans get world-class health care that they were promised, Trump's Project 2025 would push more veterans out to for-profit care, which is far more expensive than VA direct care, to further a far-right agenda. Already, over a third of the Veterans Health Administration's budget goes to referring veterans into very costly for-profit private sector care. And as more veterans get referred out, the VHA will be forced to spend more money out of their budget. Now, I'm not opposed to referring veterans out to care when VA is not able to provide certain specialty care inside the VA. It's a very necessary part, but it has to be in the right balance, and we're reaching a tipping point right now where for-profit care is going to seriously jeopardize VA's ability to provide direct care. And that will mean reduced staffing, increased wait times, fewer upgrades to VA's aging infrastructure, and fewer new VA facilities, and many of our VA facilities date back to World War II. And that will mean worse care for our veterans. VA would become a skeleton or a shell of its former self if Project 2025 is enacted. And that's not all. Republicans on the Veterans Affairs Committee have introduced efforts this Congress in order to get a hard head start on Project 2025 initiatives. They're working to weaponize VA by politicizing nonpartisan jobs, undermine congressional oversight of veterans' health care, and prohibit VA from providing gender-affirming care to our trans veterans. Under Trump's Project 2025, VA will become nothing more than a payment processor for large corporations focused on maximizing profits rather than an institution that keeps America's promise to those who have served. This is an unacceptable outcome for veterans. We cannot allow Project 2025 to be implemented. I will work tirelessly with my Democratic colleagues to fight back on this radical extremist manifesto. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you, and the gentleman is exactly right about what Project 2025 calls for with respect to the VA, but it's more than just the VA. If you read this 922-page manifesto, this theme of privatizing and monetizing runs throughout their authoritarian scheme. It applies to our public schools. It applies to our public lands. It applies to the National Weather Service and so many other things. The American people don't want this exploitation, this privatization and enrichment and monetization obsession that the architects of Project 2025 have.
We could just call this give America over to private equity. You know, just the whole thing is designed to enrich a small group of people. Thank you so much for your dedication.
I thank you very much, and I now am proud to yield time to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Mary Gay Scanlon.
Thank you very much. You know, we're here to discuss Project 2025, the extremist playbook to impose a radical right-wing agenda upon Americans. It's called Project 2025 because it's designed to be implemented by Trump and his allies if he returns to the White House next year. The authors of Project 2025 have even begun recruiting people to apply for jobs to help implement this scheme because, as they detail in Project 2025, they plan to fire career civil servants and replace them with partisans who swear loyalty to Trump rather than to our country or our Constitution, a move, by the way, that the former president tried to implement by executive order before he left office. When the authors of Project 2025 decided to publish their radical agenda, they must not have realized that their ideas are so extreme that Americans would reject them as being, frankly, un-American. So that's why the former president and many of those allies are now trying to distance themselves from Project 2025. But they can't, because their fingerprints are all over Project 2025, and nowhere is that clearer than in Project 2025's plan to ban abortion and restrict women's reproductive freedom. Because the truth is, the extremists who plotted with Trump to overturn Roe v. Wade were never going to stop there. Chapter 14 of Project 2025 outlines their plans. It was written by a member of the Trump administration, and you can read it yourself on pages 449 through 502. Project 2025 would impose a nationwide ban on medication abortion by revoking FDA approval of that drug. It would resurrect a 19th century law, the Comstock Act, to ban the mailing of abortion care materials and criminalize their use. Project 2025 would rip away access to basic contraception. It would end emergency room reproductive health care for women whose health and lives are at risk. Project 2025 would end IVF as it's currently practiced. It would require the government to monitor women's pregnancies and miscarriages. Project 2025 is beyond extreme. It's dangerous. Democrats will continue to stand firm and united against this radical agenda and to stand up for Americans' reproductive freedom, because we trust women to make decisions about their own bodies, not politicians. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady very much, and I'm glad she spoke to the so-called civil service reform element of Project 2025. They call it Schedule F. It's an innocuous sounding thing. But again, like so many parts of Project 2025, when you understand what it actually calls for, it is far more extreme than anything we have ever seen in this country. It calls for going through the entire federal workforce to root out anyone who's been associated with a DEI program in our federal government. Climate scientists and others are going to be purged. Anyone who somewhere in their life maybe donated to a Democrat. A complete scorched earth political purge that they've described as involving more than 50,000 people in the federal workforce, and then to repopulate the government. And, you know, if their problem is political people in government, they're going to repopulate with even more political people from these training academies. So as the gentlelady concludes, I just want to ask, do you think that this is something that the people of Pennsylvania want to see?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't matter what aspect of our federal government you're concerned about. If you're concerned about clean air and clean water, the idea that they're just going to take out all the scientists and have political hacks deciding how many parts per million of poison can be in our water and air.
Food inspectors, air traffic controllers.
Absolutely.
Maybe a non-political civil service is actually a good idea, just like Teddy Roosevelt concluded that it was a century ago, huh?
That's the whole purpose, is to have experts making those decisions.
Yeah, I thank the gentlelady very much. And at this point, I would love to yield some time to my new colleague from Illinois, Jonathan Jackson, a man who you might say has civil rights and social justice in his blood, and I'm sure has some things to say about Trump's Project 2025.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Honorable Congressman Huffman, who also shares that lineage and his DNA of being a fighter for the people. Congressman Huffman, I thank you for convening us, bringing us together for this Project 2025 that we must discuss. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because we cannot allow the agenda of MAGA Republicans to go unaddressed and quietly into the night. On page 4 of Project 2025, it explicitly states that the goal is to get rid of terms like inclusion, equity, and diversity so that no governmental policy can consider these things when determining who gets a contract, who gets hired, what management looks like, or who gets helped by a particular policy or administrative agency. And I find this to be as tragic as it is interesting, because in a perfect world, we would not need diversity, equity, and inclusion. But that's not where we live. We live in the United States of America. And we also live in the material universe where it is impossible to undo 300 years of legal exclusion with just 50 years of making this country do what is right. And for those who say America is different now, let me remind you that America didn't include black people in the inherent opportunities that come along with being born into this great nation because she magically wanted to. It was those persons, the abolitionists and the civil rights workers and black Americans, who made America do it. That's why the civil rights movement enacted laws and policies and protections, because the whimsical nature of America. America's commitment to her own principles cannot always be trusted. It indeed can be thick on ideals and thin on deeds. And let us not forget that during the Reconstruction in the late 1860s, black people were giving access to the mechanisms of power in this country. But then in the 1890s, America took it all back with the imposition of Jim Crow and segregation. Some people in this institution need to know America's history. And here again in the 1960s, African Americans made significant political and economic gains. And yet, here we are in 2024, living under the tyranny of a Supreme Court determined to roll it all back. Affirmative action on college campuses, gone. A woman's right to determine what can happen with her body, gone. And the tragedy of our current situation is that we don't know what's coming next. Laws and policies that require the inclusion of black people are not there to give us an advantage. They are here to make sure that we are not once again excluded because of the color of our skin by American law. Project 2025 was created by the same people who formed the so-called intellectual brain trust around the candidacy of Donald Trump. These are his advisors, and here's what we know. We know that Project 2025 wants to impose a national ban on abortion, prosecute political enemies, and eliminate the Department of Education. Just think about it. What would we do without a public education policy? Project 2025 wants to continue to ban books about slavery and civil rights movement and prosecute teachers and librarians for assigning them. This is insanity. Just think about the insanity that we're living in. MAGA Republicans believe that books are dangerous for children, but automatic rifles are not. Project 2025 openly declares that it wants to get rid of school lunches and the supplemental nutritional assistance program for families and children. Both of these are part of the social safety net that ensures that millions of people will continue to have dignity in old age and access to clean food and water. Project 2025 wants to get rid of it. Now, if it's okay to spend billions of dollars on bombs, but making sure millions of people don't starve to death is somehow completely out of the question, something is wrong. And please note that Project 2025 doesn't say anything, nothing about getting rid of poverty, but they have no problem with getting rid of the programs that help people deal with the fact that they are tragically poor in a country that has excessive wealth. But they want to leave poverty alone, but they want to undermine how people survive it. Project 2025 wants to allow employers to no longer pay overtime. So if your employer can demand that you work overtime, but they don't have to pay you the extra time for putting additional money into their pockets and making them rich, something is tragically wrong. Can you imagine being required to work extra hours without extra compensation? That too is in Project 2025. So essentially, Project 2025 said that you should be happy to have a job and that whatever your employer asks you to do, you should be happy to do. But we don't owe you anything beyond the minimum requirement of your basic paycheck. That's un-American. This is ridiculous, but this is what Donald Trump and the people around him want to do. Project 2025 is a complete disavowal of workers' rights. And if you think they're going to stop at eliminating overtime, then you are completely delusional and drastically out of touch with reality. This is not the language in the document, but I bet you all the money in my pocket against all the money in your pocket that health care will be next. They have been trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, for the last 12 years. Project 2025 wants to give wealthy corporations another tax break. It's not enough that multi-billion-dollar corporations got the biggest tax break in American history under Donald J. Trump. They want to give corporations more. Notice how one-sided this is. They want to give corporations a big tax break, but Project 2025 says nothing about increasing wages. Follow the wickedness of the logic. Corporations get bigger tax breaks so they can keep more money from the workers made by them. But the workers don't get to participate in the success of the corporation by having an increase in their wages. Project 2025 calls for an end to Social Security, a great safety net program. Goal 3 of Project 2025 says that only a nuclear family should receive governmental support. this is a part of the ill-fated logic of J.D. Vance and Donald J. Trump. So if you are a single mother raising your children or a grandparent raising your grandchildren, Project 2025 says that the government should not make you a priority, and basically you are not a family. The policies and prescriptions of Project 2025 would lead to the greatest assault on Medicaid and Medicare in the history of this nation. This is what we are up against. This is why we are determined not to let it happen. We are determined to fight for what is right. We are determined to resist. And once again, I'd like to thank the Honorable Congressman Huffman from the great state of California for championing this cause, for calling us out here tonight. I thank you for your undying commitment to our American democracy and your fight for what's right. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois for speaking to the extremism and cruelty of Trump's Project 2025 so eloquently. And you're exactly right that health care is in the crosshairs. One of the many ways in which Project 2025 would take us backward on health care is by mandating that the default for Medicare would be Medicare Advantage. They like that because they can monetize it and make a lot of money on it, right? But it absolutely is expensive. It is accelerating the demise of the Medicare Trust Fund. They want to repeal the prescription drug reforms that we've been able to pass. The first time we've been able to stand up to Big Pharma in decades. We are saving Medicare billions and billions of dollars. We're saving consumers so much money already, and those savings are going to grow and grow in the years ahead. All of that goes away under Project 2025, so it's bad for the pocketbooks of the American people, bad for health care, and bad for the Medicare Trust Fund and Medicare itself. The gentleman's exactly right.
And thank you for your outstanding leadership, Congressman Huffman.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, House Democrats are going to continue to shine a bright light on this document. The American people don't need to take our word for it when we talk about the extremism and cruelty and other impacts that Trump's Project 2025 would have. They can read it themselves. It's online. Look it up. And the more people read it, the more they understand it, the more we know they're going to want nothing to do with it. The best way to stop this terrible agenda is to just make sure people know about it and understand it. And so with that, we're grateful for this opportunity to discuss it, and I will yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair reminds members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards nominees for the office of president. Does the gentleman from California have a motion?
I would move that the House do adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.